is we also know when each one of the people that we're tailing turn around. So I know exactly when this guy is going to turn around. So I know that unless I get too close or make a mistake myself, I know the exact points he'll turn around. Usually you can wait at this car if you're not feeling confident, or you can get around to the group on the left-hand side. There is actually speed tech for this first one coming up. Most of the speed tech with the tailing segments amounts to interrupting animations. But we're gonna look at us with our mastery of stealth. There is no way that this guy knows where we are. Ah, dear, oh dear. So what we're going to do is we're going to let him go around the corner. And then he's going to do a really long animation where he's going to get a drink out of the vending machine. Said same vending machines that got taken away from us. So what we're going to do is when he starts going over there, which you can tell because the music starts getting a little softer. There you go. We want to interrupt him. Just in some way, in some fashion, just interrupt him in his animation. And that should bring him backwards. Should. Yep, he's coming. I must admit, I got a little worried for a second there. So the other nice thing about these tailing segments is the PC version is based on the remastered version of Judgement, which is the one that came out on PS5, Xbox Series X, etc, etc. So, because of that, some of these tailing segments actually aren't as long as they are in the original PS4 version. You can tell because of what's about to happen right here. I don't need to hide, but I like to hide just in case it ever breaks. You're going to see that he's going to stop moving. And then carry on. That, in the original PS4 version, is a point where he would have actually turned around. So, there's going to be a bunch of those. Now I get to use the mouse. Ah. Okay. So we have to find a specific target, which is actually that drone right there. As you can see, you have to be really, really precise. It's really stupid. That's why having the, as you saw there, the really broken, fast mouse controls in these sections really helps a lot. It makes things very, very fast. Anyway, this man just has a pocket flare because, you know, everybody walks around with a pocket flare. So now we have a chase section. These are a bit more numerous. That's a lie. These are more numerous in Lost Judgment than the tail segments, but there's a good couple of these in this game. Again, most of the QTEs are going to be exactly the same each time around, but you can dodge QTEs like that one there if you go past obstacles at the right time. People, for example, you can actually push into early and dodge 2 sets of QTEs there, for example. Some of them are very, very hard to do, some of them are not. This one should be double X. So I apologise for the coughs and the snivels. I am currently struggling with the flu. I've been struggling with the flu for the past 2 weeks. I hate it. I'm telling everybody for the past 2 weeks, don't get the flu. The flu sucks. It does. Also, if you're wondering why we're playing in English, you can skip some intros. Like so. Yeah, there you go. Oh, no way. English dub just lets us skip some boss intros. Anyway, I'm going to hit this guy with this pipe. Good. I was hoping he'd drop his guard a little earlier than that. Okay, he is actually, wow, being a pain today. I don't like him going down there, because obviously, as you can see, the hitbox is really nasty for down here. That's what I was after. Because then you do the EX attack, then you change into your secondary fighting style, which is going to become important later on. Ah, you guarded that. That sucks. And the idea is you get him on the ground to do a second heat attack, but if he's not going to do it, I'm just going to shove a bin in his face. Sometimes this guy decides to guard a bunch and not actually play nice. That was one of those times. Thanks. Appreciate it. But that's the prologue. That guy is going to be important in the story, like, in the finale, not just yet. But you'll notice that this is indeed Kamurocho from, obviously, the Yakuza games. So if you've never played this before, this is by the same devs as the Yakuza games. That's Kaito. You'll get to know him very, very detailed in, like, 7 hours. 7.5? 6.5. Yeah. And Kaito's a good lad. Kaito's a very good lad. You will get, at occasions, especially the second half of this game, NPC allies that join you quite a bit. Oh my god, Kaito's the best. Kaito's actually best. This is Dwayne. We'll be seeing Dwayne again later on. So, Judgement features this thing that most people don't know about called friends. You'll see what friends are about in a bit, but friends are very important. The power of friendship in this game actually helps us a lot. We're gonna start by grabbing this sign, throwing this sign, throwing it against them, doing the tutorial they want us to do. That missed, that's a shame. I should have aimed for the other guy. I'm hoping that second hit will kill, because you don't actually have to do the follow-up attack that we learn here. The game's just teaching you how to learn skills. We learn the strong version of the wall jump. Nice. Okay, good fight. Good fight. We'll take that. So the game is now going to tutorialize us on something that won't happen during the run, and usually most players don't see it either, but it's a new thing added to fights where, because, you know, we're not the Yakuza, and we're not supposed to be the Yakuza, if fights take too long, the police will turn up. Speak of the devil, here's a fight. This fight sucks. This fight just sucks because, yeah, it just gets in the way. There's my slide attack. It does very little damage, but it looks stupid and it works. I would have liked a money drop from that fight, but unfortunately not. The fight spawns in Judgement are random. That one I couldn't have done anything about. We will get a method of dealing with fight spawns a bit later on, but if you've ever seen like any of the newer Dragon Engine RGG speedruns, you'll know that we could just use like vending machines to get rid of fight spawns. That doesn't work here because they took away our access to vending machines. Great. So this is the Gender Law Office. This is the law firm that we used to obviously be a part of and used to help out. We're going to help them out with a little bit of a case now. I'll get into the details of that case in a little bit because it hasn't properly kicked off yet. We're just basically getting an introduction to most of the side characters in this game that are going to be important, including the denizens of Bartender. Bartender. You get it? Like bartender. It's Bartender. I like our puns around here. I'm not even joking, that's his actual name. That's a fight spawn down there. That's one of those fight spawns that, again, if it was coming towards me, I've got no choice in the matter. Alright. You have dialogue options. Dialogue options are important in the early game because they give us skill points by doing the correct answers. We want to do the correct answers because, one, wow, that's faster, who would have guessed? And two, the actual skill points that we get, even though they're very, very small, are very, very important in the early game. Our skill upgrades in the early game are exceptionally tight. For Chapter 1, there is actually a very easy method of remembering what you're supposed to say. Most of these conversations are going to have the police response as a actual dialogue. You see it in the bottom left. Never do that. Don't care about the police. You'll know the drill. You'll know the drill. So, never ever ask about the police. So, Captain Hamura of the Matsukane family of the Tojo clan. Never heard of those people. He's been arrested on suspicion of murder. So, we have a little bit of background history with Captain Hamura. He wants us to get him off the hook. So, reluctantly, we're gonna go and do that. So, supposedly, he was at this sauna late at night during the time the murder occurred. Let's go find out if that happened or not. Speak to this guy, skip him, and then we'll text skip the next two, which includes you. And you. And then start skip you. Essentially, inconclusive. So we're gonna go back to our apartment to rest. Like, you can get a fight spawn right there, so I got very lucky in that it's not there. I've never seen it on the console version, but I've seen it so many times on the PC version. I don't know if that's a PC exclusive fight spawn for some reason. Yeah. Don't mind me, I'm dying of the flu. Okay, every so often I have to rest on my sofa, and as you can see, the hitbox for your sofa is really small. I hate it. It gets fixed in Lost Judgment to the point where it actually breaks. In a good way. In a very good way. You'll see. Okay, Cafe Murray, we're going to go and meet with a lawyer from the Gender Law Office, Shintani. Again, if there's fight spawns down here, nothing I can do about it. The early part of this run is literally just luck of don't get into a fight spawn, and thankfully, apart from that one, it's not been too bad, honestly. Usually with a Judgment run, you're getting at least 1 or 2 fight spawns at some point. It sucks. Judgment's fight spawns are ridiculously aggressive. Speaking of, one right there. Thankfully, I don't need to use the shop right now. But I did need to go this way. The other way was the quicker way, obviously, but again, sometimes you just get a fight spawn. There. I hate this flu. I hate this flu so much. Okay, turn around. Camera we want is there. You have to be, as you can see, stupidly precise. Usually you would use the mouse there, but you also have to go towards the door, so you can just move backwards and turn around at the same time for that one. So the murder occurred outside of the club, down in this little back alley here. Wouldn't you know it, the security camera's busted. Wow. What a surprise. So, we're going to leave out the back door. Basically, footage on the night of the murder showed Captain Hammer dragging the victim in this club. Great. It's not looking good for our old Captain Hammer. Another point here where a fight spawn can happen. It's all the way over there, which is good. That's a very, very good fight spawn. You can get it to the left down that alleyway. You can get it right here in front of where we need to go, but that is a really good fight spawn location. Very happy with that. This is another one of our friends, Tsukumo, going to get a much bigger role in Lost Judgment.
Hold on. I'm busting into that.
So, he is a computer hacker that has access to this equipment that allows him to search basically via the social media posts of the Judgment universe of what people are posting to basically find people that we're looking for. So we're looking for the owner of the club who supposedly has been spotted somewhere. That fight spawn is actually pretty good because 1, it won't get into a fight with me, and 2, because there's fight aggro on me, if there is a fight spawn in front of me, it won't aggro onto me. This game follows the usual rule that you can only have 1 set of fight aggro on you at a time, so if that fight spawn that's all the way down there was a bit closer, it wouldn't actually get into a fight with me because I already have fight aggro on me. Unfortunately, that conversation gets rid of it, and there can be a fight spawn right in front of us. Which direction you're going? Huh. And here I thought I was the tired one. Alright then. There's no way that fight spawn shouldn't have seen me, but oh well. This is the owner of the club. We show the second picture after the guy got dragged into the club because he's actually in that picture. It says that he had nothing to do with it that night. Uh-huh. Hey, guess what we don't ask about? It's the police response. What a surprise.
Well,
I'm absolutely shocked about this. Hey, time to go home. So, again, this is a run-through Camera Roadshow. It's another one of those good luck with fight spawns. We are about to gain access to the thing that despawns fight spawns. Good fight spawn. Actually, very good fight spawn. Getting that fight spawn allows me to just run down Nakamichi without any worries. That's really nice. Yeah, really lucky at my fight spawn luck. I'm very, very lucky at my fight spawn luck. I appreciate this. Oh, there we go. Okay. I believe this is bartender, if I remember rightly. always get a little confused with Chapter 1. Chapter 1, for reference, even though the run is like 4.5 hours, Chapter 1 is like 45 minutes. Wish I was joking. I'm not. Oh, it's the friendship event start. Right. Yeah. I know where we are. Okay. Oh, that can happen in the Dragon Engine as well. If you pause too early, like a frame after the cutscene starts, you can't actually skip the cutscene. So this is going to be the game's introduction to friend events. If you do certain things with certain friends, you get like rewards. You need to get friends of everybody to unlock the final sub-story, which, unsurprisingly, it's an Amon fight. Wow, what a surprise. Why did I hit cancel? I don't know. I don't hit my touchpad for some reason. And with that, we're going to risk going for the taxi. The taxi is quicker, but there are so many fight spawns along Pink Street. So this time, apparently. Hey. This is much quicker to get back to where Tsukumo is, so having no fight spawns is nice. Please don't have a fight spawn outside of Mantai. I'll be very upset. We're good. If you're thinking it's really hard to see where fight spawns are, you'd be correct. It's really hard to see where fight spawns are at night. We deliver Tsukumo's figure, and he becomes friends with us. This is important. So yeah, friend stuff will become important in a bit. We'll discuss what that is when the time comes, because it's going to be in like 10-15 minutes. We need to go to get in the law office, so we're going to go this way. Hope there isn't a fight spawn on this way. There should be a fight spawn to the right. I look through the glass a lot of times to see if I can see if there's a fight spawn ahead of me. Which there is. That's fine positioning, because they're next to this bike. If you're wondering, I positioned myself there so that I would push them towards the wall in case they survive the bike hit, which is highly likely for at least one of them. In terms of, like, optional fight spawns, that one didn't cost me too much time, so that one wasn't too bad. The nice thing is, you can see, two-handed weapons are basically the thing you want. The eyes, the lack of blood on the ground, the bin bags, and the guy's phone. So, essentially, what you can gather from this is the victim died from loss of blood from having his eyes gouged out. That's going to be a running theme. And also, there was no blood around the body, which means they weren't actually killed at the club. So what we're going to do is the actual member of the Yakuza that died is a member of the Kyorei clan. So we're going to go and see the Kyorei clan after we go and see Patriarch Matsugane. Patriarch Matsugane is basically like a father figure to Yagami. It's a long, long story. Nice movement. Ideally didn't want that. Yeah, now we go see the Kyorei. So that's they're over on just off of the street next to Pink Street. I keep forgetting its name all the time. I should know it by now. You think I would know it by now? I do know it by now. I just forgotten. Thankfully, being the Dragon Engine, we have a heck of a lot of taxis, which is good. And round we go. Again, if there are any fight spawns, we can't do anything about it just yet. We are about to gain access to the thing that gets rid of fight spawns, so hopefully there is no fight spawn. There's no one at all. That's good. I get to have my last cold and flu medicine that I forgot to have earlier. Oops.
What's up?
It's me. You at KJ Art yet?
Looks like it. Where are you?
I'm on the opposite roof. Look up.
Uh-huh. Suspicious.
Okay. So, we found our boy Kaito. I'm gonna go and see him now. And this is the thing that actually despawns enemies. It is Kaito. So, This is the drone. The drone you can summon anywhere unless you're not under, like, a small, like, awning or roof, etc. And this actually does despawn enemies, because you're not supposed to get into a fight with the drone out. It would break the video game. So to fix that, they get rid of fight spawns.
Hold up. That's him.
So, this is the guy we're after. This is Murasay. We're going to look at him now. This is going to start him off on walking up to the top floor. So, whilst he does that, we're going to look around at all the floors for extra skill points. Because again, as I said, your skill point timing in this is exceptionally tight. And we're going to get the one and only cat that we get during the run.
Suspicious.
During the vast majority of these active search sections, there are cats you can find for extra skill points. That is the only time we have to get a cat in this run, unfortunately. Okay. So we want the right D-pad option on Disguise. For some reason the game takes ages for us to actually go there. If this was Kiryu would jump off this building. In Yakuza 6 you can jump off that building. For some reason that's the only game you can jump off that building in. I don't know why. Then we get to our first lock-picking section. There's going to be a lot of these in Judgment, and there's going to be 2 of these in Lost Judgment. Lost Judgment also is a lot nicer for these lock-picking sections than Judgment.
Nice.
For some reason they put a timer on the first one that's like really high. I don't understand why. It's really, really bizarre why they would put an actual restriction on the first one. The one after this one makes sense, but that one? Hey, so, with the drone, you are now going to see me at certain points, like certain corners, get the drone out. Judgment does not feature a latent enemy display on the minimap. You have to go and get that yourself. But notice how the 3 enemies in front of us disappeared. That's the power of the drone. Drone is very, very good. We like the drone. But you will see coming up here that our money is going to get exceptionally tight. We only have 471 yen left. I did hit start skip, but it did not allow me to do that, apparently. Cool. So now that we have our disguise, we're going to go back to Kaito. You're usually fine from fight spawns here. Usually. I've had like 1 fight spawn here over like the years I've been running this game. That's why I don't usually try and despawn fight spawns on the way back. And the game's got a tutorial about disguises. So, in Judgment, whenever we get disguises, we usually have to wear the right clothes at the right time. And with that, we can infiltrate our first set piece, if I can, you know, operate this ladder. The Dragon Engine does that sometimes. So, we want to speak to the receptionist, because the receptionist will pull us back if we don't. Okay, let's see if I can get this correct. You can see just how much extra, like, speed you get on the mouse. Oh, I moved it over a bit fast, I did. Come on. What? Need to look over here at this code.
Suspicious.
And then I'll just do the rest of our controller. Oops. You can hear the cat outside. So we get the key for the building from that, but we also get a medical kit. That medical kit is very important and unique to the Judgment games. I'll say why in a bit, because I'm gonna be losing it.
Hey, where are you going?
No, I'm going this way, my dude. So this is how you fix a heater.
Hey, what's up?
Yeah. If you fail at QTE, you just get into an infinite QTE loop. But this conversation, if you do anything but the top conversation line, you actually get into an extra fight. So this is going to tutorialize you on using keys.
That'll do it.
So the same key is going to open the same doors in the same place, so it's always going to be triangle for here, for example. Okay, more lockpicking.
Almost there. Perfect.
Now, speed tech. This is very, very vitally important. Once I grab this healing item. Look at this door. That's the speed tech. That might seem a little weird right now. Just trust me on this one. That is speed tech, and by looking at that door, you literally save yourself about 2 minutes. I'm not even kidding. You'll see why.
The fuck were you thinking, dumbass? We warned you this was gonna happen. Please, I'm sorry. I'm so sorry.
Praise long unskippable cutscenes.
Crap. Who are you? The hell you doing? Who the fuck? You bastard!
Don't forget, we're a law-abiding citizen. We don't let people die. And with this, we get into our first big set of level ups. So, we want, unsurprisingly, attack level 1. We want ourselves, where are we? Rising Tornado and EX Wall Acrobatics. So, attack should be pretty self-explanatory. Rising Tornado is a get up off the ground quick move, because if you ever get knocked to the ground in these games, you are on the ground for a long time. Thanks for moving close to everybody else, I appreciate that. Could have been a bit smoother than that, but still not too bad. Glad the enemies all moved pretty much in the same direction. And the important thing is I have my EX for the next fight, because the next fight is going to be a boss fight. And boss fights in Judgment do things a little differently than the Yakuza series if you've never seen them. Very important tech for Murasei. Guard. Murasei is a bit of an angry lad. He starts with a chair, but he doesn't start with it for very long because he likes to throw it at you. That's why you guard. We do EX Wall Acrobatics. Grab this chair, and hopefully keep Murasei in this corner. Is that me? Ah! He actually did the quick attack, I wasn't expecting that. Alright, if you're going to be a pain, Murasei, you want to hit him the last hit with an EX attack anyway. We want to get him to his second phase, basically. Good. So every single boss in their second phase, when they fire it up, is going to use this thing called a Mortal Wounds. Basically, Judgment is the only RPG game that can permanently break your HP bar. That sounds scary. It is. But what we can do is go into our EX mode and just basically not get hit by it. But you can see there that Murasei was actually invulnerable for a good couple of seconds. That's going to happen with every boss that has an EX mode. I should just EX, it's fine. Yeah. Or I should just EX attack there, but it's fine. That was a decent fight. Picture of the birdie. And then we show that there's no blood.
What the?
We're basically trying to defuse the situation with Murasei and say that, hey, Kume wasn't the guy that killed this guy. Cough. Anyway, that's all in a day's work. It's time to go home. We're only about halfway through the first chapter, by the way. I told you this first chapter was one of the longest in this game. I wasn't kidding. The two chapters that are literally the longest in this game are the first chapter and the finale. Both of which are like 40 to 45 minutes. Even longer if you watch cutscenes, trust me. But gameplay-wise, this chapter is absolutely one of the longest chapters that RGG have ever put out in any of their games. And we do what I was doing earlier. We sleep. Alright, there's a skipple in Lost Judgment, not Judgment. Getting confused because of my D-Rust yesterday. Hey, so we've got a report to Shintani over at the Genda Law Office, and we're going to get our first break segment of the run. There's 3 of them in total, 2 of them come at the same time. Literally about halfway through the run. Every time I get to this road, hey look, a fight spawn. There is a high chance of fight spawns on both sides of the alleyway, so every time I get here, I'll be getting my drone out. Now the most taxis that we use in this run is this one. You can see I'm down to 61 yen. As I said, money gets tight. Money gets exceptionally tight. Thankfully, I need money in the next part. But thankfully I can make money.
Sure.
Okay, so we're gonna have to wait for Shintani's follow-up phone call. This is gonna be our time waiting segment. We have to wait for 3 minutes in-game time. Excuse me, Genda. And in the meantime, we're gonna go shopping. Shopping important. Shopping good. So, I need to make a little bit of money, and thankfully I have just the object for that. So, those mortal wounds that can permanently break your HP bar, there are only 2 ways to get rid of them. One is a specific NPC, is fight spawn enemy, so I'm going to go to this side. 2 is, as you could probably guess, the medkits. The medkits cost a total of 20,000 yen, but sell for a total of, would you believe it, 20,000 yen. Fight spawn. Is that in the alleyway? That is in the alleyway. Okay, good, they turned. Doesn't matter that they're there, I can just go this way to be safe, but I was hoping they wouldn't go down the alleyway. It's not too bad. So, I'm here to sell my medkit. Yes, please. And then we're going to go and immediately make some purchases. We're going to go make our first friend of the run. I agree with this, lad. The Kane Gang does have no decency whatsoever. You'll see who the Kane Gang are in about 30 minutes' time. I fully agree. This is Alice, our first friend. I have to buy a different set of stuff here, so I have to be very careful here and make sure I get the right stuff. I want 1 bento, 10 Asahi Super Dry. Do I get these yet? No, I just get the Lucas soda and Jack Daniel. This leaves us with enough money to do some taxiing, whilst also fulfilling the friendship requirement for Alice. From Alice, we get 500 skill points. Every single one of the Popo shopkeepers that we become friends with, we are going to get 500 skill points. Now I sit here and wait. I need to... Actually, I should wait till Murasa's fight, shouldn't I? I'm going to blow my nose. I need to blow my nose at this point. Yeah. So, we have to be very... keep close attention to everywhere we can't see, because that's where fight spawns are going to turn up, by the way. We need to use the taxi once we're done waiting for Shintani to call. So... that's why we're standing here. Now, the fight spawn is likely down one of those 2 alleyways. The way that fight spawns work in Judgment is they will spawn as close as possible to you where you do not have vision. But again, doesn't matter that much. Cool. But yes, the new route for Judgment is basically be drunk all the time. If you're not drunk, you're doing it wrong. You'll see. The bartender. You'll see. Trust me on this one. Again, we have no way... You can get a method to see where fight spawns are later in the run, but the place where it is, you don't have access to it until, like, chapter 6 or 7. So, we don't actually have the ability to go there just yet. So... Our initial attempts to try and find an alibi for Captain Hammerer have failed. So Captain Hammerer basically comes a bit clean and says at the time of the murder, he was elsewhere actually punching somebody. I see that fight spawn dead ahead of me, that's going away. So what we're going to do is go and find the person that he supposedly was punching at the time and see if they will testify that indeed Hammerer was punching him at the time. There might be a fight spawn here now because I had to despawn that quite early. Now we're good. So we're after a specific host. We want to say date. We're going to go and find them. Had a fight spawn? Nope. I'm going to do this anyway, just in case, because we have to go down this alleyway anyway, and this bit sucks for fight spawns. They basically opened up the Tenkaichi gate to the right there, so you can get fight spawns down there. The first person we speak to is this lady here. We're going to be doing these in a very specific order so that we end at the closest place to where the host actually is. And you can see that we have enough money here for our taxiing shenanigans, because we do need a little bit. We should be good for money for the rest of the run now. Despite the fact that we need 100,000 yen in the next chapter, trust me. Judgment has a whole bunch of, like, money walls in terms of, like, the actual story. It kind of sucks, but it's not too bad to get money in this game. And we've obviously routed it so that the story will give us money at the appropriate moments. And this is the last lady we speak to. Hello.
Right.
Okay, there we go. I have to get rid of the conversation and then go. Alright, so the host is actually at Kanrai, the Korean barbecue place that's up here. So we're going to go there and see if he's there. Hopefully no fight spawn. I might actually just take the safety route of, yep, despawning anyone that's here. And the host is indeed on a date here. So we ask him about Captain Hammerer. He gets a little argumentative with us and says, "Why don't you go check out Kyushu and see if there's a security camera there?" All right, sure, fine. I'll go and do just that, I suppose. And hey, look, there's a security camera.
What the?
What a surprise. I'm shocked as everybody else is. Hey, remember when Murasei had a wooden sword? Yeah, this one's real. It's time for a level up! I was supposed to drink 4 beers before this fight, so oops. Oops, excuse me. I was supposed to drink a lot of beer before this fight. I'll just do it in my menu. So 1, 2, 3, 4. That has left me with no EX. Because you want to start with this EX here to be able to do this EX wall acrobatics. Hits multiple enemies as well as Murasei. And now I want to hopefully grab a bike and hit everybody with it. Thankfully everyone's actually gathered up quite nicely because of that. How did you guard after attacking me? That does beg a couple of questions. Kaito will kill that guy. Don't worry about that guy. Man, will stop bouncing eventually, I hope. I also forgot to get a couple of skills. I want Liquid Courage, Liquid Bravery, Liquid Valor, and of course the Leapfrogs, because the Leapfrogs are good. You'll see what the Leapfrog does in a bit. I was gonna say, that should be phase 2. It's gonna leave me with a little less EX than I would like, but it's fine. I can work around this. Because this set of QTEs, if done correctly, will get me some EX back. There's 1 bar, and the next one will get me another one. About, what, 3.5? 3.5 should be enough.
Is that it?
I'm afraid that is it. For you. Because his animation is so long that he doesn't guard through any of it. If he's he's still alive, follow up with a couple of leapfrogs, a couple of wall strikes. Simple as. Leapfrog is very good for normal enemies. Leapfrog basically jumps behind the enemy, and you'll see what that does for us during the run. But as it turns out, Hammerer was indeed punching a host at the time of the murder. So he does have an alibi. Funny that. So we're going to head over to KJ Art because the host who was testifying, all of a sudden is not testifying because the Curie clan have taken his sister. So we're going to have to go get her back. Ugh. Folks, don't get the flu. Trust me on this one. Right, here's Kaito.
Still.
Kaito's going to do a good distraction for us by literally throwing a giant neon sign through the front door. Thanks, Kaito. Always a good lad. So, this time, you'd think that there would be a time limit on this one, considering the enemies are all, you know,
Got it.
alerted due to the fact that Kaito threw a sign through the front door, but no. Grab that thin wire. This is the one and only time in the story for a thumb turn bypass. It's the other type of lockpicking. It's literally the only other time that you will get this in this story. There is a whole minigame dedicated to this type of lockpicking, but in the actual story, that's the only one. I want to take at least 3 beers, I think. So that's fine. I'll take 1 and then I can take the other 2 in a second. There's not that many single-handed weapons that are actually decent in this run. But there is one of them. And they're in this fight. The nunchucks. Now, ideally, I want to actually hit him with the light combo. Because the EX that it actually gives us, really, that sucks. It's very rare that he actually breaks out of your combo mid-combo. Come on, up you get. But you can see you do a lot of damage and also gain a bunch of EX that way. Nunchucks are usually very, very good. Very, very good. Find the appropriate level of drunk to get the appropriate level of EX from this place. So yeah, we're just once again going through KJ Art. For some reason, Yagami moves. Oh, because I'm drunk, that's why. I forgot that last time I did this as well. Because I'm basically full drunk at this point, Yagami's moving a little weirdly. I should fix that. Should. Doesn't mean I'm going to. That's rude. Once again, Crane EX wall. It's a shame I actually missed. It's good. And now we want to take care of Onodera. Onodera has a move that we have gracefully dubbed the RRLAT6 dodge. In the original Yakuza 1, there's a boss called RRLAT6. He has this really cool dodge where he jumps down to the ground and basically fires his guns. For some reason, every single RPG game, there's at least one enemy that has the RRLAT6 dodge. That's the guy in this game. Leapfrog. Wall strike or leapfrog, doesn't matter which, just take care of the enemy. I don't know why you decided to pick that sofa up, but you did move it out of my way, so I appreciate that. Remember that speed tech from earlier? About to come into play. So, because we looked at the door above, we actually get that last option for the code for the door. If you didn't look at the door the first time through this place, you would have to go upstairs, look at the door, come back, and fight that guy again. That's why it's speed tech. I don't know why one door needs a lockpick and one has the actual lock, but yeah, sure, why not?
Almost there. Nice. That'll do it.
Okay. I think it's 1370. Okay. And the final fight for this first chapter. As I said, this first chapter is a ridiculous amount of length for this entire run. Again, rude. So, EX Wall Acrobatics changes depending on which of your fighting styles you're in. Take care of this guy, build my EX up at the same time. Good fight. Couldn't see much of what was going on there, but trust me, good fight. And that is finally the first chapter. That's it. We're actually done with the first chapter now. Only like 11 more to go. Thankfully, as said, the only really long chapter is the first chapter and the final chapter. Every other chapter goes relatively quickly, with some exceptions. Alright, so we're gonna head to the second crime scene. We were dealing with the third crime scene. Essentially, we got Captain Hammer off the hook. Excuse me. But we don't know who's been killing these Yakuza, so we're gonna, you know, do our due diligence and find out who killed these Yakuza. It's like the central plot for the entirety of the game. Just Tenkaichi. And you might remember I said in the previous chapter that there was an NPC who could heal mortal wounds. The game heals your mortal wounds for the last time at this bit. Gonna look at these bags. And this screw. That screw doesn't actually have any bearing on the investigation whatsoever. It's for drone parts. Then we're going to have our phone stolen. If I can get a good angle at the start of this, I can avoid 2 sets of QTEs. There we go. Good. Good. It's kind of rough to avoid most of these QTEs. Left-hand side for these cones. It doesn't look like it'd be the left-hand side, but it is. The railing. Remember when it said earlier you could press circle to capture the person you were chasing? Yeah, not for story-based chases, which is, you know, all of them. Square for cars. Stick to the right here. This one is tricky to get all the dodges. Yep, because usually you'll bounce off of one set of NPCs. And you have to watch out for that cone there. Yeah. Not surprised. Usually you get 1 or 2 QTs there, unfortunately. Cook a bit of my breakfast. Notice the building to the right doesn't load in. Curious. Okay, so we got our phone back. Speak to Kaito. He's got in touch with this dirty cop called Ayabe. We're looking for the mole, basically. There you go. As soon as you hear your phone, you can skip the cutscenes. And this is going to be the NPC. So we have to go and see this NPC. We have to be a little careful because there's a lot of fight spawn chances down Tenkaichi. Like that one right there. Like that one right there. Okay. As I said, most of the taxis we take in this game are just going to be to West Shichifuku Street. Most of them are, because we go to the Genda Law office quite a bit, and then most things around it are also important. So we've got to go meet a doctor in the sewer. Don't worry about it. He's the one that can treat your mortal wounds. This is the last time the game's going to treat your mortal wounds, if you have any. Even on the harder difficulties, which is kind of nice. As you can see, he's a friend. Left is the correct option. But this guy who's in a bit of pain, he just had kidney stones, which, yes, same, I got 2 of them. They're gonna be a problem one day, but thankfully not today. Hopefully not today. Fingers crossed, not today. Hey look, a fight spawn coming from the right-hand side of the sign, like I said. The right-hand side of the sign there is a massive pain in the ass for fight spawns. Anytime you run down Tenkaichi, you must be ready to get rid of any fight spawns that potentially turn up. It's like the... Other than going down Pink Street for the taxi from your office, it's like the big, like, danger area for fight spawns. It's just really problematic. Hey, here's Genda-sensei. I'm not going to walk away without talking to Genda this time, am I? Because I always do. I always do. Forget about poor old Genda-sensei. Good character in this game. Don't talk about him in Lost Judgment. Alright, so this is the game. Basically what Judgment does is it does a bunch of side stuff that basically, because this is like the start of like a brand new franchise, basically they want to like ease the player into things and introduce a whole bunch of mechanics that you might be used to from obviously the Yakuza series, including some stories, or in this game, side cases. Now it's very important that we never ever access our mailbox. If we access our mailbox, we will lose literally the entire run. Because one, it becomes invalid because we accidentally pick up the DLC, and two, it takes literally like a minute and a half to take all the DLC items out of our post box. I wish I was joking, I'm really not. And this is where I start getting confused with the run, because we used to go and see Dwayne at this point, but we don't anymore. So I need to double check. Yes. I was ready to pause in case there was a fight spawn here. Hey, you'll like those tail segments, right? I hope the answer was yes, because here's another one. This is tail segment number 2. So the original version of Judgment was quite nasty because if you remember what I said about the very first tail segment, where when they stop, they usually turned around in the original version. Most of the tail segments that got trimmed down in the remaster was most of the first one with the first turnarounds being taken out, because most of them were very unfair. It was actually a good change. It would have been a better change if we could have skipped these, but... Now I get to have my breakfast, because this man's gonna stand here for like 45 seconds and there's nothing we can do about it. Yes, this is dry cereal, don't judge me. I was in a rush. We have tried a lot of ways to speed this man's animation up here. If you interrupt him, he goes back and he takes more pictures of whatever that advert is. I think it's a movie poster. Why? Once again, these are all completely scripted. We know exactly when these things are going to happen and when they're going to turn around. I kind of like these tail segments for how chill they are, because I get to chill during these bits, but also there's 45 minutes of them. It's way too many. Sir? Surprised that didn't get his attention. Yeah, wait, he should turn around here, but he won't because it's the remastered version. Now, some of your tail targets have really good vision, and some of them don't. This guy does not. Like, you could be directly, literally like 90 degrees to the side of him, and he won't see you. Just don't go too fast, and everything's good. I'm gonna need you to move, because I have to hide here. Thanks. Essentially, the story behind this tail section is this is Naruko's husband. He is suspected of infidelity. He is meeting this young woman outside of the hotel district. That don't look good. Now I have a camera. See? For the love of everything, do not hit the X button during this bit. Oh my god. You hit the X button during this bit, you are going to get a game over. Not speaking from experience, that. I'm very much speaking from experience there. Now I wait. Now I wait. I eat more of my dry cereal. Here's the thing, if we're fast enough and we don't get seen at the start of this, because you can do, we can actually get a very quick camera, quick photo coming up here.
Now.
Nice. Doesn't matter that's kind of a bad picture, it still counts because all the boxes were ticked. That's the only important point. So about those tail segments, this is tail segment number 3. I told you there's a lot of these. I told you there's a hell of a lot of these. 40 minutes of downtime in the run, oh baby. Oh, they're wonderful. Anyway, again, this is the remaster, so usually, you'll see in a second she's going to stop just after this car, that's when she would turn around for the first time. Her AI is actually going to brake during this bit. It likes to brake quite a bit. Really stupid, but it does. I think it's because of the 60 FPS. Because she never used to do this in the original version, so I'm fairly certain it's only because of the high FPS. So, we basically want to follow her and see where she goes, because obviously she went into a love hotel with the old man. They're definitely up to something. I'm going to wait here for like 30 seconds. Ugh. Once again, folks, don't get the flu. For some reason her AI can break and she turns around an extra time there. Sometimes she does, sometimes she doesn't. This time she didn't. Kinda nice. She does have pretty decent vision, so just be a little careful. This apparently counts as me being able to see her. Sure. Once again, a bit of an unskippable animation coming up here. Just gonna hide for a second. But stay hydrated, everybody. So, in the original, she would actually turn around this point, but she's not actually going to in the remaster, which is nice. In the original, she would turn around 3 more times. In the remaster, she'll only turn around 1 more time. Which I'm a little further behind than I would like at this point, if I'm being brutally honest. I'll play this safe. I probably could make it to the car. It doesn't matter if I do or not. We're going to play it safe. The only time loss you can get from this is just messing up the basic stuff. It's why you don't need to rush, even here. I don't need to rush. In the original, she'd turn around here. She won't do in the remaster. I want to run forward a tiny bit. Again, running creates sound, so just be a little careful when you do that. That's the end of tail segment number 3. Thank God for that. Let's play the video game. Anyway, yeah, infidelity's happening. And literally with the younger lady who works on the floor below the cafe. So, oops. So, this shows that you can now do side cases. Your side cases are based on a couple of factors in this game. One of which is your reputation level, which is your friendship. We can now play Outrun in the office, by the way. Sure. Now say hello to the K-ing gang. This is Kasai. We're going to hit Kasai in the face with a bike. It's important. Did not mean to jump over, but that's fine, so I can just grab this one. I'm going to focus on Kasai once I've taken care of these enemies. Really, Kasai? You're going to do that to me again, are you? Kasai's going to get to about half HP. He's going to go to his EX, at which point every enemy that goes into their EX is invulnerable, but you can interrupt that invulnerability with a heat attack. Leapfrog, good. Leapfrog, very good. So, the Kane gang are going to turn up at certain points. Not yet. But the Kane gang are going to turn up at certain points during the game. They're actually on 2 separate timers. So, of those 2 separate timers, one is getting into specific fights with Kane gang members, which is obviously our fight spawns around town, which we don't want to do. And the other one is a pure out-and-out timer. It is impossible to avoid the Kane gang, but we can tell how well we're doing in the run depending on how long the Kane gang stay around for. This is drone racing. The game introduces us to it. Thankfully, we don't have to do anything about it. And this is another point where we can get a really nasty fight spawn, so I keep an eye out as I go up here for where enemies might be. Over the road is fine. They'll probably see me, but that's, again, fine. They didn't. Interesting. I'm a little surprised about that. That's a text skip, not a start skip, my dude. Hell. So this is Koi Bride. This is where we're supposed to meet Ayabe, but unfortunately there's going to be a bit of trouble. There's a really cool EX attack you can do with this pond here, but it lasts like 45 seconds, so it's really long.
You got balls, don't you?
I guess I do.
I'm gonna serve them to you.
When's my next level up? Is it level? It's chapter 3 EX. We get attack 2 this time. I'm being interrupted every single fight at this point, and it's really getting on my nerves at this bit. That actually was a good fight. Even though I got the bench knocked out of my hands, that was a good fight. Again, your NPC allies are usually pretty good. Shoutouts to Kaito. He's going to carry me through this entire run. I'm not even joking. Kaito genuinely will carry you through runs. You'll get to see him in a lot more detail when we get to his DLC in like 2-3 hours time. R1 is the key.
Perfect.
So this is your gambling hall in this game. Now the game wants us to actually do a little bit of gambling. So we're going to do a little bit of blackjack. And by doing a little bit of blackjack, what I mean is actually I'm going to skip out of it because you can do that with any minigame in RGG games. Thank God. Shoutouts to figuring that out because of Yakuza Dead Souls.
Name's Ayabe.
Also with the English dub, we can skip certain character introductions. This is Ayabe. He's actually a very important character in this game, but you'll never see him again. Back to the office. Which bit is this bit? Is this the mysterious assailants? I think it is, right? I'm quietly confident that this is the bit with the baseball bats. So when leaving Koi Bride, you can get a fight spawn like literally right next to the door. There's nothing you can do about it if you get it. It's a shame, but you just have to be prepared. Thankfully, outside of Koi Bride is a bunch of bikes. But essentially, yeah, there's some places where there are fight spawns that if you get really unlucky and get them, they're unavoidable. There's nothing you can do. Which is the downside to Judgement, unfortunately. Lost Judgement is a lot nicer about fight spawns. It's still a little aggressive, but Lost Judgement has something that massively helps with fight spawns, and you'll see what that is in about 4 hours' time. Also, Lost Judgement has a dog. It's not Hyperbole. Lost Judgement has a dog. A cute dog. He's the best dog. Hey, here's a bunch of guys with baseball bats. Here's what I'm going to do. I'm going to hit them with this bike, hopefully. Please hit them with the bike. No, I don't want him. I want the bike. This happens sometimes with Yagami. He likes to pick things up that aren't the bike. Am I supposed to be drunk at this point? I don't think so. The last 3 enemies, either, if they're on low HP, just attack them like that, or do wall strikes. I wanted to do a wall strike until I realized that actually both of them would have been hit with a bike, so just take them out. No, I'm not supposed to. I'm supposed to be building up my EX on these fights, but I'm not supposed to be drunk at this point. I can get drunk if I want to. I might get slightly drunk for the next fight, because that will help a lot.
Got it.
Also, Kaizo was in here the entire time, watching us just fight outside. Thanks, Kaito. Actually, no, it wasn't. That's later. That's the next chapter. Yeah. Alright, so the intel that we've got suggests that we need to go to a place called Konban Wife, which is over on Tenkaichi. Once again, anytime we get to this part, we will get the drone out because it will despawn any sets of enemies that are here. You can get lucky and not have the fight spawn be on this side, but more likely than not, it's going to be on this side. So, unfortunately, there's a reason why Lost Judgment and OG Judgment's runs are so different time-wise, and it's not just the waiting sections. In Lost Judgment, we're going to have the ability to literally taxi anywhere we want, but in Judgment, we actually have to... In Judgment, we actually have to go and find a taxi, which is a shame. If we could taxi anywhere, this run would probably cut down by an hour. It would be absolutely fantastic. But thankfully, it's Dragon Engine, so we can pretty much just taxi to wherever we need to go, like right now. Also, Lost Judgment doesn't force you to do VR Mario Party. If you're wondering what VR Mario Party is, just wait 30 minutes. You'll get to hear me yell about it non-stop. It's the biggest load of RNG in this entire run, and it kills runs very, very quickly and easily. I say quickly, but it's like an hour and a half into the run. Great. 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 Shout out to this being even worse on the PS4 version, where it was like 2.5 hours into the run. Anyway, we went to the patriarch of the Matsugane family, who is Matsugane. Surprise. We asked him if we can get him to stop Hamura. Basically, he goes and says he's only just the figurehead for the clan at this point. Hamura's pretty much just running everything, so... Great. So we're going to go to Cafe Alps and have a very nice, civilized conversation with Captain Hamura, where nothing bad is going to happen whatsoever. About that. Let's see if I can do this fight fast. This is Kengo. He was one of the people that baseball bats outside of our office. Gonna mess me up? I'm gonna mess you up. Leapfrog. I'm gonna change to Tiger real quick to do a little bit more damage. Don't really need to, but... that's a shame. Alright, Kengo, if you're gonna do this, I'm gonna do this. This sucks, because I don't want to do this early. That missed. That sucks. Bad first fight. Very bad first fight. Bad first fight means I have less EX for Ozaki here. So I'm going to have to focus on him. I think I do take one beer just to get my EX back up a bit quicker. I should have stayed Crane there, it's fine. Because ideally, I would have used an EX attack against Ozaki to get into the next phase. Unfortunately, as you can see, that's a bit of a problem. Thankfully, the Wake Up Rising Tornado attack is really good just for attacking enemies. This will build my EX up twice. At which point, Ozaki goes into his EX. I'm going to burst through it with mine. Just don't get hit by that. Good hit. Oops, I didn't finish. Again, Leapfrog good. Leapfrog good for normal enemies. Leapfrog very, very good. Okay. With that, we have a kind of chase section? Not really a chase section, this guy saved us. So we're just following him to get out. If we can get the right angle here, you can avoid 2 QTEs. Good. It's a really tight angle, actually. It's a lot tighter than that looked. So again, this time I have a line that I follow for this one. It's a lot easier for the second one. This one's very hard to avoid both QTEs. Yeah. Because usually you'll bounce off one set of NPCs, unfortunately. Doable, though. I don't know why we don't just walk around this guy.
Damn it.
Alright, bad timing on my part as well. Alright, long cutscenes. Love long cutscenes.
Oh, shit. Damn it.
Interesting. Okay.
Let me borrow this real quick.
It's time to check my emails real quick. Hey, this is just a long set of cutscenes. There's a couple of QTEs like this one. As long as you're paying attention at the right time, it's fine. Got more on my breakfast. Really extending this breakfast. Okay, so I don't know why there's a second QTE there, because there's only supposed to be one. Huh. That's curious.
You don't give up, do you?
Huh. Oh, well, I've never seen that before. Didn't affect me at all. The second one didn't fail at all. I couldn't even do the second one, but there's not supposed to be two QTEs there.
Not yet.
Yeah. Yeah. That's all I got. Ah, we're stuck in the bad loop. For some reason, you don't have to do the last one. I don't know why. That's the last one there is what made me realize you can actually avoid most of the QTEs in this bit. Anyway, that's the end of the second chapter. The early game chapters are a lot longer than the mid-game chapters, as you'll see. Unfortunately, this chapter is the chapter that kills runs. This is what we like to call the VR Mario Party chapter. You'll never guess why. It's because we have to play VR Mario Party in this one. If you're wondering why I call it VR Mario Party, just trust me, you'll understand. Trust me. You will understand. you will very much understand. This is Higashi. He doesn't like us very much, but actually, he's very tsundere. He'll like us in time. We're gonna do the thing we do with literally all of our friends, and we're gonna go stalk him. To be fair, it's at the request of Kaito. Hey, look at that word at the top right. You know exactly what that means. Tail segment number 4! Love these bits. They're great. There's actually speed tech to this one coming up. But this bit also shows off how evil this is. Look at Yagami's feet as this starts. Look at that cone right in front of you. If you're not paying attention, you will walk straight into that and create a bunch of noise. That is an exceptionally evil start to this. They are not nice with these tail segments, let me tell you. Now, the first bit of speed tech is going to come up, and it's doable in the original, but it's a lot harder, because in the remaster, Higashi is supposed to turn around here, or just coming up here, but he won't, as you can see. So we can actually skip an entire set of dialogue lines with Higashi if we're close enough to him in this next part. I need to be very careful of all these NPCs moving around. So if we're close enough to Higashi when he takes this phone call coming up here, he will, in fact, not take that phone call and just run away. That saves you a good, like, 20 seconds. It's pretty nice. I'm just going to stay here to avoid his line of sight from the side, because Higashi has quite high vision. So just be a little careful. And I want to be careful, not of Higashi, but with this lady here. This lady is going to try and push me out of the way because we're supposed to stop here, because Higashi does stop. Lady. And again, they can push, any NPC can push us around the corner into Higashi's vision. Ooh, I don't like these three together. Get out of my way. Cool. That's the first part of this done. There is also a little bit of speed tech for the second part of this, which is a lot easier to pull off than the first part. I say that, actually it's not, it's a bit harder. I lied. Again. So, Higashi is going to get the attention of a specific NPC here. He's not going to turn around until then, it's the same with the original. But we can actually interrupt his conversation with that NPC up ahead of us, ahead of that bike. Kind of hard to see in the darkness, but I think I can do it with these bins, if I remember rightly. Not if I do like that, I can't. Hey, what up, dude? It's a bit slow, but it's fine. It still interrupts the conversation with him, which is the important part, but you can do that a little earlier. I thought I could do it with the bins, but tailing segments and objects are finicky. Let's use the word finicky. You'll see why in Lost Judgment. Higashi is going to go into this Popo to get himself some food or some cigarettes or something. We cannot interrupt this part. We have to wait very, very specifically, so we'll just hide here. I'm going to blow my nose again, because heck, this flew. Folks, I'm going to say it multiple times during this entire run. Don't get the flu. It sucks. I've had this for 3 weeks at this point, or coming up to 3 weeks. This flu sucks. Follow that, Higashi. We're going to intentionally get seen by Higashi at the top of this road. It's going to be a bit quicker than waiting for his animation to go through. Hey, bud. Hey, bud. Hey, bud. Hey, bud. He has a lot longer of an animation if he doesn't see you. This only saves about like 5 seconds, but again.
I thought I saw him, though.
Nah. Nah, no way. Absolutely not. And this is the last hiding spot for this tail segment. As the end of tail segment number 4. So Higashi has taken us back to his arcade that he owns as part of the Matsugane family. At this part, we get to pick whichever disguise we want. I'm just going to do work clothes, because I need to do work on this run right now. Because I'm a little behind my PB base.
What?
These are just tech skips. Once again, I will show you the power of leapfrog. Leapfrog good. That's a wall strike. Sometimes you don't leapfrog a person, which is a pain in the backside. Do you mind? Do you mind? You should be dead at this point. Bizarre. Bizarre. Anyway. We have a conversation with Higashi, and we're like, hey, we should be friends, you know, Kaito's worried about you, blah, blah, blah. This chapter is basically going to be dedicated to why Kaito got expelled from the Matsugane family. So a little bit of backstory for Best Boy Kaito. Here's a hat. We're not going to follow the hat. So the downside is in this chapter we need 100,000 yen for the story. You can see we're at 73. Well, actually, I think it's like 90,000. You can see we're only at 73,000. We're a little bit off in terms of money right now. The nice thing is that actually we've got an unavoidable thing that's going to give us a boatload of money in a second. So I don't have to worry too much. That's still on money. That's the only one you need to do. And then we leave.
You heading to...
We're in the bartender. When in doubt, go get drunk at bartender. Always. I ever remember what happens next in these books. It's always the early chapters that I forget what to do, because you do a lot of back and forth between your office and bartender. Oh, it's the side quest. The one I literally just spoke about. Ha. Alright, so, we gotta go to... That's a fight spawn ahead of us. We got a very specific job from the bartender, where a thief in a mask, funny that, has asked for our help in finding a thief in a mask. So, we're going to go and do that. And taxing up to East Shichifuku is the closest one. We want to be a little careful of fight spawns on the way through here, because you can get one nasty one. Usually the rest of them aren't too bad. That's not a great one, but it should be fine. If I just, yeah, go to the side. Fight spawns in Judgment are probably the second worst set of fight spawns in any RGG speedrun. The worst being Yakuza 5, which you all will see later on this week. Shout out to our boy Ryu, who's going to be doing Yakuza 5 any % for you. You ask any speedrunner of Yakuza 5 what they think of a place called Tsukumino, we'll just start curling up in a ball and crying, trust me. That place has the worst fight spawns of any RGG game you will ever see in your life, and I've got my fingers crossed that it goes well, because Tsukumino is pure evil for fight spawns. The Judgment's fight spawns are very aggressive, as you saw there. They will see you from literally half the map away and get into a fight with you half the map away. Judgment's fight spawns are very nasty. Anyway, don't mess up this jump. You actually want to go down here. Trust me, that's faster. But we're over to Senryo. Again, you can get fight spawns down 10k. Just be very careful. Because there's not one here. There's going to be one at the very end. I can guarantee it. Hey, look. It's a fight spawn. Look at that. Most of the time with Judgment, because of the way that fight spawns work, you can kind of tell quite reliably when there's going to be a fight spawn. Just because of how aggressive they are. It just depends on which side of the road they are and whether they're early or late. We won't get one here because we're going to get to the story segment, but there's a high likely chance that we will get a fight spawn on the way to this next taxi. So we want to be very careful when going down Shofu Street, down the bottom here. I've forgotten its name again. Hey look, a fight spawn. What a surprise. But Judgment's fight spawns are exceptionally aggressive, so it kind of works out in its favor of... Because they're aggressive, we kind of know where they're going to be, but it also doesn't work out in our favor that they're aggressive and they're everywhere. So we have to take a little bit of extra time to just get rid of fight spawns. Getting into fights, as you've seen, is really bad for time. Depending on, obviously, where the fight spawn is. We've had 2 in this run so far. Depending on where the fight spawn is compared to, like, obviously, like, weapons and objects in the fight that you can easily get to, there are some that are just really bad and really nasty, and there are some that are actually okay. This one, we're not actually going to take a taxi. We're going to run back to where we first encountered one of the thieves. So that's going to be a little bit dangerous. So again, we're going to be keeping an eye out in certain locations for fight spawns. Also, if you're also wanting some more Yakuza content in this RRLAT6, geez, words are hard, then we also have K1 all sub-stories % coming up, I believe. That will be on the 24th of December. Merry Christmas. Anyway, I'm going to kick these guys. Leapfrog, good. Funny, that. Good double. Good double. Very beautiful double. Very, very nice combo. Very, very good fight. Very, very good fight. Beer. Wine.
Hey.
This guy. Picture 2, picture 1, and then I'm going to kick him in the back of the head as well.
You asked for it.
I'm trying to aim for him to go towards the wall so I can do... well, hopefully that, but I did mess up my angle. Really? Video game? That might be a bit too far away. Yeah. We're doing this, Crow. We're doing this. I don't want to have to use my EX mode, but fine. I was kind of hoping to save that for Shioya. That fight can unfortunately go a little wrong if you get your angles mixed up. Bartender, we can now do side quests there and we get 50,000 yen. Remember when I said we needed like 90,000 yen? We now have over 90,000 yen. It's not the end of the money situation in the run. We're still going to need a whole boatload of it later on. But for now, and this story moment, we have enough. Basically, the game makes you do this side quest here to basically give you just enough money to be able to continue on the story. Because Judgment's story actually has a lot of money blocks to it. We still need about, roughly in the story alone, 150,000 yen. 150 or is it a bit more than that? I think it's 150,000 yen. I'm fairly certain it's 150,000 yen. Anyway, rest up on the sofa. Again, sofa's hitbox sucks. Much better in Lost Judgment. I'll show you a cool trick in Lost Judgment with this sofa. In OG Judgment. Don't get that luck. There goes our money. I think it is actually 100,000 yen, but yeah. As you can see, we're basically down a lot of money. We need 150,000 yen by Chapter 9. Don't worry, we'll have about 300,000 yen at that point. Oh no, we need another 75,000 yen, don't we, for the Kane gang. For Captain Cop. Right. Yeah, we need a lot of money in this run. Thankfully, the way that we've set this run up is we get enough money. Unfortunately, speaking of money, it's time to go play VR Mario Party. The bane of every single Judgment runner's existence. This bit sucks. This bit is the big bit of RNG in the speedrun. If it goes wrong, there's nothing I can do about it. This bit just sucks. We've tried many ways of making this bit go a little smoother. Unfortunately, there is no way to make this smoother. So, what we're gonna do is we need to go find a homeless guy called Red Nose. He is the one that supposedly robbed the office when Kaito was there, which got him expelled from the Matsugane family. It's all going to turn out to be a thing set up by Captain Hammer to get rid of Kaito, because Kaito was a thorn in Hammer's side. Essentially, to do this, this homeless guy will give us the information we need if we go and play VR Paradise, or Paradise VR. This is VR Mario Party. This sucks. That fight spawn sucks, but actually I'm surprised it didn't get into a fight with me. I've been building this up for the last, like, hour or so in terms of how evil this is, and you might think that this is placebo when I say, this is the unfortunately named Naisu Daisu. Poor girl.
Yep, nope. Yeah.
You might think I may have been building up VR Mario Party quite a bit over the last hour. It wasn't hyperbole when I said this is VR Mario Party, by the way.
Here we go.
So,
Come on.
we really don't want to get into any fights, which I think... Is this a fight? I think this is a fight. Yep. Oh, that sucks. Alright, we got a bad start already. Nice. Essentially, on the right, you can see there's certain dice left. You get different events per the spaces you land on. Fights are bad. What a surprise. Because they will give us dice blocks after, and also it takes a long time to kill the enemy. So already we're on a bad VR Mario Party.
Must we?
What a shock. At least that was a good leapfrog. Sometimes Yagami doesn't like leapfrogging enemies. I'm going to moan about that a couple of times today as well. Ideally, I would like a dice roll of 2 right now.
Now.
I need to check. I'll go to the safe. What's on the right-hand side, actually? I can't remember what's on the right.
Crossroads.
Go left. There's a couple of ways you can finish this early. That dice block there gets rid of the dice you have left, or we can go straight to the end and just finish it. So I'm hoping to get a high dice roll or a low dice roll here. Some of these are just open these safe parts. You can get a fun turn bypass, or this one's much faster than the fun turn bypass. So these are good. We are earning money during all of this. It doesn't matter the money we get from this. We have routed this to have no money from it. Is that the end? Okay, that's fine. That's not the fastest VR Mario Party, but considering that's free dice, that's not too bad. It's actually not too bad, I'll take that. You don't want any fights, but to finish this in 3 dice rolls, the quickest you can do it, having a fight in it isn't that great, but honestly, I got a very quick save as well as a slow fight, so I'll take it. The downside is you have to wait to get the clear prize from it and this animation, but honestly, I'll take that. I've had far worse VR Mario parties than that. So, we got the thing that the NPC wants. It doesn't matter if you get it or not. The game will just continue anyway. There's no actual, like, extra stuff we get for it, unfortunately. No fight spawn. Hey. Appreciate that. It's probably going to be around this corner. It's not? Alright. Alright, just don't give me a fight spawn. I'm okay with this. That's fine by me. I've had far, far worse VR Mario parties where you can literally get dice rolls where your only options are fight spawns. It sucks. VR Mario Party, if it decides to be evil, can be actually outright pure evil. Thankfully, if there is a fight spawn ahead of us here, it gets despawned, because we get this phone call here. Attack level up. That's what I need to do. It's very important I remember to get my attack level up right now. And hopefully we have a good fight here, because if you can get a good angle in this fight coming up, then... See, I only had 23 skill points left. Like I said, your early game upgrade routing is exceptionally tight. Usually you have to wait until the fight starts, because that extra SP you get for obviously getting here.
Red Nose sends his regards.
Good for him. Hopefully I can hit everybody with this bench. I missed a guy, that sucks. I think I was supposed to aim for these guys first. Over it. I was a little worried about the guy that I knocked outside of the park, because the guy outside of the park, sometimes the weapon that you have doesn't count, like, the actual hit, which is a shame, but you know, it happens. Okay. We gotta go beat up Higashi. Okay. I don't need beer for this, so it should be fine. Ideally, you aim for Higashi with your EX. Those two. Do the QTE to get your EX back. Very important for surviving the second phase. Taking care of most of the enemies so far, which is good. Did not mean to do that. Oh, that's bad. It is very important I don't get hit by that and lose my HP, which has happened. So that's the mortal wound, as you can see. My HP is busted. That's gonna be busted until I heal it with a medkit. That's a lot of damage. Not too happy about that, if I'm being honest. Which chapter are we going into? Chapter 5? I could probably wait until like chapter 8 to heal it, to be honest. I think we're fine. Yeah. I think we're fine for now. There's one fight that worries me coming up in terms of having my HP bar broken, but I think we're fine. I think we're fine. Hope we're fine. We're gonna find out. I'm a little worried about that, but we should be fine. The fight that worries me is actually in this chapter. But we should be fine. I mean, I have two medkits on me, right? Or did I not pick the one up in chapter 1? I can't remember if I picked up the spare one in chapter 1 or not. I should have done. So I should be able to just heal it off if I need to. That'll be fine. It'll be fine. I guess the Shioya fight could be a problem, but I doubt it. Alright, so we've got a little bit of character moments here where we get a lovely Phoenix Wright-esque moment.
Okay. Yagami-san.
So, we have to figure out who ate Sayori's cake. Poor old Hoshino is being blamed for it. We're gonna look around the... We're gonna look around the office and look for evidence. That's everything that we need. It should be... Where are we? The trash can. Because there is no wrapper. If Hoshino had eaten the cake, there would be a wrapper. We want the milk cartons. The power notice. Nobody. Because the answer is nobody ate the cake. The power was getting shut off during the night, so Genda took the cake home. Thanks, Genda. Alright then, Higashi. Also, Judgment's cool because we get to jump out of this window. We don't get to do that in Lost Judgment. So, enjoy jumping out of this window for now, because this is the only times we'll get to do it. It's a massive shame. A genuinely massive shame. That fight that I'm worried about is actually coming up next. It's after this bit. Yeah, it'll be fine. Anyway, we gotta go and save Kim from the K'ing gang, because unfortunately another one of the K'ing gang have turned up. If you ever played Yakuza 0, this guy's gonna look a heck of a lot like Mr. Shakedown. Kind of fights like Mr. Shakedown as well. This guy hits hard. Hey, we've gotta head to the beef zone! The aptly named The Beef Zone. This way. I think I'm gonna get drunk here just as a preemptive, make sure that I get EX from this fight.
Now, enough talk.
This is Renji Honda. This guy, if he hits me with his EX attack, I'm gonna die. That's why I'm worried. I didn't mean to kick him there, I meant to grab the bike, but it's fine because I can just use that. He's gonna go into his EX, at which point I can interrupt and kill the fight with this EX move. As I said, it should be fine. That little kick basically guaranteed that I would have enough EX to do that. It's a bit slower, but I wanted to guarantee that I would not get hit in this fight. With my HP bar slightly broken, it is actually a genuine worry that I would have died there. So at this point, the K'ing gang can now turn up. So they're on those two timers that I mentioned earlier. One is a fight-based system, so there's a fight spawn down there. The more fight spawns or fights you get into around town, the quicker they'll turn up. Otherwise, the second timer is a timer-based one. They are going to turn up at some point. As I said earlier, you can kind of tell how well you're doing in the run, determined by when the K'ing gang actually turn up. So there is one specific point that I want them to turn up. If they turn up any earlier than that, then that's bad. But basically at this point, that timer has started. The K'ing gang are very, very unavoidable. Anyway, it's time for more side quest stuff to get us more money so that we can progress in the story. It is main story quotation marks, but unfortunately it is side cases. Judgment pads with a lot of side cases, unfortunately. I love this game a bit, but it pads out quite heavily. So we want to go to La Marche. And then we want a taxi again. Need to remember... I need to remember when I next go to the shop, because I can't remember. It's in a couple of chapters from now. I should also hopefully make it so that there's no fight spawns around, but there can be. Just be a little careful when going around this corner. That'll be good. And then we taxi back again. So we choose to go down via the bottom path here, because if there is a fight spawn, by going briefly into Don Quixote and out, it makes it so they don't actually aggro, as you can see. Now they're aggroed. Taxi, please. Because I know my next level up is coming in this chapter. It should be on the big ladder climb before Shibuya. This run has gotten a bit more dangerous because we used to get HP upgrades, but we don't anymore. Which is why having a broken HP bar is a bad thing. Okay, so basically, lawyer shenanigans are going down. We need to go and disprove that the client of the defense is lying about where they were. So we're going to go and get the security camera footage from somewhere else. Again, there can be a fight spawn around the corner, so I'm being very careful as I go around this corner. Oh, we're good. This guy has a knife.
Guess we're doing this.
So, hopefully we can do this fight fast. We leapfrog. EX boost. Easy peasy. I don't know if I have enough EX left over from the Renji Honda fight. Quite lucky that, actually.
What the?
That's not actually the client. Whoa. So we're actually supposed to buy the security footage here, which is supposed to cost like 150,000 yen. But for some reason, instead, the game gives us 150,000 yen. Now we're rich. Remember when I said we wouldn't have money problems? Guess what? We don't have money problems. Right, so we now warn Shintani that he may be in danger because of him being involved with the case with Captain Hammer at the very start of the game. It's a bit Shioya, isn't it? Yes, it is. Yeah, Ayabe into Shioya. Yeah. So, over to the Millennium Tower. This is where I need to get my next level up ready. Excuse me, please. Thank you. This is Ayabe. Don't call him a dirty cop. Should be pretty obvious, but don't call him a dirty cop. He knows he's a dirty cop, just don't call him a dirty cop. Hey, us and Kaito are gonna go and kick some butt. I'm gonna go back and see good old the Curie clan from the first chapter. Going this way. So in this part, Kaito is going to follow us. The quickest way to get Kaito up to the roof is this ladder. I need to get myself combo speed 1. Then I need to make myself a lot more susceptible to alcohol, or be able to hold my alcohol a lot more. And speaking of alcohol, I'm just going to chug me a Jack Daniels. I should probably shortcut that at this point. I don't think I need the Wilkinson on a shortcut, but just in case. That bench is about to become very important, trust me. Kaito. Get the drone out. That's why you don't want to be too close to the edge, because you can't actually get the drone out if you're there. There's a bunch of wind that pushes the drone around here. If you just stay like reasonably low, it won't push you around too much. And it's time for a boss fight where that masked person who stole our phone earlier saves our life. So for phase 1, we need to take care of the ads before you can get through phase 1. So I'm going to hit Shoya with this. Not pick up the ashtray. Pick up the bench instead, because as you can probably guess, bench good. And take care of the ads if you would like to stand up, so I can hit all of you. It's a shame I didn't want to do that attack, so I wanted them to stand up. Shoya. Phase 2. I still have 2 bench hits left, so I can do 1 normal attack into the heat attack. That'll stop Shoya from murdering me. I would rather Shoya didn't murder me. My HP is a little precarious for this fight right now. He's gone. It's a shame. As I said, your allies are actually really good and really aggressive in this game. It's kind of nice. It can mess you up a couple of times, unfortunately. Sugiura kind of pushed the enemy away. If you wonder who Sugiura is, by the way, it's this good-looking lad right here.
I'm Sugiura.
That guy.
Fumiya Sugiura.
That guy. He's also a very good ally NPC. Every single one of your ally NPCs in this game are really, really good. In Lost Judgment, you'll see. I'd like to not be stuck on the bench. Thanks. Again, there can be a fight spawn out here. If there is, there's nothing we can do about it. Is this? Is this bartender? It is. So this is the fake out point where the game says to go back to your office, but actually no, you want to go to bartender. I'm glad my muscle memory kicked in then, because I completely forgot about this bit. Unfortunately, I completely forgot about this bit. This bit's so great. It gives you the illusion of choice here. You don't really want to do this. It's a side case time. We have no choice. We have to do this. Look at the hair. Look at the jewelry. Peep the clothing. Check the ring finger. So, we have to figure out what Mary's occupation is. Spoilers. None of the above. And then we're going to do the thing that we've been doing for the vast majority of this game. We're going to go stalk our friend. It's tail segment number 5. This one takes like 10 minutes. I wish I was joking. I think it takes like 7 minutes. This one actually takes ages. So, again, Mary should turn around here. As you can see, she'll stop. Because we're in the remaster, she doesn't. Excuse me. So we are going to interrupt Mary turning around a couple of times. Just not yet. Riveting gameplay, this bit. There's literally nothing to say about this bit. We're literally trying to follow Mary to see, like, what her occupation is. Spoiler, she's going to Koi Bride. A gambling hall. Hey, Mary!
Isn't that...
Actually, I'm supposed to interrupt the second time, not the first time. Because, yeah, she still does that animation. Hey, Mary! See, that's the long one. That's the one you interrupt.
The lady can never be too careful.
It's true. Okay, at this point, she shouldn't turn around. We should be good at this point. I don't think she turns around here. Yeah, she doesn't in the remaster. She does in the original. She very much does in the original, but not the remaster. That NPC. Because I can't hit this NPC, otherwise she'll turn around. Mary has very good hearing and also very good vision. Hey look, the tail segment's complete. I lied when I said it was 10 minutes long. So, Mary knows we were following her. So, whilst we stand in the exact same place where she saw us, we're going to put on a disguise. Tail segment number 6, I wasn't lying. God, I wasn't lying. I wish I was lying. I was not lying. Is it the first one? Yeah, it's the first one we interrupt here. Hey, Mary. I am right here.
Isn't that...
Yep. Now we wait. There's a reason why I'm not moving. And that quick turnaround is a nasty one. They've kept in some of the nasty tail segments, or like parts of these tail segments, in the remastered version. You'll see with the last one how nasty these tail segments can be. Especially some of the side case ones. Anyway, ideally I want to be moving towards this electrical box right now. Hey, Mary. Notice me, please. Notice me, please. Or don't. That's fine. I don't know how you didn't notice me there. You were supposed to. Sure. It's fine by me. I'm just gonna lose time because of that. Why not? They said she doesn't turn around here, but I can't remember. Yeah, she doesn't. This is when she goes around the corner. So she's going to head this way. She's going to turn around like once in a second here, so we're just going to chill here. It's not a hiding spot, but as long as they don't have vision of you, it counts. There you go. And the next one we do want to interrupt. Hi there. I'm not here. You didn't see me. You definitely didn't see me. This is actually a lot faster of an animation than the one that she would usually do.
Can never be too careful.
Again, true. In the original, she would turn around this point. You'll see in a second. She'll stop for half a second. One thing I forgot to mention, I'm going to hide here real quick just in case. You can have your NPC tell target. They have a fixed, like, pathway that their AI wants to walk down. If they get knocked off that pathway because of the random NPCs that spawn, they will turn around. I've had that happen before. It's quite rare, but I have had that happen before. So just be careful. Just be very careful. No more interrupts. No more interrupts. Also, it should be said, if you don't want to see story spoilers for this here video game, once we're out of this tailing segment, that's when the big story spoilers are going to begin. They are very unavoidable. In the original, she would turn around here, but she will not because it's a remaster. Yep. She's going to turn around one last time. We're going to obviously avoid that. Ugh. Again, all these turnarounds are scripted. Provided you know what's going on. You know when to just let them be. But this is the last time that Mary turns around. That's a bit early on my part, but again, we're behind it, so it's fine. The final hiding spot is actually this lamppost on the left, but the nice thing is if you accidentally go too far, the game will just end it. Now the downside is it will bring me back to this lamppost, so I'm going to stand back here. There you go. And hey look, instead of going directly to Coy Bride, Mary went the very long way round. Here's the nice thing, that's the last tail segment for about 2 hours. There's no more of those for the next 2 hours. Thank God. And the nice thing is, for doing all of this, Mary's going to give us a bit of spending money, not that we need it anymore. We have a lot of money at this point, which is nice. And with this, we can go and finish off the chapter. So once again, if you don't want story spoilers, this is the moment where they all turn up. Please no fight spawn. Beautiful. Again, every time we come out of Coy Bride, there can just be a fight spawn. There's nothing we can do about it. It's on the right-hand side of the road. Do I risk this? I probably shouldn't, but I'm going to because I'm on the left-hand side. Yeah, because I'm on this side of the road and they're not coming towards me. It's fine. Okay. A couple of bad fights in that chapter, unfortunately. Alright, note, very importantly, that our door is locked.
Got it.
It's very, very important because upon entering our office, it's time to find a dead body. Oh no. Even worse than that, we know the dead body. Oh no. As I said, very unavoidable. With his eyes gouged out, here is indeed Shintani. Here's the interesting part about Shintani's body. There's bullet holes. That's new. That's not like the other victims. The other victims didn't have bullet holes in them. So, because of the fact that, you know, a murder did kind of, if not necessarily take place, but a body was found in our office, we're not going to be able to use our office to sleep, so we're going to go to Gendalore office and go and sleep there instead. I don't know why we haven't been arrested as, you know, a suspicious individual, but Kuroiwa does Kuroiwa things. Kuroiwa is one of the head detectives at Camero PD. You'll see him later on. He is voiced in this video game by Matt Mercer, an absolutely inspired choice. We will talk about Kuroiwa when the time comes. Kuroiwa is an interesting character. But you can see why I'm not too worried about my mortal wound at this point, because there's not that many fights that are actually, like, hurting me too badly. And up. Oops. I accidentally did one too early. It's fine. It should be left option for host note. Nope, it's right option. Sure. It's the right option, not the left option. Okay. Focal. Sleep. Wish I could sleep. Okay, so we have to head over to Charles, but before we go over there, we're going to get stopped by this man right here. This unfortunate soul on the floor is just known as Ieyasu, who is your extract master. He is going to become very, very important for Lost Judgment's speedrun.
You don't give up, do you?
The Kane Gang are back. This is a two-phase fight. In the first phase, you cannot finish this fight off. So what we're going to do is do as much damage to all the enemies as we can. Preferably, they stop guarding. Jackass. Okay, I hate this guy so much. Okay, you've really got to stop guarding. The guy with the large HP bar is more important to take care of. Really? So the last hit of this bench, so I want to hit Ogata with it. I'd like to have done more damage than that, but that's fine. I'll go get the other bench. The game tutorializes us on the extract usage. You have to use this extract here, unfortunately. The nice thing is it's going to give us another one, or it has given us another one for later. I hate the amount of times the enemies in this fight guard. Like, it's unbelievable. Okay, going on the other side of, yeah, that sucks because that can happen. I'm just going to do the old-fashioned way. Bad fight because of that. He really gave me a bunch of problems in the first half of that fight. That sucks. Usually you can get his HP down to like the very last bit of his HP that's left before the fight actually goes to the second phase. So I don't know if that's lucky or unlucky. Anyway, this guy's your extract master. You need a bunch of different ingredients to be able to make these extracts. It gave me 2! It gave me 2! Oh, yeah! Okay, so randomly you can actually get 2 extracts instead of 1. That's really good. Okay, that's my left, that's good. So, the growth extract that you're forced to make there that you can randomly get 2 of gives you extra SP when you use it for like 180 seconds. By getting it there, I can use this second one in a specific place and get a whole bunch of SP. That's really good, actually. That's really good. I shouldn't have any SP worries in this run anymore. Because there's one period later on where our SP gets quite tight. It won't do anymore. That's really good. Anyway, I'm definitely the deceased Shintani. I'm definitely asking for dementia drugs. Promise. So we're going to head to a place called the ADDC, the Advanced Drugs Development Center. Really?
This again.
Not actually going to fight with me? Come here. Ah, I was hoping not to turn around because I would have hit at least, yeah, all of them. Again, optional fights can cost you way more time if you're not near, like, an... Yeah, thanks, Hoshino. You were supposed to do that to those enemies. Appreciate it. Don't appreciate it. But this is the Advanced Drug Development Center. This is where Shintani was having phone calls from just before he was murdered. So, we're about to go into the past. You can tell because, one, we've used the sepia filter on Instagram, but also, two, Shintani's alive, and three, Yagami knows how to comb his hair. If ever you're wondering whether a moment is set in the past or not, one, does it have an Instagram filter, and two, is Yagami's hair looking good or not?
Right.
If Yagami knows how to do his hair, you're in the past. Trust me, present day Yagami doesn't like to do his hair. So, we're going to look in certain places here. The bed.
What the?
The window.
Hey.
And the door.
You got all you need from...
Yeah, I got everything I need. This way we stop by the door so we can just leave.
So...
No.
Okay. So, in the first part of that, you can actually push the nurse here, who's called Emi Terasara, along. But in the first part of this, Emi is actually, not a solid object. In the second part of this, she is a solid object. So, as you can see, our movement speed is a lot faster than Emi's. So, by actually walking into Emi, we push her along a little faster. You have to be careful not to push her AI off the path that it wants to go down. But this is actually going to speed her up a little bit and save us, like, a good 10 seconds or so. When we get to the end of the pathway, which is at the end of this corridor, we're just going to let the AI do what it wants to do. Don't try and push Emi along this last pathway. Because the AI gets very confused and doesn't like it. It likes to try and correct the course that the AI is on, even if it's on technically the correct course. So the second that Emi goes to the right, no, I'm not doing anything. There we go. So, basically, this is a case from the past, the last one that Yagami ever did as a lawyer, where he got somebody acquitted of murder, which very rarely happens. It's like less than 1% of all cases in Japan. So, this case shocked everybody because it wasn't very likely that this guy, Okubo, would ever get off. Yagami got him off, but unfortunately... he caused more murder after the fact. Or runner then Gender. Always runner then Gender. Now, this bit being set in the past is actually really cool for things you'll see in a minute. The actual answer there is the doorway, but you don't actually have to give the correct answer. It's a bit weird.
Hold up.
So once again, you know your chase sections are going to try and avoid as many QTs here as possible. This one's a tricky one. You can avoid both of those there. I was too far to the right, but it's really hard to get that one. Yagami, please. Nice. Do apologize as well. My nose needs cleaning out. I'm gonna say it a couple of times. Heck the flu. I had this thing for like 3 weeks. I hate this. It is awful. And we can cut this last corner right here to go a little bit faster. So the reason why I quite like this bit is that this is set in the past. So the Yagami that you get here actually has 0 upgrades.
Not on my watch, you son of a bitch!
Oh, that's rude. These are just some random thugs. It's like, hey, we need to give you a fight here. It even takes away my mortal wounds, which is nice. Unfortunately, it doesn't take away Kamurocho's abundance of bikes. they both actually didn't die to that? I'm actually upset. That would have been so cool. I'm upset. One of them guarded against that. He should have died to that. I'm very upset. Anyway, that's the end, or almost the end of this bit. We then go to the case trial that Yagami did back during the past to see exactly what happened. This is a scientist called Shono. He's going to be very important in the story. You're barely ever going to see him, though, because he's part of the story. We don't fight the guy. Usually, if you look at a character in a Yakuza game, you know if you're going to fight them or not. He is not the fighting type. Shono's testimony was a lie. I always forget which option it is there, but it's Shono's testimony was a lie. Anyway, you can tell we're back to normal day because the Instagram filter goes away and this bald guy is walking menacingly towards us. His name is Kido. He's also important to the story. We do fight him. That's Kuroiwa. That's the detective. Don't worry about him. As I said, you'll get to see him soon. So we're going to do a little bit more NPC pushing here in terms of trying to speed things up. We need to check this map first. We need to check the research wing and the security gate. That's going to be important at the end of the video game. So this is Hashimoto. We can push Hashimoto along, as you can see. Unfortunately, I pushed her too far to the right already, so I'm not too happy about that. AI does not want to go over. I'm just going to let her do her thing. I'm not going to mess with the AI at this point. Already pushed it way too far out of the way. Man, isn't this place, like, really detailed for, like, just coming here one time? It's definitely not going to be the site of the final boss fight. Haha. This is Ichinose. He looks like somebody you would fight in these games, but surprisingly enough, no. He genuinely has a body built like somebody in a Yakuza game that you would actually fight, but no, surprisingly not. We are going to end up fighting him. We're going to end up fighting him in the courthouse instead. Anyway, this bit sucks on the original PS4 version because it just doesn't load here. So we get sent back to Kamurocho. There's going to be a side activity here called Quick Starter. If you're thinking Kickstarter is exactly like that. You can like fund projects and stuff. That cutscene doesn't load. On the PS4 original, you have to wait there like 30 seconds for it to load. But in the remaster, you can just run. We're now going to do a little bit more character development for our boy Kaito. We're supposed to wait plot-wise for a phone call, but you can see that there's actually a point on the map we're being led to. If ever there's something like that, it's not a time waiting moment. So this is Kaito's old friend who goes by the name of Adachi. I've never seen an Adachi in a video game that turns out to be an evil person before, that's for damn sure. So, we're going to just go back and forth to check up on Kaito and Adachi a couple of times. I'm going to get my drone out because of that fight spawn right there. So we have to get some intel on Adachi's company. It's back at Bartender. As I said, a lot of back and forth, unfortunately. And then once we've gotten the intel on Adachi Estates, guess what? We go back to where we found Kaito. Yep. Like I said, a lot of back and forth. No unconscious people around Kaito this time. So, Adachi's over at Kanrai. We're going to go over to Kanrai. So again, best method to do that is taxi. This friend event on the left-hand side here, whilst it's optional, it's actually not. We're going to be doing that. Oh, there's that fight spawn on the right. As I said, be careful. We're going to be doing that friend event later on. But it is actually not optional. Also, if everything goes right, the K-ing gang should turn up in this chapter. So, Adachi is indeed here at Kanrai. When we enter, we need to put on disguise so that he doesn't recognize us. This one, it doesn't matter which one you put on. You can get a couple of different ones in your sub-stories as well. Now we get to a genuinely hard fight. I believe this is just combo speed 2 for a level up. Yes! Yeah, we have to fight Kaito, by the way. I'm going to start by kicking Kaito because you get a free opportunity to do that at the start of these fights. I'm going to chug a Jack Daniels, even though it's on a shortcut right now. Combat speed 2. Again, you can see how close our skill points are. Please don't guard Kaito. Also, the game, again, as I said, doesn't heal your mortal wounds, so... Should be EX. Oh, right, you don't do an EX move, so I have to just attack you. I kind of forgot about that. Alright, Kaito. Ow! Nice hit. We both hit each other. Come on, let's wait so I can do the heat attack against you. Ideally, I'd have a bike at this point, but in the position I'm in, I can't get one, like, freely or easily. So I'm just going to keep doing... drop kicks. We're just going to do a little bit of anime, don't worry about it. Sometimes anime is what you need to do. If I need to heal my mortal wound, this will be the chapter I do it in, and honestly, I probably will after taking those hits. Once again, we're going to start off with a Crane EX Wall Acrobatics. Ideally, I hit Adachi with it, but no, we did hit him with it. Good. This HP value is a little scary, not going to lie. Okay, that's not too bad. That's not too bad. You can use the bike as well, and you can use the bike EX move against Adachi. That's pretty fast as well. But I saw my opportunity to just do my EX there, so I decided to just do EX Crane. Go Bride, that way. Fight Spawn in front of me. Heck yeah. Like I said, this game's fight spawns are aggressive. They are as close to you as they possibly can be, where you don't have any vision. The fight spawn is probably to the right there or ahead of me. So... yeah. Be very careful. This is the Matthew bit, isn't it? Yeah. Once again, every time we leave Koi Bride, we have to be very careful of fight spawns. They can be right here. There's nothing we can do about it. It's because there's one ahead of us. That's actually not too bad. I had to get rid of that before I went to Gendalore office. So... I had to go anyway, but thankfully it was in a place that didn't get into a fight with me. That's the important part. And we're going to come up to our next big set piece. Speak to Hoshino. Okay, so RGG really like having at least one set piece set in the city in each one of their games. This is the Kamurocho one, or at least one of the Kamurocho ones for Judgement. This game actually has 3.
She's got even.
Okay, so for this fight, we're going to build up our EX. I don't get anything for a while, do I? No. That's a bad hit. That's a good hit, wow. Again, slide good. Slide doesn't do that much damage, but it sets up for a very quick way to end the fight. And it looks hilarious. I love doing slide finishes. Now, because this is technically a set piece, it does mean that certain items have spawned. There is one hidden item that you want to go and grab yourself. In here. There's that med kit to heal that mortal wound we've got.
Got it. Keep an eye on Mafuyu for me.
And at this point, now we use our EX. It's a bad angle to do that on. How did that not hit? That's some shenanigans right there. Not happy about that. Alright, so we're hopefully going to get a very quick start to this fight. So when we take out one of these enemies, doesn't matter which one, they should summon backup. So we'll just do the leapfrog into the EX. That's going to summon the backup. And then we're just going to go into that EX and go as hard as possible against them. My HP is actually genuinely worrying at this point. Focus on the two lads with the HP bars for obvious reasons. And leapfrog / finish off the enemy, please. Thanks. Cool. Great. I'm trying to kick this lad. He has 1 HP. I should have just slid against him, honestly. Don't ever doubt the slide. The slide is good. Right, D-pad option. Okay, so after that set piece, we're actually going to go straight into another set piece. So we want to go and taxi here. Head to a place called Honmarowen. I don't know if I want to get drunk in here. I'm still quite drunk. I know I want to get drunk at one point in here, depending on when the drunk levels start to wear out. That phone call usually stops any fight spawns that are around here, which is nice. There's our boy Kaito. Just squatting on the floor. Oh, that's a tech skip, and I know that's a tech skip. That's bad on my part.
Yeah.
Okay. Honmarowen. Now, the PC version of Honmarowen is kind of hilarious because there's real big speed tech in here. You can literally save a good, like, almost a minute over the console versions. It's about 45 seconds. It's kind of hilarious. Oh, my boy Kaito. Again, trust the slide. In this bit, you are forced to walk, so what we're going to do is we're going to be quick-stepping instead. Again, you get a free leapfrog off EX attack, and then focus this guy down, because this guy is a pain. You also do a bunch of wall runs here as well. I want him dead. He's the pain in this fight, so having him dead is a really nice thing. And everybody else gets leapfrogged. Good double. Sugiura is currently stuck outside of the room. Remember earlier when I said your NPC allies are pretty good in this game? Not all the time. not all the time, unfortunately. Okay, I was actually supposed to chug my Jack Daniels there, but we're actually doing pretty good. I could do another one here if I need to. We just picked up the key to this place. It's R2. Now it's time for Judgement to introduce everyone's favorite gun enemies. With the way the mortal wound system works in this game, gun enemies can do a mortal wound to you on every attack. So, we need to walk towards him when we do 1 bar of damage. There you go. Deal with him. Take care of gun guy before you get shot. I am actually a little worried about this next bit, and I'm probably going to heal this bit.
Another gun? You know those are illegal, right?
Uh-huh. This next room can be a problem just due to physics, because, hey, there's a bunch of furniture, and this game really loves having furniture fly everywhere. Oh, how did that miss? I'm upset about that. This would have been a good fight, otherwise, that was okay. So this is the big speed tech for the PC version. This is bizarre. So, in this next cutscene, hold circle. That skips that entire cutscene. I'm not kidding you. So because I got 2 growth extracts, I'm going to use one here. I'll tell you what, I'm going to use on the medkits. I want to be safe. I want to be very safe. Because this can be real nasty. This is Shoya. For this first phase of this fight, we actually want to focus on the ads. So because of that spare growth extract, I can actually get a bunch more SP here. Plant, good. Plant, demolish. That's unfortunate. Thanks, Kaito. That's the guy I was on. How did that not hit the guy that I was... Okay. The important thing is I keep that plant that's next to the front door right there. Oh, good. Wow. I wasn't expecting that. Okay. Interesting. Now I focus Shoya. Though ideally I also take care of the ads as well. That's unfortunate. This is a 2-handed plant, so obviously as you can see we do a bit more damage here. I'm just going to hit him with this so that I can get to the next phase, honestly. I wish I should have probably taken care of some of the enemies first, but it's fine. Yeah, it's fine. This will get our EX back. So I'm hoping that Kaito and Sugiura will deal with the ads while I deal with Shoya. I certainly haven't missed... Yeah, I haven't missed anything so far, that's good. When's my next level up? It's like later, isn't it? Yeah. Up you get. Okay, everybody coming over here is actually not too bad. Yeah, you know what? Everyone coming over here actually isn't bad. That was a pretty lucky fight. That's pretty good. I'm happy with that. I could have gone a little better with the first phase, but honestly, that was a pretty decent fight for how that was going with the ads still left, so I'm happy with that.
So he's the guy.
He is the guy. Who's the guy, you ask? Honestly, I kind of forget. This guy is basically the head honcho behind the Kyorei clan. He basically wanted to get Matthew here to get us here. In a roundabout kind of way, it worked. Congrats, I guess. Now I remember to taxi here. Sometimes I forget. So I'm going to head to the taxi point at the top left part of the map. Yeah, I was looking at them like, they gotta go. They gotta go. Yeah, absolutely in the way. I think the top right might be a little quicker. I'm not 100% certain if I'm being honest. It's quite close. Okay, right, it's triple finisher that's next because of combo speed 2, isn't it? And I think it happens quite early. With that growth extract, we should be able to get the triple finisher, like, guaranteed at this point, which is nice. Sometimes you have a little less SP, but with that spare growth formula, I absolutely have enough. I should have enough.
Perfect.
Not too bad. So, up to the Gendalore office. Once again, you know the drill as we go down here. We're going to despawn the enemies. That's bad. If they notice you, it's too late to despawn them. So I'm just going to have to take the extra time and go this way. Oh, never mind. A little frustrating, but again, fight spawns in this game are aggressive. They're just really, really aggressive. I was not expecting them to be that early, but they were.
There you.
Get through a bunch of dialogue, speak to Hoshino. Leave out the window with Kaito, and fight time! So this will be where I get triple finisher.
Doesn't look like they want to talk.
I should have enough skill points for this. Especially considering we had a bunch of optional fights earlier. Again, I would have liked to grab the bike and not the person, but you know, sometimes that doesn't happen. One is quite split up, unfortunately. That's a good bike. Kick this guy because he's got a lot of HP left. A bit rough, but it's fine. Hey, over to Code. I kind of split the enemy too far apart with those bike hits, unfortunately. Shaving is a never-ending cycle. Yeah, that's why I gave up on it. Yes. Down to Lemon. We have to find Ayabe's replacement.
That'll do it.
Ayabe's replacement is over here in the corner. Potentially going to look a little familiar. It's this lady here, who's actually Matthew in a wig. So there you go. Then we speak to Kaito a couple of times. Cool. Is this the second crime scene or the first crime scene? I think it's like the first crime scene, isn't it? Yes. Oh, this is the... Oh, right. Yeah, this is the chapter. Okay. I know where we are. It's the chapter before all the big breakpoints. So we need to go taxi. Okay, good. No. Fight spawn's on the right-hand side. We should be good, actually. Yeah, no, that's going that way. I'm going this way. Alright, so we've got a little bit of filler coming up in this chapter. It's not too bad, thankfully. We got a lot of going around and doing stuff. I need to go here and then backwards. I remember which direction I'm going in for this one. I'm kind of remembering the next chapter ahead of time. Oops. Okay, so for story purposes, one of the people that we're investigating went to this cabaret club when they were last in Kamurocho a couple of months ago before they were murdered. So we need to get some information from the people inside. To do that, we're going to need somebody to go on the inside for us. Now skippable. That person is going to be Sayori, so we're going to try and bribe Sayori to help us basically get into the cabaret club. This is where the Kane gang is supposed to turn up, by the way. So at any point now, I should be getting a text saying, hey, the Kane gang are here. It's usually before you get to this fight, so again, this is a good sign that I'm doing pretty decently time-wise. Excuse me. Take him out of an EX, and then this guy should be almost standing for... Very good. Very good, very fast. Nice fast fight, that one. So, we're going to go bribe Sayori. So, I'm going to head
Guess we're doing this.
towards that fight spawn. Damn it. That sucks. That's going to be stuck on me, and I'm not going to be able to use the taxi, aren't I? Ooh, that's not good. Go de-aggro off me right now. That'd be great. No? Okay. There we go. I'm trying to move like a distance away from them to try and help with getting rid of them. Usually I run straight here. I probably should have just ran straight here because I'm more used to that. But, oh well. At least that fight spawn didn't last on me for too long. It can be a lot nastier than that to get rid of fight spawns, so that's okay. And there's the text saying, the Kane gang are here. So, the timer that was running in the background is up, and now you can see on the top right there is a threat level. Whilst that threat level is on, the Kane gang are going to be around town. Speak to the old man. Gender. Sometimes the Dragon Engine can be a bit finicky with hitboxes like that. So I was trying to turn around a little bit, but it worked out in the end. Hoshino, no. Don't care. So, us and Sayori, we're going to go and get her address. If you've ever done K2, you'll recognize the UI for what's coming up next. It is indeed going to be the hostess UI. None of this matters. None of what we're about to do matters at all. So, literally, we don't want to do anything here because it's just going to take time. So, we're just going straight through. And we go over here. Do not want to get drunk just yet. Maybe in a little bit. Not quite yet. Again, none of this matters. They said that man should not be sharing those thoughts on social media. My god. Okay, this should be the sorry bit. I'm just making sure I haven't missed any... Making sure I haven't missed any important things. It looks like I haven't so far, which is good. I'll probably buy some spare healing items coming up here just in case. This is where things start to get hard in the game, so some spare healing items for marathon purposes is a smart idea. Yeah, we're currently playing as Sayori, just in first person for some reason. Most of Sayori's answers. Up. Up. Wait for it. Up. And, wait for it. Up. And right. There's no up option for the last one. Most of them are literally just the top option. So. And with this, we have to go and spend time waiting for Sayori to call us back. So what we're going to do is going to taxi on over to Tenkaichi. Bad fight spawn, but in a good place at least. By taxiing to the entrance, we should be getting our thing here real quick. We're going to take our growth extract now for skill points, because we do a bunch of story-based stuff that gives us a whole bunch of extra skill points. Hopefully no fight spawn around this corner. There can be. It's a problem if there is. Now we're good. Oops. Remember that bento we bought, like, 2 hours ago? Yeah, this is what it's for. I'm supposed to speak to Dwayne here. I need to buy Jack Daniels. And again, as I said, I'm going to buy a couple of healing items for the run, just in case. I shouldn't need this many, but just in case. Should probably buy the rest of the stuff that I need here as well, but it's fine, because we need to save some stuff for the next shop. You can see we get more than 500 points there because we have the growth extract on. Focus on here. Oops.
Suspicious.
Pocket tissue advert for Yakimaru loans. I'm back. Hopefully no fight spawn. It's a shame. I was hoping to get to the story trigger before this fight, but I did not. Because the story trigger is literally right where I'm standing. It's a little bit further up, but that'll shove us straight into it. Kaito wants a bento, so we give Kaito this bento. That's why we bought the bento earlier. And remember that friendship event I told you about earlier that we are actually going to do as part of the story? Oh, that's a terrible fight spawn. That is an awful fight spawn. Can we leapfrog? Thank you. Sometimes, as I said, the video game doesn't want you to leapfrog enemies, which is really weird. Ah, that's unfortunate. That's nasty fight spawns. It's going to cost me a bunch of time. Step in.
You asked for it.
Good fight. Very good fight. It's quite hard to get that angle to get the both of them. So with this friend event, they're going to tell us where to go next for the main story. What you're supposed to do is fight one of the Kane gang first and get teleported here. If we just talk to them, we can actually just pay them money instead.
Excuse me. I'm on.
There we go. Thankfully, it's not that much. It's like 75,000 or something like that. And then we only need 150,000 left for story purposes, so we have way more than enough money. Good fight spawn. Very good fight spawn, because that means this one won't aggro onto me. East tie high for this bit. Is this the... No, it's the Sakakiba fight I want the Jack Daniels for. This is the guy we have to speak to. Just have to run forward there to have the game go, oh, you're in the cutscene trigger. Okay, hopefully we get a good start to this fight, because you can get a very good start to this fight coming up. So there's one enemy in this fight that's a real problem. They have a gun. Surprise. So we're going to go after them first, as well as everybody else. He's in the back left, and thankfully he's standing next to a really good item. Let's get this ahead of time. Grab the stick. Swing the stick. Why did you drop the stick, Yagami? Thanks, Kaito. That worked out. I don't know how that worked out, because that was pretty bad. I don't know why Yagami dropped the stick. That was really weird. But that stick, as you can see, with the strong attack, has such a wide arcing swing that you can just take out most enemies in one hit. Okay, this is where I was supposed to get the Jack Daniels from Dwayne, but we've already done it, so it's fine. Let's get the Jack Daniels from Dwayne here, actually. These spawns, fight spawns here. That's bad.
Must we?
Having such bad luck with fight spawns right now.
Really, guys?
Well, that sells for money if I ever need it, which I won't do. Okay, good. I got into the cutscene trigger. Chuck a Jack Daniels. Grab this bike. Start swinging. Should have used my EX there. It's fine. Sakakiba, do me a favor. Come over here. You're not going to, but... So Sakakiba has one of the longest invuln periods, which is why I wanted to make sure that I had a weapon near me. Really? No EX? Okay. I guess it was a bit close to the first EX I did. Yeah. Alright, that's the end of that. Back to the detective agency. But he's the third member of the Kane gang. That's a fight spawn. That's too late. It's fine. There's a lot of objects I can use here in this fight, so it's fine. good. Very not good. As I said, the fight spawns in this chapter get disgustingly aggressive. Like, very disgustingly aggressive. Ah, that sucks. That really sucks. This run was going quite well until this chapter, and I've just had way too many fight spawns in this chapter, unfortunately. Okay, bartender. It's quite easy to get to bartender from the office. Alright, it's left for the D-pad option here. Thankfully, because we increased that alcohol tolerance, we can chug a Jack Daniels and not be drunk from it. Which is nice. So I don't have to worry about movement stuff. So, over to the Gendalore office, go take the taxi on the east part of town. The East Tai Boulevard one. It's not too bad. No fight spawn. There can be a fight spawn on the right-hand side here, where those red vending machines are, so I always keep an eye on it, just in case. That one is very tricky. If that one comes out, they actually get very little time to actually deal with it. And then it's just the prosecutors, or it should be. Yeah. Go back home and then go to the prosecutor's office. Such a shame. Such a shame. So many optional fight spawns in this chapter. It can't Kaito, we're going home.
Yo.
Kaito says everything's really falling into place. It's not. Like, storyline wise, no, it's actually not, but alright. Sure. Now, the downside to getting into that fight is the Kane gang are probably going to disappear at some point. That's not the worst thing ever, because then I have less worries with the taxi stuff. But, because like Sakakiba, you can see on the minimap, he's actually down that road there towards the taxi, which is going to become a little problematic as we start going for that taxi now. But thankfully, the drone method to despawn enemies also relocates the Kane gang, so... Also, at this point of the game, Yagami stopped locking his door. Which is a bit weird, because there was a dead body in here earlier. You would think he would lock his door a bit more, but... Oh. At this point, Yagami's just like, meh. So what if another dead body turns up in my office? It doesn't matter. Kinda does matter. Let's get rid of any fight spawns. Sakakiba's respawned here, so we'll have to despawn him. There you go. If you're close enough, you can guarantee relocate them to one of their other locations, if you're close enough. But you have to be close enough. Down. Up. Yeah, that's the end of that chapter. Oh, that sucks. That lost me a good minute there because of all those fight spawns. That's a massive shame. As I said, fight spawns in this game can just be really aggressive if they want to be. So, this chapter right here, this chapter actually has a couple of time wait segments. So, this is your big break point in the run. There's going to be 2 of them, actually. The first one coming after the start here. Chapter 8, right? Yeah, we are. Yeah. So we're off to Tokyo PD. Come on, Oshino. Once again, any NPC ally that is with us has to jump out of the window. That's just the law. I am a lawyer, I can enact the law. If they do not jump out of the window, then this run is invalid. You have to jump out of the window. I have to jump out of the window, therefore you have to jump out the window. It's fast. So we have to find a way to meet Matsugane. Also, weirdly enough, the cutscene shows us getting out of a taxi at Nakamichi Street there, but we're actually in the top left part of the map, which is weird. But, eh. So the way to meet Matsugane is obviously to speak to somebody in the Matsugane family, who is, of course, Higashi. And this is where our first time waiting segment is going to occur. Or our second, actually. But the first for this chapter. So we have to wait the 3 minutes for Higashi to call us back. Are we going to get a fight spawn here? No. Oh, wow. It usually is. Like 90% of the time there's a fight spawn here. Pretty lucky. So we're going to go and make friends again. This should be Tarana, Stamina, and Jack Daniels. So Tarana's, Stamina's, Jack Daniels. This is all important. So we become friends. I'm now going to go back and wait next to this taxi. Very specifically, what I'm going to do is go a bit more into this corner, because you're safe from fight spawns here. So if you need to take a break at this point, go into this corner, because it's actually quite safe. And I'm going to shortcut myself the Stamina X and the Tarana. Chug 2 of each. And then we wait. That gives us some EX before the next fight, which is very important. And now we wait. The nice thing, again, is there is another time waiting moment coming up. I'm going to use that as a bathroom break moment. But this is basically your bathroom break point of the run, is this bit. Ah, dear oh dear. Hopefully everyone is having a good day today. Once again, I've said it a couple of times already. Don't get the flu, this sucks. Relax space. Bar and restaurant. Beer. Wine. Casual Italian. Pizza. Pasta. Salad. And relax space. This is my relax space, this corner right here. We should get the phone call in a second, which is why I'm moving a bit close to the taxi. There's a fight spawn all the way down there, I believe. I saw a little bit of it. Yeah, there's nothing to do in these bits other than wait. But they are good for bathroom breaks, because this is literally like almost the halfway point of the run. It's like just a little past the halfway point, which is nice. Should be any second now. Took a lot longer than I was expecting, that's for sure. How are you doing, Kaito? This feels like longer than 3 minutes, but it is supposed to be 3 minutes. I agree, Kaito. You know, I'm beginning to wonder. That took a while. Right. That took a bit longer than I was expecting it to, if I'm being brutally honest. It's supposed to be 3 minutes. I'm fairly certain that was 3 minutes, but it felt way longer. Okay, so we're going to start this fight off by grabbing a lamp that's next to us and hopefully hitting Higashi with it. Good. And now we do the EX stuff. Nice dodge. Not happy about that. Thanks, Koto. Koto help me out here. I'm building my EX up a little bit for the second phase. I don't really need to, but this will make sure that we get through it. Oh, that's what I was worried about. Whoops. Oh, don't go in the water. Getting in the water actually sucks because then he just loses a little bit of time to having to go down there and attack him. That sucks. Oh well. That's an okay fight. It's not the best, it's not the worst. It's a shame. It's a shame. Oh well. Alright, so this is the last point where we need money for the story. Outside of obviously taxis and stuff like that. But this is the last story point for money. We need 150,000 yen. Which thankfully we do have. So we're going to head over to Theatre Square. Theatre Square or Theatre Alley, either one, doesn't matter. Just get over there. Because we're going to go see our boy Tsukumo. Actually, I think this one might be quicker. Might be wrong on that. That's a good fight spawn. Because it's not going to bother me. Alright, so we have to get a wiretap from Tsukumo. He's going to take, would you be surprised what I'm about to say, 3 minutes to make them. What a surprise. So, whilst he makes those wiretaps, we're going to go to the shops one last time, and then we're going to get our, that's a fight spawn, yikes. Then we're going to get our final, obviously, time waiting segment. Which point I'm going to go and use the bathroom. So I suggest you also stand up and stretch at this point. Good fight spawn, because that stops that fight spawn from getting into a fight with me. And once again, I'm going to buy ourselves some Taraners, Stabbing Hands, and Jack Daniels. Thank you. Okay. Yep. And with that, we're going to go and wait in a very specific spot that's actually safe from fight spawns. This fight spawn being on me is actually okay. Because I can now run around here without any fear. We're in a time waiting segment anyway, so it's not like I'm losing time having to run from this fight spawn. I'm hoping they de-aggro off me by the time I get here, though. Otherwise, I'm in trouble. The place you can wait is literally right here. It looks stupid, I'm behind the door, but this is literally a safe spot. So whilst this is a safe spot, I'm going to go and use the loo real quick in this bathroom break moment. I'll catch you in a minute. Plenty of time. Could even finish off my breakfast I've had sat here for the last 3 hours. Fight spawn. Now this is the last time waiting segment for Judgment. Lost Judgment's time waiting segments are very, very different. Thankfully, they're a lot nicer, as you'll see when we get to Lost Judgment. Okay, there's our wiretaps. Now back to the office. Okay. Straight over, that's a little unfortunate. I have to go this way. Okay, it's not too bad. I just had to make sure I didn't get into that fight spawn. Obviously, the quickest way back to the office is to taxi over there. Cool. Okay, so we need a disguise to infiltrate the Matsugane family. This is Tashiro. You're going to get to know him a couple of times over the next couple of hours, poor guy. So we need to go find Tashiro. Now, we don't actually know where Tashiro is, but the story won't let us go and find Tashiro until we've gone and tried to find Tashiro, unfortunately. Even though we know exactly where he is, which is around the back of Serena. So, we gotta go and take a slight little detour first. She's up here, which will be fine. And then we head this way. So, we gotta speak to this guy first, and then he says, like, oh, Tashiro's hanging around, blah, blah, blah. Even though, again, we know exactly where he is. And then down to Tenkaichi. You can have, if Kaito wasn't with us, you can have Kasai basically be in the way here, but thankfully, because Kaito's with us, he can't be. See if I can go do this fast.
Is that, pretty boy? If you want my clothes, you're gonna have to rip them off.
No, we'll just do it the old-fashioned way with the bike. Sometimes the old-fashioned way is the best way. Sometimes the old-fashioned way just works. Tashiro is a pain in the backside because he just guards a lot. So, this outfit we're getting, it's really unfortunate because with outfits you can only wear them at certain points. This outfit actually has a special condition on it that basically stops any fight spawns from aggroing onto you. Case in point, this fight spawn right here. I wish we could put this on literally at any point, but we can't. This is the only part of the game where you can actually wear it, which is a massive shame. Genuinely massive shame. Because having a costume that literally gets rid of all fight spawns, oh my god. I would wear this the entire run if I could. So, again, we need to wiretap the office, so we'll start with this one right here. Then you have to be very precise. Go around to this side. I should be using the mouse in this bit, but I'm not used to using the mouse in here yet, so I'm just going to use controller.
What the?
The last two, it doesn't actually matter, because we just have to go over here anyway, so I can move and do it at the same time. As long as we're outside of Matsugane's room here, we're actually in the cutscene trigger for the next part. See how this fight goes.
Busted, huh?
You got balls climbing into the lion's mouth knowing you're just gonna get eaten.
Yeah, not wrong.
Let this asshole leave here alive!
I'm gonna kick this guy. Now I'm going to build up my EX for the fight after this. Oh, you actually threw me back. Wow. That's rare. Normal ads normally don't... I'm stuck in the room. Normal ads usually don't throw you back. It's usually just bosses that do that, which is a bit of a problem. It's why usually most bosses we start with a leapfrog, because they don't do it at the start of the fight. But that was unfortunate. That was very unfortunate. Okay, Lamont, straight down here. There is actually a big chance of fight spawns down here. That's a good fight spawn. Because now I don't have to get the drone out when I go down this road. Very happy with that. Very, very happy with that, actually. And there was that other fight spawn that I said had the possibility of turning up. So basically, we're looking for Captain Hammerer. We're trying to find where Captain Hammerer is. So we're looking, because obviously we think that he's hiding in a gambling hall thanks to those wiretaps. He is, but it's not this one. So we have to find a different gambling hall. This guy is spineless and a coward, so we're going to have to talk to this lady for him and play her in poker. But the nice thing is we don't have to win this game of poker. We can't quit out of it unlike the blackjack earlier. That's a good hand. It's a real shame that the quick way to go through this is to actually just fold. Because that's a good hand. That's a very good hand. Heck. That's very quick, at least. Wow, I would have won with 2 pair. What a surprise. That was a very good hand. Either way, that's the quick way to get through that, is to just fold and just let the hand play out as fast as possible. Usually, someone, like, actually raises a lot, so that's really fast. That's actually really, really good. That's possibly one of the fastest you can actually ever do. That's kind of surprising. So we now know where the other gambling hall is. It's over in the Champion District. Fight spawn on the left. That's got to go. Yep. I wasn't going to risk it coming towards me. Okay, I need right up, down. So, usually it's the second option on the taxi list, but because we're at the taxi that is the first option on the taxi list, every other taxi moves up by 1. Please don't be a fight spawn around the right. I'll be very upset if there is, because there can be. Okay, there isn't. Good. Okay, so. 3 times. Can I talk to Moon? Chateaubriand Blue. That is the password to get into the gambling hall. And inside, who do we find? Captain Hammerer and Ozaki, unfortunately. Both of them have an EX mode, so what we're gonna do is focus on one of them, preferably Hammerer. Good first phase, I can EX the rest of this. I should probably be drunk in this fight, but I could take the, yeah. Ideally, don't get both of them into their EX, so just focus one at a time at first. Pull the pat EX off the rest of the enemies. Okay, Ozaki. Okay, Ozaki. Okay, Ozaki. Okay, Ozaki. I see what you're doing here. That's bosses having their just throw you back thing with leapfrog. Okay, this should be phase 2. No? There it is. Kaito, that's actually not useful for once. He knocked me away from my combo, that's a shame. That was an okay fight. I wouldn't say that was a great fight. That's a shame. Kaito knocking him away also cost me a little bit of time at the end there. That's a shame, because I was really ready to just absolutely demolish him. That sucks. Oh. That was a shame. Oh well, it's fine. It's fine. It's fine. Alright, we're gonna head to Kyushu. Middle of the map, so just run there. Lots of chances of fight spawns. Hopefully we don't get into any, but lots of chances. With no danger display, it's real hard to figure out where the enemy are. But again, thankfully if you get a good fight spawn like that, I can just run straight there, so I don't have to worry about fight spawns. A singular fight enemy right there. What the heck? So, there's going to be a whole bunch of plot stuff right here. It's really kind of convoluted. That's some noodles. Noodles good. Wish I had some noodles right now. That's the wrong option. That's the right option. In fact, we only lose like a second to it. Right, back to the office. Please no fight spawn. Oh yeah, that's a good fight spawn. Again. Getting lucky on my fight spawns. Which makes a nice difference from 2 chapters ago. Got very unlucky on my fight spawns, I'm getting very lucky with my fight spawns again. So basically, at this point, the game kind of needs to give you a push in the right direction plot-wise. So we kind of go over all the story beats that have happened so far, and we start to put together a theory about what's going on with the mole and these Yakuza murders.
Sure.
So essentially, we're going to have a theory and a very strong guess that the ADDC and the members of the ADDC, like Kido and the Hashiki murder, are connected, which they actually are. So because of this, we're going to take our investigation in that direction. Once again, get the drone out. No Sakakiba spawn, that's nice. Is this the... It's Cane Man, isn't it? Best lad. It is, isn't it? I think it is. I think it is. Trying to remember where I am exactly in the actual story. I'll use Crane's compared to Tiger does way more damage. Nope, you're incorrect. Single target Tiger does more damage, but you want AoE clear. And Crane's EX does way more damage for AoE than Tiger's does. Now, if you're talking Lost Judgment, it's the reverse, as you'll see. Oh yeah, we go see Okubo, of course. I keep forgetting we go see Okubo here. I keep thinking it's the next chapter. It's this chapter. Loud noises, folks. If you don't like loud noises, damn it. Oh. Cane Man. So, we're going to run over to Bartender here. There's a fight spawn on the left-hand side, so I'll probably cut through this alleyway here. Yup. Yup. Judgement, you and your fight spawns aggroing half the map away. I hate you so much. Yep, you go away as well. I hate the fight spawns this video game. I tell you what I don't hate. This man right here. Goddamn. This is Cane Man. He's called that because he has a cane that turns into a sword. I love this fight. I love this fight to bits. I was supposed to get a big level up before this fight, but I can do it in the middle of this fight. It's fine. I'll have way more than enough skill points because of obviously having the spare growth SP item earlier. But to start this fight, I kind of need to hit Cane Man a couple of times and real fast. Because Cane Man, unlike most fights, starts in his EX because he's an assassin sent here to kill Yagami. Now, I had to do that to actually stop taking damage there, unfortunately. So what I'm going to get is balance, elegance, charging Tiger, and we'll get ferocity later on. You guarded those? Damn you, Cane Man. Sometimes you just have to do things the old-fashioned method and just kick a bunch. Also, that attack of the EX move for the Crane EX actually does double damage. Good. I was a little worried my position there was going to be bad. That! Alright, we're both whiffing. Don't worry about it. If it hits, of course. Come on, Kane Man. Again, sometimes you just have to go the old-fashioned route of do a bunch of wall strikes. Sometimes Yagami really doesn't like doing the actual wall strike itself, which is a bit weird. It really sucks. For some reason, the game gets a little confused as to when you've used a wall strike and says, hey, you calm down, you can't use another wall strike, even though there's not supposed to be any cooldown on it. Lost Judgment is a bit nicer in that regards, but it's still a bit... It's kind of frustrating. Because as you can probably tell from the amount of wall strikes that I use at times, wall strike good. Wall strike very good. It does good damage, it builds up good quick EX if you're drunk. When do I get thingy at this point? Ferocity. I could have probably got Ferocity in that actual menu, to be honest. So this is a much nicer, easier route through KJR for once, unlike every other time. We just go up to this set of stairs, then we go up these stairs twice, and then we just go back inside. This is the last time we're here in KJR in Judgment. This will not be the last time we're in KJR tonight, though. We'll be coming back here one last time. Much, much later on. A good couple of hours. So we're now going back to the ADDC, where we're going to hope for, again, I'm going to get the drone out here to despawn any enemies, where we're going to hope for a little bit of speed tech coming up. It's really hard to pull off. The fight spawn, good, 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 good. Just get to run forward here. This speed tech is in a active search part. It's gonna be really hard to pull off, unfortunately. So hopefully we can get it. We have to find Shono. We speak to the receptionist first, and then we go into the search point. So Shono actually spawns really early here. He's actually behind Kido there. But it's really hard to get Kido. Let's get Shono.
Suspicious.
Nice. That's the early grab. That saves you like 20 seconds. It's actually surprisingly hard to get Shono. I feel like it's easier on the PC version. I don't know if that's just placebo or not, but I found it a lot easier on the PC version than the console version. I think that is completely placebo, but it definitely feels faster. I've not failed that on PC for the fast method so far. Hammer X for this bit, just Hammer X. I haven't failed it on the PC version for the fast version, but I have on console, so I think it's placebo, but I do think it is a little easier on PC.
Now fight me.
This is a security guard with a goddamn lightsaber. If your stun stick looks like that, that's a little worried about that. Bike good. Once again, bike good. Any two-handed weapon, just bike good. Take care of some of the enemies. You want to also focus on Masiko, but as you'll see, Masiko will aggressively run towards you. Unfortunate. This is why you have Rising Tornado, just in case. How about my HP? My HP's fine. Also, as part of your EX phase, you actually are invulnerable when you're in your EX. I should be in my EX here to do a bit more damage anyway, but I'm saving it for the second half of this fight, which is at this point right here. To get Masiko into his EX. Okay, the game's doing the thing where it wants me to hit him one more time. Shame. I was trying to get my actual EX attack off, but the game wouldn't let me do an EX attack. That was weird. It happens sometimes. Dragon Engine shenanigans are very real with every Dragon Engine game, unfortunately. So I'm going to start the next fight with no EX, which isn't too bad for the first phase, but I would have liked a bit more EX for phase 2 onwards. How did you get in front of me, Sugiura? What did you... Alright. What? Anyway, the first phase of this fight is just a bunch of scientists. As you can probably guess, they're all really quite weak. So we just build our EX up against them. Also, they do guard quite well. For scientists, they guard really well sometimes. In this next bit, we are going to get a couple of backup here. If you've ever played Yakuza 0, you'll probably recognize all the animations here, because they're just ripped directly from Zero.
30 seconds?
We have 30 seconds to take care of these enemies. So, what we're going to try and do, ideally not that, we wanted the EX wall acrobatics, because that would have taken care of most of them. I can use this to build up my EX a bit more. Do that one, because I know it's got range on it. Now for the last fight. 3.5, I would have liked a little bit more than this. Start with Leapfrog. Start with Leapfrog.
This is Shono.
Usually I'd go straight into my EX for Masiko here, but Masiko's got way too much HP at this point. I'm gonna just do this, take care of these two, or at least do damage to these two. Gonna attack the guy on the floor for some EX. That's all I was worried about. I'll go into my EX now. Second phase, please, Masiko. Won't be just yet. It'll be soon. I need that not to hit me. Okay. Full strikes. A bit far away? Yeah. Sugiura, thanks. I was gonna say, could do with your help here now, mate. Do that to guarantee the fight ends. Okay. I said earlier, your NPC allies are usually quite aggressive. Sometimes they aren't. Sugiura there decided not to be, when I really could have done with his help there, actually. Like, him attacking Masiko from behind would have broken his guard so that I could have just kept... so that I could have just kept attacking him. But unfortunately... Oh, I paused one frame too early. Good. Unfortunately, Sugiura decided not to help me out. So, appreciate that. Thanks, Sugiura. Appreciate that a bunch. Okay, this should be the lead up to the not the Honmarrowen, but the bit before Honmarrowen. Ah, yes, this bit. How could I ever forget about this bit? Y'all know what we haven't had in a good couple of hours that I know you'll really love about this game? Tail segment number 7. They're back. I told you you'd have like 2 hours free of these sections, and then they come back with a vengeance. We actually want to get spotted by... Well, actually, it doesn't really matter if we get spotted by the first guy or not here. It really doesn't matter. The only person that matters in this first bit is Higashi, and Higashi's just going to constantly be walking down that way. This guy turning around really doesn't matter. By interrupting his animation, it's not really going to change much. One of them's going to turn around here again. We can't interrupt their animation. It's just Higashi that we're waiting on, so just do this normally. Because we can't do anything until Higashi gets to the end anyway, so this guy just waiting here isn't actually a problem. And I'm fairly certain he goes back to this animation anyway. There's a couple of animation cancels that just go back to the way they were originally, like I said earlier. So, At this point, we just get to the end of the first phase bit, which is this bit right here, the car. Could have ran forward there, but it's fine. So, as I said earlier, the big problem that you have with the tail segments in Judgment is that every one of your targets can see you and stop. So, we don't want to hide here, but the guy in the white shirt sometimes gets stuck and turns around. So, hide there for safety. The AI pathing of this bit sucks. In the original version of Judgment on the PS4, white shirt guy here can actually get stuck in this corner and you'll get soft-locked. You can't carry on. Thankfully, that's been fixed in the remaster because he paths around to the left. I want to be a bit careful here because we can get seen. So this bit kind of is frustrating. We have to wait for Higashi to finish up a phone call. There is no way to speed up this phone call, so we just wait here. This is another time waiting segment. It's just, we have to wait for the 2 ads to make a complete loop around the room, so it is what it is. This is one of those segments we have tried so hard to try and find a skip for, to like skip animations and stuff, there's just nothing. There's just nothing. It sucks. We just have to wait here for like a minute. The one nice thing that can be said about this tailing segment is it is the penultimate tailing segment. So we are almost done. Unfortunately, the last tailing segment is absolutely pure evil. And I mean pure evil. You'll see. You will see. It is absolutely nasty. You could also hide on one of the like pillars to the right there for this bit, but it doesn't matter where you hide as long as you're just hiding the entire time. I wish there was a way to speed this one up. Like, this is the one that I tried the most to find just anything to speed this one up. There is nothing. It is such a shame. It is genuinely such a shame. Again, just don't get too close. Everything's fine. Their AI usually doesn't break here pathing-wise, so as long as you don't get too close, they won't turn around. And the end point for this tailing segment is right on this corner where that guy currently is. Please move. Please move. I need to stand here. Okay. Gashi's having a smoke. And then we get the potentially easiest tail segment of any tail segments in this game. What you want to do is go to this plant. That's it. That's all you do. That's all you do. I need to do anything else. That guy turns around because he's scripted to turn around there. Again, all these turnarounds are scripted. The entire things are scripted. The only time they'll turn around is if I accidentally make a mistake. Literally, that you just wait here. That's all you do. That guy on the right is going to disappear. Thankfully, neither of these two turn around here. They will turn around in a second. This next hiding spot is kind of awkward. Because the guy in the white shirt is going to stop and speak to that group on the left there. Higashi's going to move forward and then move backwards. So we need a hiding spot that can basically see Higashi. The guy in the white shirt doesn't matter. We just need to not get seen by him. So the best hiding spot for this bit, unironically enough, is inside the beef bowl place at Kushimaru. Remember earlier when we sat next to a glass window that was completely invisible? Exactly the same. As long as you can see Higashi, that's all that matters. It's stupid, but this is what works. Also, this is not the penultimate chapter, but the chapter after this one is the penultimate chapter, so we're 3 chapters from the end of the game. Sir? Honestly, this is a mood. There's going to be one more turnaround section from the guy in the white shirt, but thankfully, if you're quick enough, you can just get behind this car. I'm a little behind, but if I run, I'm going to get hurt here. We're fine. That is honestly a mood. Now, this NPC walking towards me is going to be a problem, because if I walk into him, it is going to get their attention. But provided I just run a tiny bit, not too much, we should be good. That should be the end of the penultimate tail section. Heck yeah, good stuff. Okay, so there's only one more tail segment left in the game. That's in the penultimate chapter, the next chapter. So, now we chase Higashi. All of this is kind of pointless because we want to speak to Higashi and we could have probably just done that. Would have been quicker just to beat up the rest of the people he was with. I don't know. You want to be careful here. I believe these are randomized QTEs for these can throws. Might be wrong with that, but I'm fairly certain they're randomized. So you just need to be a bit careful with them. Stick to the left-hand side for the first one. I kind of forgot that one existed, but I avoided that QT, so that's fine. This one, you cannot avoid the sign coming up. You'll either hit the sign or the people. The only way you can avoid it is if you're close enough to Higashi by not messing up the dodge earlier. You have to not mess up any of the dodges to not get that QT, but you don't lose that much time to it. Only like half a second at most. Alright, get drunk. Congratulations, this is speed tech. That fight spawn's gotta go. I should get rid of it right now before it sees me. So this is speed tech. Unironically, getting drunk here is speed tech. You might be wondering why that is. For the next story part here, we have to be drunk to be able to lure the Matsugani family out. I'm getting rid of any fight spawn possibility here because I do not want to see them. When we run up to here, we're going to get a phone call. There's a fight spawn right there. I don't like that. There you go. And because we're drunk, we're just going to run straight this way. At this point, we're supposed to wait until we get a phone call from Kaito, who says, hey, make yourself a bit more vulnerable to lure the Matsugani family out, which is just getting drunk. Excuse me, sorry. Flew bad. Fight spawn? Yeah, it's going that way. That's good. And because we can skip a story beat, the next place we want to go to is Bartender. Shoutouts to Shot Bar, the American cheerful weather, California route bar. Once again, Americans in chat, please agree or disagree with whether the American weather is cheerful or not today. Certainly not in the UK, that's for sure. It was raining earlier. Nope. And because we're drunk, we skip an entire step here and we can just finish this off. Mary's gonna bother us again, but thankfully this one isn't important. Look at the drink.
Hey.
Guess either of these, it doesn't matter which. Congratulations, it's done. In order to lure the Matsugani family out, it's not working. We're gonna try a different approach. We're gonna go beat them up instead. Funnily enough, this is gonna work. Who would have guessed? I think there's a fight spawn down there. There was. Yes. It's better to be safe than sorry and to get the drone out than to not get the drone out. Oof. Poor husband. Got bodied. Anyway, this is the actual story point.
You little... I'll slaughter you!
Try and grab the sign on the right. Sometimes it doesn't work. There's a cone right next to it, which makes it a little awkward. But if you can, makes things a little faster. They do survive this because they have a lot of HP. I was really hoping to, yeah, do that attack. I don't know why Yagami prioritized the normal swing over the downed enemy attack when, you know, the only enemies that were around me were downed on the ground, but this video game does that sometimes. I mean, all Dragon Engine games do that sometimes. So we have to go and see 3 of the Matsugani family clubs. Doing that just in case there's a fight spawn from the right-hand side, because you don't get enough time to react to it this time. So we're going to do this again in a specific order. This specific order will lead us to the closest point to where we have to do the story after this, which is in the Champion District. So we're going to deal with this one first. It's the only one that leads into an actual fight. No fight spawn means it could be one around the corner. So again, for safety, I'm going to be taking the drone out.
You little shit. Who do you think you're talking to? You're never meeting Hamura. Because you're gonna die right here!
That's nice. I'm going to grab the bike and hit him with it, because I want to build up my EX a little bit. Oh, my EX is full, actually. Never mind. I'm just going to go straight into my EX. I'm going to do it from this side so that we can hopefully hit all the enemy. Not too bad. 3.5. Yeah, that's fine. 3.5 will be enough. So we have to go and see the other two clubs. Thankfully, they don't get into fights, but the bit afterwards will. No fight spawn here, that's good. So the next one, thankfully, is on Pink Street. It's like right at the Pink Street taxi, which is good. Like, as soon as we get in, it's literally right in front of us. This guy. And one last one, which we'll go to East Chichifuku for. Just be careful of fight spawns here again. Should be good at this point. Not too bad. Go speak to this guy. And the last place we need to go to is the Champion District. Kaito will give us a phone call in a second. There we go. And that's why we use that one last. That way we can just run straight into this bit, and there we go. This fight is usually kind of frustrating, but because we have our EX built up, we can use our EX to just demolish most of these enemies. Kind of hoping maybe a bit more together, but that's fine. Shame. I'll just take you out with this. Actually, I want to be in Crane for the next fight. I have one round of EX, that's good. I can start off with an EX Wall Acrobatics. Okay. And with that, we get into a chase part. There's a couple of bits in this chase part that are unavoidable, unfortunately, in terms of QTEs. This bit coming up right here, not this group, but this group right here. Well, not that group, even the next one. This sign that he's going to throw down. It is impossible to avoid this sign, unfortunately. Damn it. That might have him throw a can at me in the next part, which is a shame. Because it's one of those where you can avoid having a can thrown at you if you're close enough. Okay. Okay. Sure. These are unavoidable in here, these two groups. You cannot move away far enough, as you can see, on either side. All cars are square, so square for this. You should get knocked over by that cone, but thankfully you don't. Triangle for you, and then circle for the last one. I always get this order confused, so I always take a second there. Cool. So, unfortunately for us, this was all Hammerer's idea to lure us out and to try and kill us. Unfortunately, he hits Kaito with a bullet, so we gotta go save Kaito. Should be ready pad for Sugiura here, I believe. Nope, left.
Yeah.
Okay. So because I have a little bit of EX, I can start this fight a little bit stronger than usual. So what we're going to do is go around everybody, do this. That was good AoE damage to everybody, and then hopefully just finish them off. I was hoping that would finish that guy off, that's a shame. It was a good fight other than that last guy.
Okay.
The nice thing about that is that does build up my EX a little bit, so I can start again with this next fight quite positively. I'm going to start with a leapfrog, which will build up to the second EX bar and get a free EX attack off.
Nice. Got it.
Because guess who's back? Cane Man is back!
What the? Yagami!
Now, at points in this set piece, I want to chug Jack Daniels. Again, you want to make sure you're drunk in this speedrun. If you're not drunk, you're doing it wrong. Kick him down, free EX, and then we deal with everybody else. Oh, okay. Dragon Engine. He's going to go into his EX, so I'll take care of this guy. He's going to go into his EX video game. See? Sometimes the game just doesn't like you going fast. Keep him on the ground, that'll be good. I don't want to use up too much of my EX for the next fight. Wall Strike's good. Wall Strike's very good. I want to blast through this fight and the next fight with my EX. As soon as I go down to free drunk level, that's when I use my next Jack Daniels. Nice guard. Taking my EX off so that I can build it back up. This fight kind of sucks. So, Cane Man gets himself a very long, pointy stick. This makes his hitbox go a little weird. I should have used Tiger for that EX move, but it's fine. As you will see coming up, no doubt, in this bit, where we're both going to start spinning around the room in very weird and interesting angles. Do this to get through his invuln phase. That's bad. Ooh, wow, I'm lucky I was still in my EX to not take that mortal wound. That's very lucky, wow. Thankfully, we have medkits spare just in case, but wow, that's very lucky. I do not want to take any mortal wounds before I get to Cane Man version 3? Question mark? We'll jump to get upstairs quicker. Sugura's going to tell us to get the lights. The lights are literally right here in front of us. Sugura's going to get very lazy with these lights, trust me. Thanks. Grab these inventory items if you can. I should actually not have full of those. Where did I fail to use those?
Almost there.
Interesting.
Nice.
Lockpick. You have to be very precise with the lockpicks in Judgment. The nice thing about Lost Judgment is it's going to start us with an upgrade that tells us where the, that tells us where the actual lockpick points are. Which you could probably guess is very, very useful. Once again, any stairs. There you go. Oh, I really do have full stamina nexus. Interesting. I think I've got to use them against Cane Man 1, unironically enough.
Keep it busy.
Okay. EX Wall Acrobatics, good here. If you can get it off. It's kind of hard to get a good wall to do it off of. This one works. Until Sugura takes away your EX target like that. Is it though? Alright. This is the nasty part. I'm in one-hit kill range right now. So, Cane Man's Cane, now, this is impressive. It's a shotgun. Kill Cane Man. No other enemy in this fight matters. Kill Cane Man. Do not, under any circumstances, let him get attacks off. Yeah, actually, I am. I'm very scared, actually. That's bad. That's why we have spare healing items, just in case, so we can go into EX and not take any shotgun damage from Cane Man. Heck you, Cane Man. I'm now drunk. Smiling emoji. Am I full drunk? I am full drunk. So we'll go into here and use a Wilkinson soda to get ourselves not full drunk. That way I get full access to my movement again. Get the lights. They're right next to you. They're literally right next to you. They are literally right there. Anyway. Hopefully take care of most of these enemies. Cool. Once again, stairs. Wall jump. Get you upstairs quicker. Wonder where the light switch is. I have to wonder why it does this. So when you're in the darkness, your movement is a little messed up. So you have to get the lights on to be able to move fully again. But also you can't target enemies in the darkness either. And we have a lot of EX here, so we... EX. Takes care of at least 3 of them. probably the EX move, but it's fine. Had quite a build-up of EX. And thankfully, we have a spare medkit. Not there on harder difficulties. Found that out the hard way on my Legend playthrough.
Get in there, boys.
But genuinely, I'm not afraid of Cane Man at this point. Cane Man actually isn't that bad at this point. The X-Wall acrobatics are very, very good. Dealt with him. This is going okay. This episode's actually going okay. Not like super amazing, but it's not going badly. So it's going okay.
Almost there.
I'm getting some very nasty lockpick luck. So the only scary part about this Cane Man fight is the beginning of it. And even then, that's not that much of a problem.
Finally, I was getting bored of waiting.
Funny that.
Sugiura! Don't worry about me! Just go find Kaito-san!
You think I'd let you do that?
Yeah, actually. If we went drinking together, we absolutely would. Cane Man is actually a friend you can make in this game. He's actually a friendship event after this dungeon. Oh, that's bad timing on my part. Okay, at least he only hit me with the tail end of that attack. That's not the worst thing to happen. Really hoping one of these wall strikes would hit, because that helps a lot. I think the only problem with this mortal wound is probably Koga, and Koga won't be a problem. Do the thing. Thank you. Nice dodge. Cane Man likes to dodge pretty much most of your attacks, so you do have to be a little careful. I wasn't expecting you to not counter that. I want to build up my EX a little bit for the fight after this one, which is why I'm also, like, not going straight into my EX boost. I will in a second, but I'll also just do this and finish the fight at this point. Yep. 2.5 bars should be enough for what I want. Okay. Nice guards. I probably should have just let him do his EX, because he had an EX move built up there that he would have used. Okay, 3 EX bars for this fight should be good. See if I can get the fast strat off at the start. I love this fight. Missed my attack. That's bad. Not gonna get the fast strat off. If I hit the second hit, it would have broken Hammerer's guard, and at that point, Hammerer would have just gone into second phase. Shame. That's still second phase, though, or at least it should be with one more hit. See how the HP bar's not going down anymore? Video games, so with the Yakuza games, it's not just a Dragon Engine thing. Sometimes the actual Yakuza games or RPG games need a little bit of persuasion to remind them, hey, this boss is one hit away, or like at the actual HP threshold of going into the next phase. Because this ain't gonna do anything. It gets me EX at least, but... I missed. That's a shame. How did you dodge? Not dodging that. What the heck? How did you dodge that attack? I'm actually a little surprised about that. Don't worry about Kaito. He's not dying. He's just got a lot of blood coming out of him. He's actually fine. He's actually going to be up within like a day. I don't know. I don't know how Kaito gets up from a bullet wound like that. But yeah, Kaito just gets back up. You'll see why later. Well, you won't see why later, but you'll see why Kaito is so strong later. Ashki's murder. That's the option we want here. So this is the big plot point where we get most of our answers from Hammerer. Turns out, you remember when we were trying to defend him in chapter 1 of that murder? It turns out he was involved in that murder. What a bloomin' surprise. No one's surprised. So, he's gonna tell us, we want this one because that shows him going into the club. He's gonna tell us basically a bit about the Mole. The Mole is the person going around killing the Yakuza. They set Ayabe up. Ayabe is in need of court trial. We're gonna go and defend him later on in the video game. But essentially, Hamura is involved with the Mole. He knows who the Mole is, and the Mole at this point wants Hamura dead. Once again, much like earlier, if you don't want story spoilers, this is the chapter where literally things kick off. I really wish people wouldn't throw gas canisters in a burning building. That's kind of dangerous, you know. Thankfully, we have a stick that's on fire. You would think that's not a good thing. Actually, this thing is really good.
Do whatever you can to keep them away.
It's actually really, really good. So, there's a couple of large lads in this fight. This is, if you ever played Yakuza 0, and you know about the, protect, like, Macto bits, this works exactly like that. Nice double. I'm a little surprised that happened. Okay, I am apparently dying. So, what we can do is also the same kind of tech as Yakuza 0, in that a bunch of the enemy are going to go after Matsugane, and we can basically use that to... That's not what I want to do, that's what I want to do. Oh, you're all running out here, that's weird. Not necessarily bad, just weird. We can use that by having the enemy go after Matsugane to ignore us, and they will drop their guard at that point. Also, knocking the enemy into fire like that is really good. Like, surprisingly really good. If you knock an enemy into fire, they don't actually have any defense. You'll see that with a boss fight coming up at the end of this.
Got it.
This is not going too great right now, unfortunately. Having some unlucky fights right now.
Perfect.
I got one other enemy with that, that's fine. I'd have liked more, but it's okay. Kick that guy while he's on the ground. Leapfrog this guy. Wall explodes. You can't no damage this bit because of this door alone. As you will see, my HP starts going down. Thanks. Now, why does Ozaki, of all characters, get such a cool boss intro? Ozaki. It's not fair.
I'll handle this. Stay back.
I'm gonna tear you apart.
I believe it. So hopefully I can go aggressive against Ozaki because the room's going to explode several times, which actually breaks his guard. But it also stops him from going to the ground most of the time, which allows me to keep attacking. Which I was too far away that time. Nah, I didn't break his guard this time, he was on the floor. Unfortunately, this is not a QTE, so we don't get that much EX back, unfortunately. In fact, we don't get any back. This is why I might use my Tarada here, to be honest. Because I'm going to need to not get hit by Ozaki in this bit to die.
Not so fast.
I'm going to let Ozaki run to me, actually. I'm going to wall strike him. That will do what I need to do. Yep. Just missed. It's fine. So what I want to do is push Ozaki towards that fire. Because if I can, it will actually stop him from being able to move. Unfortunate. He actually got hit by the fire on the wall. I'm dying. Oh my god, he actually hit me into the fire. Oh wow, he actually hit me into the fire. I think that goes back to the start of this set piece, doesn't it? No, it says here. Wow, he actually knocked me into the fire, and because he knocked me into the fire, I couldn't do anything. He used my trick against me. Damn. Unbelievable. Where did he learn to do that? How did he figure out my trick? He actually figured out my trick. Impossible. See how much extra EX I have this time? That's more like how the first phase is supposed to go. I was just showing you how the first phase is supposed to go, that's all. How did he knock me into that fire? Unbelievable. Unbelievable. The nerve of this man. This is the trouble of having a little bit of my HP bar broken with a mortal wound. But because I was burning, I couldn't open my pause menu, so... Oops! Let's go, Ozaki. You start burning alive. You stay over there. Go away. Go away. See how much easier that is when you have EX? God. That is so unlucky. I can't believe he actually caught me in the fire. Anyway, we find out who the mole is. Find out who the mole is, and it's somebody we've already met in the story a couple of times. They don't like us. We don't like them. Again, there's going to be unavoidable story spoilers from this point on, so I might as well say it. The mole is, of course, Camero PD's Kuroiwa. So unfortunately, we're going to have to deal with him. But first, we have to deal with the fourth member of the Kaying gang. The worst of them all. God, I hate this man with a passion. This man's called Koga.
Enough talk.
Remember what I said?
Show me what you can do.
The RRLAT6 dodge is on a couple of enemies in this game? Yeah, Koga has it. Unfortunately, Koga has a couple of tricks up his sleeve. Focus Koga. No one else in this fight matters. Focus Koga. That's a grenade. I'm just gonna do this to not get hit by that grenade. Go to phase 2, Koga. Let us end these shenanigans. That's really bad. He's, again, it's doing the Dragon Engine thing of phase 2. That's why I was waiting on the heat attack. Obviously, it wouldn't let me do it. Hey, note that Koga has double guns. Note that he also has a really long intro to that attack and just opens him up completely to being attacked. Idiot. Yeah, if that mortal wound hits me, it does more damage than I have HP. Even without the mortal wound. Koga's nasty. In the Legends speedrun of this game, that's the nastiest fight. Without a shadow of a doubt. That is the nastiest fight. That is the fight that will kill you multiple times. Koga is awful. Koga is actually genuinely terrible. We don't like Koga around these parts. Okay, thankfully, that's the end of the chapter once I get to the Matsugani family office. But yeah, Koga has, as you can probably guess with his double guns, the RSA dodge. When Koga goes into phase 2 with his guns, every single attack is a mortal wound. His actual mortal wound attack... Really? I'm too close to the lamppost? Okay. Every single one of his EX moves does way more damage than we have. Because again, we don't get HP upgrades anymore. We used to. We don't anymore. We need to not get HP upgrades to be able to afford the attack buff in the next chapter. That's the reason why I have this low HP. I can get HP upgrades in the finale if I need. But that's only the finale. We're not the finale. We are now the penultimate chapter. And with the penultimate chapter comes the nastiest tale segment. Oh, baby. Oh, baby. Also, Tojo HQ. You might recognize that place. So everything plot-wise is now coming together. Kaito. Also, somehow Kaito is going to be here. He's going to be fine, somehow. He's not going to be fine, but, you know, he's going to be standing. He's going to be ready to actually go fight people, despite the fact that he got shot not too long ago. Kaito is amazing. Again, as you will see during his DLC in a couple of hours, Kaito is amazing. Like, there's a lot said about your RGG protagonists and their buds. Kaito's the best RGG bud. By far. By far. Looks absolutely fantastic in that shirt as well. We're out of the drone. We're going to the taxi, going to Kamura Kikanoyo again. The same place we fought Higashi earlier in the video game. but we're not actually going to fight anyone there. Essentially, the mole has tried to kill Hammerer. The Matsugane family is in disarray. They're in fear of basically collapsing. There's no one left to lead the Matsugane family because Captain Hammerer has just gone into hiding. So at this point, our beef is with, obviously, this mysterious force we're going up against and the Kane gang. It's always the Kane gang. It's always the Kane gang. Every time. Just when you think you're free of them, it's the Kane gang. I can tell that I'm doing pretty bad in this run because the Kane gang are going to disappear. Hey, we got to recruit Sayori again. Not the last time tonight, either. Again, every time I get my drone out, it's to try and get rid of any potential fight spawns that occur along here. Sakakiba, my dude, you've got to get out of here. Again, I wait until I'm close enough to make sure that Sakakiba doesn't respawn again. Oh dear, oh dear. Also, you can see Tashiro's here. You can become friends with Tashiro. A couple of the friends you can make in this game, like Tashiro and like Cane Man, are actually friends. So, the difference between making friends and friends is that they are actually around Kamurocho and will help you in fights. Unfortunately, it doesn't count towards story fights, so there's no point. Get me out. Depends what it is. Yes.
Oh.
Hoshino, stop it. God damn it, Hoshino. So, we're going to have to once again do this stuff with, sorry, literally does not matter, don't do a damn thing. And with this, we have got to go and basically trap Kido. So, we've got a couple of dialogue options to try and get Kido to come to Kamurocho. Funnily enough, it's all the left option. With pleasure. Want to know more about you. It's actually supposed to be the one on the right. When do my notes say all left? Yeah, SP doesn't... Well, SP does matter at this point, actually. It's not that bad. We should be getting our final upgrade right now. Like, literally right now. I should be menuing for it right now, but I'm not.
Let's roll, Talk.
I have plenty of time. I have plenty of time. We're going to go meet up with Sugura. I'm going to do it here whilst I despawn the enemies. What am I missing? Oh, right, Ferocity. I forgot. I'm supposed to get Ferocity first. That's what I was supposed to get earlier. That's why I died. Anyway, you can see 292 skill points, as said. Okay, I got very lucky because I didn't actually despawn the enemies there. So, whoops. But yeah, as I said, that's... Ferocity was something that I was supposed to get like 2 chapters ago. That stops us flinching as much in our EX mode. Very important, actually. Or is that the faster charge attack one? That might be the faster charge attack one. I can't remember. I get them confused. Ferocity and Elegance. Either way, we have our final attack upgrade. That's important. And Kido is come here to the batting center. This is where, if you're playing on OG PS4, you start to have frame rate problems. Now, my PC is a little ailing, so you'll get to see a little bit of those coming up right here.
Do they have them all over the city or something?
Delete that video, guys.
Fun fact about Kido, he's not a fighter, so he doesn't have HP. Bonk. So when we hit the UFO catchers, yeah, the frame rate disappears. If you're on OG PS4 for this run, it goes down to about 5 FPS. I need a bench. Suguro, do me a favor, get off the bench. Don't use the strong attack in here because the bench will break on the ceiling. Also, ideally, don't knock any enemies outside of this. That was actually a really good fight despite me losing the bench. It went that way. Exit stage left. So, essentially, we need to coax out of Kido what's going on, why the Ministry of Health is involved, what's going down with all these Yakuza murders. We do the Yakuza thing of strip him down to his underwear, etc. The game gives us a point here where it's like, hey, there's going to be a bunch of plot stuff if you just want to go and do stuff for a while, because you're going to be in cutscenes for a long time, which, yeah, you are. In the speedrun, we're not. So, we ask Kido about a couple of things, about Shono, about this miracle drug they're working on called AD9 that's supposed to cure dementia. That's important. Ichinose from the Ministry of Health is very much involved in all of this. This is what we're getting from this conversation, but we also get told by Kido that they have a secret lab here in Kamurocho. He doesn't know where it is, but there is one person who does know where it is. You can probably tell what this is leading to, because we're going to have to go and follow that person. I don't know what just happened in my house, but there was a very large explosion, there's a very large vibration just then. Doors? Doors?
Yeah.
So, we need to find a specific target. Now, to do that, we have to actually hit a couple of triggers first. First one is this guy.
What the?
This guy spawns in the second group of people, which is this lot. Reminder, we're after this guy, Ishimatsu. This guy right here. Pure hatred and evil, this man. The second trigger is this guy. Now, Ishimatsu, you can very briefly see him right there. You can't actually get him early, which is a shame, because you can see that he's gonna take his sweet time in getting down here. That's definitely him, alright? That's absolutely him. Shout out to that sign that literally says beans and balls, or jeans and balls, I think. I think it's jeans and balls. It's either jeans or beans and balls. I think it's jeans and balls. Also, Pennsylvania. That's definitely him.
Grace.
And with that, it's time to start the final tale segment. And this one is absolutely pure evil. Very pure evil. Ishimatsu is, unsurprisingly, the jumpiest of all of your tail targets. He has the best vision and the best hearing out of any of them. We are going to take this extra safe. We don't need to hide here. Ishimatsu can see you. Now again, a couple of turnaround points got removed in the remaster, but this is still exceptionally evil. There is usually a turnaround point around there, but that got taken out. But the rest of these did not. Again, all these turnaround points are scripted. I will be pointing out some other spots where Ishimatsu can see you as well. This one is absolutely diabolically evil. He's going to go that way. Again, don't walk into any objects or he will turn around. Note that I am hiding here. Oh no, I'm losing him. He turns around instantly and looks back this way. And if you think that's the evilest that this guy can be, oh, this is just the beginning. So, he can actually see you through the glass window there. He can see you through this little gap right here. So we're just going to take this nice and slow. Again, all scripted. I don't want to be too fast here, because he can see you through this glass window. This glass cage of my emotions. This is your hiding point for the end of the first phase, and this is where it gets really evil. Because I know I failed at this bit when I first played this game, and I know a lot of other people that did as well. So, hands up in chat if you failed this bit, because I certainly did. You feel like you have to run after him, right? I was playing on hard, that got me caught instantly. Oh, Ishimatsu is pure evil. Now, you would think at this point that you want to run down to the bottom as well. You don't. Because in 2 seconds' time, he has already turned around. As I said, this man is very jumpy. He turns around a lot. It's all scripted. Now, it looks like he's going to turn around here, but he actually isn't. Again, as long as we don't get too close, we're all fine. He just stands here. He doesn't do anything. He just stands here for a second. Don't worry about him. He's going to get harassed by a local barker, so what we're going to do is we're going to stand next to New York style hot dog. New York style hot dog and coffee. That's a burger. That's a burger.
Hey, how about a few drinks tonight?
I can't bring my camera out, otherwise I'd show you the menu, but 350 yen for a medium-sized hot dog. It's not the worst. Not the worst at all. Again, you might think I'm taking my time here. Oh no. Surprise. He's going to start turning around again. I should have gone a little bit closer to him here. It's kind of hard to see where he is, but he's at the very top of the screen right now. He's turned around. See him right there? I think he turns around one more time here, so I do have to be a bit careful. I'm very delayed here. He's going to turn around one more time. Close. Close. Okay. That's the end of phase 2 of this Tales segment. Now, thankfully, the game is going to checkpoint us here, because this is the last part. This is long. This is terrible. There's a little bit of speed tech here that's really hard to pull off. I'm dying of the flu again. Once again, folks, don't get the flu. It sucks. Now, Ishimatsu doesn't turn around here in the remaster, but we just want to be a bit careful that he doesn't see us anyway. We go very, very patiently here. Because he does turn around just before this bit. That's a turnaround point for the original, but again, doesn't matter in the remaster. Now, we wait. Where Ishimatsu is going to survey the entire land from up on that balcony. Jackass. There is surprisingly no hiding spot there if you keep walking forward. That's why this bit's kind of evil. Also, he can see me from up there, so what I'm gonna do is run. Stick to the right so that he doesn't see you. These railings count as actual cover. If you don't believe me, wait about an hour for Lost Judgment. Trust me. Oh no, I'm losing Ishimatsu. Whatever. Oh god. Whatever am I gonna do? See how I saw him for half a second there? He can see you through the crane here. I'm a little bit delayed than I would usually be, so I'm going to wait. Because again, doesn't matter. He shouldn't turn around here, but he can do, so just be careful. There's no NPCs around him, so he shouldn't do. Good. He was far away enough that he didn't hear me walk into that lady. That's good. Oh no, I'm losing them. Whatever am I going to do? So in the original here, he actually turns around at this bit. Here he is down the bottom. So this is the time save for this bit. It's actually really hard to pull off in the remaster. It's a lot easier in the original. It's actually really, really hard to pull off in the remaster. So he's going to try and cross the street and look behind that electrical box. So what I want to do is wait for the right time, get his attention, and hopefully he's far enough to the right that he's going to cancel his animation and walk backwards. But it's really hard precise timing to do. Nope! It's a lot easier in the original version than the remaster, so I'm not surprised I failed that. Apparently I can still see him here, by the way. Don't look at me. Yeah. And this is where this bit gets evil, because you've noticed probably that we've gone around in a circle. Watch Ishimatsu. He's at the very top of the screen. Watch him. That's supposed to be a turnaround point. And he runs. So we do have to keep up a little bit with him. You can see that I'm not going too fast, because again, he's going to stop at points. This is less him turning around and more me not getting seen when he goes around this corner. Be exceptionally careful around this crane, because this is a turnaround point. Stick to the left here. He turns to the right. This way he doesn't see you. Be very careful when running towards these, because they still have the properties of jumping you over them. That was a bit early. And that is the end of the last tailing segment. Thank goodness. That one literally took like 10 minutes, by the way. And with that, it's time for the last set piece of this chapter. Monsieur Lee, this is the hidden lab in Kamurocho.
Only one thing to do. We fight.
So you take this fight in a couple of ways. There are some barrels over here to the left that we can use. I'm going to start with these because barrel, good damage. So I'm going to have everybody stay together. Again, you don't do this attack. Yagami, please. I'm just trying to get as much damage to like all the enemies as I can. Your NPC AI allies in this game are very good. Thank you, Sugiura. Appreciate you. Now it's time for a horror section. Yeah, this is a horror part. Surprisingly enough. So you can only walk in this bit, so we're going to quick step to go a little bit faster. In this room, we're going to do this to you, and then this. Now, we can't do the same for this guy, unfortunately, but we can do this. Grab one of the broken massage machines in the bathroom. Throw it in the puddle. Short circuit the door. We carry on.
Keep it down, Sugiura. You're gonna give me a heart attack.
If you've ever played Yakuza 6, you're gonna recognize this next guy. I'm also gonna give a little bit of a trigger warning here, by the way. Because this bit is a little bit brutal. If you don't like scenes depicting hanging, look away for about a minute. I will tell you when it's over if you just want to not look at the screen, but this is actually quite realistic, so just look away for about a minute. We're gonna go up the stairs. Back step backwards. It's funny, but it works. Because again, it's faster than just walking. Lockpick the door.
Almost there. Nice. Almost there. Nice.
Good sign.
That'll do it.
Okay, so look away now. I'll tell you when it's done. This bit's messed up because you're actually on a time limit here. And like, there's a trophy for waiting for the last 5 seconds. It's really messed up. Oh, that's unfortunate. Okay, I'm just going to EX at this point. Now, the important thing I need to note is where that guy dropped his baton, which I can see on the floor, because that's going to be the quick way out of this. Okay, trigger warning over. You can look back now. Take off my EX, grab the special police baton the guy dropped, because that also counts as an electrified item. And our old friend is once again back. It is, of course, Hangman. Now, Hangman's a bit stupid. He's standing in a puddle. Hangman got electrified. But yeah, this was Hangman's second appearance after Yakuza 6. He appears in the bouncer missions in K2. He also appears in LED's business section. Of all things. Excuse me. Kick him along so I can do this. Ah, you dodged. That's unfortunate. Very unfortunate. Yagami, this is a run-uppable wall, and I know it is because I've done it many times in this fight. So in Yakuza 6's speedrun, we used a sledgehammer against Hangman. He's learned. That's my trick. That's very much my trick. Also, he can kill me at this HP value, so I'm a little worried. I'm probably going to go into my EX sooner rather than later. Yagami, please run up this wall. Okay. I'm just gonna play this safe. Well, I said safe. I meant safe. Oh my goodness. That's not gonna hit. Why did I try that? Nope. No. Hangman. You can see the amount of damage that we take in this endgame. It's a little scary. I didn't die. That's the important part. That fight is terrifying if you mess it up. Anyway. Now, on to the finale. I got the audio bug! Nice! So the audio bug is that the audio from that set piece is now going to stay in the background until we get to the next set piece. Very spooky. This audio bug happens in the Dragon Engine. It can happen in K2 as well, but it's a lot harder to pull off in K2. Ooh. Ooh. I love it when the audio bug's out here, because like it adds this weird bit of atmosphere here that shouldn't be here. Well, thankfully the next set piece is right here. There is actually one last Kamurocho set piece in this game. I lied, there's two. Here's the first. Yagami? Yo, glitch out the cutscene, I dare you. You won't video game. I didn't. This cutscene could glitch out sometimes. So if you're wondering why I didn't heal my mortal wounds, it's because of this bit.
Not for you. Not happy.
Thank you, Yagami-kun. Keep going.
Hell yeah.
What? No love for me, Mafia-chan?
Hang in there too, Kaito-san.
Now we're talking. All right. Mafia-chan's watching, so let's not screw this up.
Right. So the nice thing about this bit is Mafuyu's cheer will actually heal you to full and give you full EX. We do that to start hopefully getting those enemies over. Didn't want to do this heat attack, but it works. It's good damage. It's just long, but it will kill this guy. Oh, almost. That will. And the final lad. Alright, not skippable. I keep getting that. The nice thing about this fight is, once again, full HP and EX heal. But there's a bike here. Bike good. Nice dodges. Take this bike. That did not finish him off, and I'm upset about that. Leapfrog, good. Leapfrog, very good. Most of the time, you won't be able to get these guys. I'm going to try and get a slide. Yeah, that guy just moved too far away. That sucks. Unfortunate. But slide attack, good. Slide attack is absolutely hilarious. Slide attack really should not do that much damage, and it doesn't do that much damage, but it's so fun to kill enemies with it. Like, it really is. Excuse me. Ah, this flew. Once again, this is one of those fights that actually has, as you'll see on the left-hand side, some nunchucks in. Very, very rare, but they are very good. So I'm going to start by using my EX, and then we'll get the nunchucks afterwards to build our EX back up. Shame I didn't actually get that good of a hit against these guys. Okay, so for the next bit, get rid of my EX, go grab these nunchucks, and get moving. Nice sign, what the heck? Ah! That could actually hit me on the way through. About this guy going past. Yeah, I don't trust Kaito. With Matthew stuck, they're all gonna, like, try and run past me, which is actually a shame. Nice job, Kaito. Nice job, Kaito. Yeah, as I said, your AI partners in Judgement are pretty good. Okay, one more fight. This fight is really frustrating, especially on Legend difficulty. Actually, we have a couple of bikes next to us, but we're just going to go into that EX against these guys. Do this to start. Give him a quick kick. Shame, I was hoping he'd take more damage than that. Also shame. I've also broken most of the actual good weapons here. So we'll Wall Strike a couple of times. Nice. Okay, it's okay, the other guy. Yeah, when in doubt, Wall Strikes work quite well.
Yes.
And our informant is indeed the guy from the prologue that we kicked in the face like 4.5 hours ago. In the law office. And there we go. Again, excuse me. Do apologize about all the sniveling and the coughing. I do have the flu. I had it for like 3 weeks. The flu sucks.
Shall we?
Sometimes you get through the door early enough. Once again, Matthew needs to jump out of the window. Anyone who's with me when I jump out the window has to jump out. They are legally obligated. It's the fast way out of the building. No waiting for elevators or anything like that. Hey, this is where I've got to go to the beef zone. I always forget I've got to go to Cafe Muri at this point. I always forget. This is like... Usually I think I have to go back to the office here, but we've got to go see one of the prosecutors before we leave. One of our rival prosecutors. This one over to the right. I kind of wish got their attention, but... it's unfortunate. I had to fight. That's not where I wanted to go, but it worked out somehow. I'm not quite sure how that worked out, but that worked out. Right, in we go. Up to the top. Tell her to obey Marita is the answer. Actually, it might be one of those where it doesn't matter which you pick, but the top one is the correct one. And then we go back home. Okay, so, as part of the finale, there's a couple of things that we have to do. 1, fight, and 2, essentially conversation bits. So, we can do them in any order. We are probably going to start with the fight, because the fight is the hard part. I actually struggled with this fight more in my casual playthrough than I did most of the finale. Essentially, this is like the finish everything off before the end of the game part. With Higashi here, the one we're starting with, this gets into a fight. We're going to go see the Matsugane family and, you know, try and see what's going on with them, why everything's imploding, who's going to take over the family. There's one person who wants to take over the family. Oh dear. Oh dear. That's gonna be our boss fight. They're probably not a good fit to leading a Yakuza family, but here we go, I guess. Wait, that's kind of family. Why did I go to Charles for a second there? Also, this is the point in the original PS4 version where you have to take a safety save because you can get an infinite soft lock in this next fight. Thankfully, it has never happened in the remaster.
One way or another.
Basically, in the original PS4 version, if you use a heat attack in this fight, you can actually have it where the game breaks. Oh, that didn't work. As you can probably guess, Ozaki also has a EX in this fight. You don't want to hit that at the same time that Kengo still has his. I should probably have Jack Daniels here to start, charging my EX. Okay fight. Yeah, that was an okay fight. But that's the only fight point of no return that we do here. Everything else is just going to be conversation stuff. So back to the office. Obviously take the taxi from up here. Most of these are going to put us back at the office or close by, like Nakamichi. But for every other time, we just taxi over the Pink Street. But once we get through the next two conversations, that's going to get us to the point of no return, which is where the finale really kicks off. I absolutely adore this finale. This finale is fantastic. I think this is one of my favourite RGG finales. Brilliant boss fights, just good set pieces. Really love this finale. So, we're going to go see Kido of the ADDC with Hoshino. Basically, we need Kido on our side to testify in court about Chono and the 89 drug that they're working on. Now, Kido has shown throughout this game that he's smart enough to know when to back winners. So, we're basically going to convince him, hey, you're backing the wrong side. You should probably back us if you don't want massive repercussions. You have to skip through the text until you get to that bit. And then we carry on into this bit. So we have one more set of conversations to do. Thankfully, again, it gets us to Nakamichi, so we can just go straight here. Usually when it drops you off at Nakamichi as well, we don't have any worries about enemy spawns. My threat level for the Kane gang is 7%, so that's actually pretty good. I think my movement stuff, at least, has improved in the endgame. Okay, so one last way, we've got to go to the detention center. So one last chance of running into the Kane gang of Sakakiba here. Hopefully not. Good. So we've got to go see Okubo. We have decided to actually represent him in court once again. We've got to tell him let's go visit Amy's grave together again. Now, I don't think that's one of those that actually matters which one you pick, but the correct answer is that option. It's also the same side that you hold to skip cutscenes. And as soon as we get back to Sugiura around this corner, that's going to be our point of no return. So once we speak to Sugiura here, this is the end of the video game.
Yeah.
We are now hard locked into finishing the video game, so let's go do that. Once again, make sure we get rid of any potential fight spawns here. So we're going to go pick Kaito up at the Genda Law office, and then we're going to go to Le Mans, because the police have figured out Le Mans is an underground betting hall. We also know the police are actually there raiding the place, so we're going to go and have a confrontation with them. Marita tells us as much. Marita? It's not Marita. It's Akabane. He's like Edgeworth to our Phoenix Wright. So you can see a policeman is standing out here. And this is going to be your first look at the final boss. This isn't the final boss. This is going to be the first version of the final boss fight. So I need to concentrate quite hard on this fight. That's Maria. that's not good. That's Once again, Kuroya, voiced by Matt Mercer. An absolutely inspired casting choice. Let's see if I can do this fight correctly, because this fight is hard. So everything that we can do, Kuroya can do better. I'm gonna start by kicking him, doing an EX attack. He got up straight away, that sucks. I know I can run up this wall, Yagami, so if you'd like to do that, I'd appreciate that. That's really ruined my groove of this fight already. When in doubt, all strikes work. Now, unfortunately, I broke that plant, which is really bad. I was gonna say, you are in your second phase. Please. Video game. So breaking that plant is actually really bad for... That was a really slow phase 1, unfortunately. Breaking that plant is really bad for one reason, and that's the fact that, as I said, Kuroya can do everything we can do. Now, Kuroya can counter to get up off the floor, which is what he's about to do. So what we want to do in this next part of this fight is to literally throw an object at him, which is usually that plant. Unfortunately, I don't have that as an option anymore. The other plant might be close enough that he's going to counter me, so let's find out. I actually cancel out of his EX move by hitting him with that plant. That's kind of hilarious. That should not have happened, but we'll take it. Okay, I'm glad that works, because I was in a big bit of trouble there. Okay, good second phase. Nicely... nicely brought back there, because that was going sideways. That was going very badly. Ugh. Good second phase, at least. Okay. So, as I said, we're going to represent Okubo in court. You can tell it's present day, because once again, Yagami doesn't know how to style his hair anymore. So, over to the courtroom. Okay, so this is the final options, so I need to remember because I keep forgetting which these are. Cushy retirement positions, the phone logs, Shono's correction to the Curie clan murders, and then we get one final bit of Deus Ex Machina evidence. In Judgement, it actually makes sense, because after the Kuroya fight, we were met with a guy in a raincoat, just like the mole. It was, in fact, Captain Hamura, with a decisive piece of phone evidence that links Ichinose with all of these murders. So, secret's starting to get out. Everyone now knows that they're the bad guys. And unfortunately, Ichinose puts out a hit onto Kuroya. So, unironically enough, we're going to go and try and stop Kuroya from being assassinated. This is our final Kamurocho set piece of the video game. If I can get a good angle on this one, because sometimes this messes up a couple of times. Go try kicking this guy first to get him out of the way. That's actually fine, and he's moving into... So I'll go over the old-fashioned way. The reason why that sign works is because everybody stays together next to that sign, whereas as you can see with a bike, everybody is so far apart from each other now. You want to kill him, Kaito? No? Okay. Thanks. Ah, unfortunate. I have full EX for the next fight, which is fine.
Damn it. These guys won't stop coming on us. I meant at us.
Dude, that's gross.
Anarchy.
Come on, that ain't what I meant.
Okay, so.
Head in the game. Now let's go.
Alright. Go straight to the X, take care of these guys. Okay, that wasn't too bad. I want to be Crane for the next fight. Yeah, I definitely want to be Crane for the next fight. I guess I start with the table because I have no EX. That's fine. Just do it the old-fashioned way. Anyway, turns out Kuroiwa is a serial killer. Kind of knows that the assassins are after him and just kills them. I really like Kuroiwa as a villain. He is just an out-and-out, like, just murderer. Also, we get to fight the police, because of course we do. Heck the police. Grab this table, hit them all with this table. All the police have guns. So, at some point they're going to bring their guns out, so gotta be a little careful of that. That's actually good damage. This is a good table. Okay, the guns are out. Time to go into EX and not get shot. Kaito, my boy. Wait, how are you alive? Sorry, Kai, I think I just took that kill from you. And this is Kuroiwa's aide. He's voiced by Kaiji Tang, who's also the voice actor for Ichiban in Yakuza Like a Dragon. He doesn't get that many speaking notes in this game. So you would be kind of surprised to learn that. No, I was. Once again, these guys get guns out, so just be a little careful. Oh, they got the guns out, alright. Please. Thanks. You can wall run up these, I was gonna say, because it's actually really good to hit Sakakiba with. Oh, he did the throw, that sucks. There we go. Really, that missed? Okay, sure. Goodbye, bench.
Really, guys?
There's Kuroiwa. We gotta stop him. We need a gold keycard. This is the last active search part. The last cat, if you're looking for it, is outside of the window. And this kind of shows off just like what kind of a person Kuroiwa actually is. Because this is how cold-blooded Kuroiwa actually is. Like, most Yakuza villains or RGT villains have, like, you know, they have their own, like, you know, methodology and stuff, and you learn all about it. Kuroiwa's just killing people at this point. He's an out-and-out serial killer. So, unfortunately from this, Yagami's gonna get a concussion. You can tell, because once again, we apply the Instagram filter.
Hey, you okay, man?
Everything's gonna start to go a bit sepia in a moment.
Gonna need another way in.
Gonna start seeing ghosts of dead people. Oops.
What about the underground parking lot? The same way we got in before.
Good idea, Yagami-san. That'll get us into the hospital. We can get to the research wing from there. Especially now that we have the key card.
That might work.
Then we've got to try. We can't let Kuroiwa get away with this.
Damn right.
But before Kuroiwa, there's one more penultimate boss. He's back for the third time! With his bloomin' lightsaber. It's Masiko! Also, these guys also have guns. Surprise. What a surprise. I'm shocked. Do this if you can. It's good damage. Hits Masiko quite nicely. Takes care of most of the ads as well. Guns are out. Get rid of all the guns first, and then just avoid Masiko and his shenanigans. Come on, bud. That's not good. I'm gonna chug this and this, because I don't want to die. Found it. Oi, oi, oi. Bad EX usage on my part. I don't want to use it before the next fight. I also should have taken a Wilkinson soda because I'm currently drunk and I'm in the sky. I can't control where I'm going because I'm drunk. Whoops. I'm drunk and I have a concussion. Folks, don't drink when you have a concussion. Jeez. Have some soda. Have some soda. Everything's okay. So you can actually jump up, even though we're first person and walking, you actually jump up the side there. Skip this cutscene. Puts us forward. You tell, this is the concussion. Yagami's not doing too great. To the left, skip this cutscene. And don't skip the next cutscene. Because it doesn't actually take us that far forward. Also, the effect here is really nice. You get to hear, like, the rain outside and, like... That is really cool. A little bit too much chromatic aberration, but honestly, it's really cool. I like this bit. This is the end of the video game coming up. Matt Mercer was a fantastic Kuroiwa. They were like, hey, Matt Mercer, do you want to do a villain voice? Heck yes. Skip that one. And this one. Now it is time for the final boss. Once again, everything we can do, Kuroiwa can do better. So we're going to try and take him out with a couple of EX attacks. That's bad, because I wanted to hit that. Again, surprised he would actually let me do the leapfrog attack. Come on. I just want to get into phase 2 before I use my EX. So this is RGG basically stunting on the entire industry at this point. Because this is a minute-long choreography section, has no QTs in it. Just in the middle of their final boss fight. It's so good. It's so good. Look at how cool this is. Just look at how cool this is. Look at Kuroiwa's look here. Oh, it's so good! You can get 3 attacks off if you just don't interrupt him before that attack. Easy peasy. Good fight. GG, everybody. We did it. Final boss down. Good job, everyone. Good shit. Alright. Lost Judgment time, folks. Wait a minute. About that. Not quite Lost Judgment time, folks. This man just stood up. That's an adrenaline pen. I'd like you to watch the bottom part of the screen. That's all 5 of his HP bars back. Oh, baby. Round 2! Yes, because you're Matt Mercer. Get it? Oh, that's unfortunate. You're going to counter me as you get up. Yes, you are. I might die. If he hit me there, I was dead. Okay, that's the end of Judgment. That's actually the end of Judgment. Alright, so Lost Judgment doesn't actually... It has one breakpoint, but it's kind of far in. I've been sitting here for like 5 hours. I'm going to go and use the bathroom real quick, and then we're going to start with Lost Judgment. So enjoy parts of the ending real quick. I'll be back in like 2-3 minutes, and we'll get going with the Lost Judgment portion of the marathon. I'm going to get a fresh cup of tea. I think I'll be right back.
Look who went and made a new friend.
They, agreed not to put us behind bars, at least for now. But we're gonna need a lawyer, though.
Yagami, son!
Shono.
Don't move! Drop the knife!
Just telling him to stop's not gonna do shit. Shono! Your little experiment game is finally over.
Yes, but I have no need for them anymore.
Huh? What's that?
This? It's a dose of AD9. You see, I finally did it.
What are you doing?
AD9 is done now. Everything I have has gone into this one syringe. There's no mistaking it this time. Here's the proof. I'm going to show you once and for all. I'll prove that my miracle drug is a reality.
How many people has your miracle killed?
People. People? But it'll save millions, maybe tens of millions across the world.
That's why you thought it was okay to murder an innocent woman? Huh? Is that why you stabbed her to death and burned the evidence? Okubo-kun took the fall for all of it. You sent a good man to die!
I never wanted to kill anyone. But it had to happen for AD9. It was the only way to save all of them!
The toxin is irremovable. Use of AD9 will always result in death. Shono-kun told me as much. Countless human experiments led him to that conclusion. In other words, AD9's development has failed. But Shono-kun didn't want to admit that. He couldn't say that it was over, that he had killed several people, that it was all for naught.
And when exactly did Shono-san...
Sorry, folks, I just need to deal with something. I'll be back in a second.
Only the other day. It was after hearing that I decided to testify in this trial.
Save the world. That's your bullshit excuse, huh? I don't buy it. The reason you murdered Emi-chan was so you could save your own skin. If you really cared about helping people, you would have left your research to someone else instead of resorting to murder.
But AD9 is my drug. I'm the only one who could have finished it. And now I'll finally prove it. Prove that all my research was worth the effort. Prove that I was right to do what I did.
Wait!
For the longest time, my mother cared for both of my dementia-ridden grandparents. Once the disease had finally, mercifully taken them, my mother died too. So you see, Alzheimer's has taken many loved ones away, even from me. But now, it won't be taking anyone else, ever again. My entire career as a researcher, all the time I spent developing AD9, every single minute of it has led to this moment. But but why?
So that's why I finally understand. When a patient is injected with AD9, they experience intense pain localized to the head, and their eyes become filled with a dark blue pigment. In the end, it's a gruesome death. As for the eyes, the
I didn't miss the good bit, yo. Let's go.
Shono-kun
let's go.
admitted as much. Had that been
I do like how we entirely waited for Shono to, you know, get his entire monologue off. Cold and flu.
every single corpse discovered in Kamurocho was found.
This is a bit grisly, by the way.
Shono-kun disposed of them, all in an effort to hide the horrible truth of his failure.
Cool. All right, that's Judgment. That's Judgment. Let's go on to the Lost Judgment, shall we, folks? You can see the rest of the ending yourself if you buy the video games, and they are good video games. Alright, so we are going to be doing the PC version of Lost Judgment. The PC version of Lost Judgment is a little bit slower than the console version, weirdly enough. Excuse me, that's my Windows, don't worry about that. that is my Windows, don't worry about that. Okay, I just want to make sure I've got my Lost Judgment notes, because there's a couple of new things in the Lost Judgment route that I've actually forgotten since I practiced it yesterday. So I'm probably not going to do those. I'll just do the old method, just in case, because I know what I'm doing with the old method. But we actually got a couple of new tricks in both Lost Judgment and Kaito files. I need to make sure it's on... Yep, English. Okay, so fun fact, it's going to be English for the main any percent, and it's going to be Japanese for Kaito files. So let's get going in 3, 2, 1, go. But this is going to be Lost Judgment, so this is obviously a direct sequel to the game you just saw. It does the LGG thing of not really, like, mentioning much of the things that happened from the first game, apart from, like, you know, certain people and, like, certain events. It's actually going to spoil Yakuza Like a Dragon a couple of times instead. Like, this might not be a Yakuza game, but it does spoil Yakuza Like a Dragon a couple of times.
Hey, Talk, you read me? You gonna be okay tailing this guy?
So, remember the tailing segments from Judgment, how everybody loved them. This game starts with a tailing segment. Yup. Yup. So, here's the nice thing. The tailing segments in Lost Judgment have been heavily improved. We have a triangle button. So allows me to do this. Also, most of the time, your targets in your tailing segment are going to run. Now, here's the thing. That meter at the top right is the percentage of, like, how alert they are to you and, like, how much they've seen you, etc. The higher the percentage, the more different your targets are going to behave. That's something that comes into play in this first one, and we don't want Kosuke here to basically act in a way we don't want him to. That's a skip, the rest of this isn't. So, photos, you know the camera. Get the camera out with square. For this one, the only thing we need to do is max focus. Yagumi's gonna say that's a pretty bad picture, but I don't really care that much. So, basically this guy is supposedly scamming ladies out of their money and then spending them on gambling and stuff. So, we're gonna catch him in the act. There's a couple of skips for this tail segment. The first one is up here. That's Camelot, that's a mascot introduced in Yakuza Like a Dragon, the mascot of Kamurocho. We're going to interrupt Kosuke's animation up here, but move away enough that we can just stay up here while he runs back. Hopefully we don't get more than 5%. You can't do this if you're too close to your tail target either, by the way, so you have to be very careful about that. And now comes the awkward part. I need to get his attention here, and half the time that doesn't work. Also, I've gone a little too higher than I would like here. Usually what I like to try and do is there's a bench to the left-hand side. You'll see it as I'm not going to let go of this just yet, because now he's going to act differently. Usually he wouldn't, like, stop, like, down here, but he's going to stop down here in a second. So I'm just going to hold this and make sure that I don't get caught here. Because usually he wouldn't if he was in green. Being in yellow, he's going to be a bit more cautious. But essentially there's... See, it's turning around there. This bench here, if you roll into that, you can actually create enough sound, if you remember what we were saying about the sound earlier, to distract Kosuke. Downside, it's the dragon engine. Sometimes that doesn't work. I remember when I said that these are literal, like, actual cover points. This should work. Yep. So this is stealth, by the way. This is, that's hiding. Don't turn around. Good, he didn't, because he's in yellow. If he's not in yellow, sometimes he'll turn around there. There's a couple of factors that go into whether your tail target turns around or not. It's really weird. Fun fact, this is the only tail target of Lost Judgment. So despite the fact the game starts with one, it's the only one, which makes this so much nicer. Speaking of nice things, the tutorials in Lost Judgment. You can skip them completely. So I'm gonna get both there, that's a shame. And again, I was gonna get both there. Okay, so you're going to see a lot more use of Tiger in this run, because despite the fact that Tiger is very overpowered in Judgment, RGG's devs decided, hey, what if we gave Tiger a damage increase? Tiger's very, very strong in this video game. It's a lot stronger than I can actually mention. It is very, very strong. this game also introduces technically 2 new fighting styles. In the run, 1, because the other one is DLC, and you won't get to see me use the new one. Ever. The new one is not bad, but the new one is just not as good as Crane and Tiger. Like, it's really good. It has a parry system like Tanamura's parry from Yakuza 4. It's just not as good in terms of fighting stuff. It's just not as good for what we want. Is it a bad style? No. But for what we want in the speedrun? Yeah. T-hot. T-hot. Okay, so Kosuke's going to act a little weirdly here because he's in yellow. He's likely going to turn around early here, so I need to be prepared for it by either hiding or getting triangle ready. Look at that. Told you so. But because he's in yellow, he should run here. So he does make up for a little bit of lost time. Do you turn around at the Popo, or would you just go inside now? I don't actually remember. I think in orange, you just go straight... No, he goes straight inside. Good stuff. It's not too bad. Peep my camera skills. Best photography you've ever seen. Nice frozen food. So we're supposed to get a picture of Kosuke and his bank account, but that counts apparently. Nice as I'm not the one who makes the rules up. And the camera up whilst this is going down so that you can get into active search mode. We find this entry point, then we go down this way to look for a foothold, and then we get to the bit that is the bane of literally every Lost Judgment runner. The parkour section. So these are new, these weren't in Judgment. These parkour sections are essentially... They're like traversal, they're a pain in the backside. So essentially... Dragon Engine shenanigans. So, at certain points, I'm going to be moving the camera to make sure that Yagami doesn't actually move in a different direction. Also, Yagami can fall off these things, which is really annoying because later on, if he falls off one of these parkour sections, I can lose up to 2 minutes.
Kinda hit a wall here.
If we drop down here early, we can skip a tutorial window.
Lose the guy, did you?
Look, my hands are tied right now.
Yiddies!
Everything's under control.
And in we go. Now, this is the tutorial that's supposed to teach you how to fight in Tiger, but as you can probably guess, we're already going to be fighting in Tiger. Light, charge, charge. Easy peasy. Stealth section time. We have a stealth section as well.
Better be careful
So,
here.
go through here. Skip this. A lot of this is skippable, which is nice. This bit is a little dangerous. Shout out to messing this up. GDQ, that was fun. So if you walk into anything, you create noise and basically wake this guy up. So we're going to have to go very carefully here. Sometimes the Dragon Engine doesn't let you pick those up, by the way. You can run when you grab them because you just get to here, interrupt him by examining this door, and then get through before he actually catches us. Shout out to the Dragon Engine for messing me up there. I appreciate it. And time for the lockpick. If you remember the lockpick in Judgment, this is much nicer. You can see exactly where, obviously, each of the pins have to go. My game glitched there and just put it straight up. And again, the heck.
Perfect.
But it's a lot nicer in Lost Judgment than it is Judgment. Also, that's one of only 2 lockpicking sections. I'm not kidding when I say that they really reduce the amount of side stuff in terms of the detective stuff. They really reduce it. The last lockpick section is actually in the finale.
That's a good boy.
Alright. Time for our first boss fight. This boss fight, we're at the whim of RNG in terms of which direction they go in. We want them to go to our left. If they go to our right, that can get problematic.
Don't say I didn't warn you.
Hello, Kosuke. Reason being is that he gets knocked towards Kyushu, and sometimes he goes into, like, the little bit there where the entrance is, and then you can't hit him again. Thankfully, Kosuke behaved. Kosuke very often doesn't behave. So now we're going to get introduced to, obviously, EX mode. You already know EX mode. We let it build up. We go into it. Now, the nice thing about your EX mode in Lost Judgment, as you can see, is that you can charge it from the beginning. So we actually have a whole boatload of damage from the very start. That was not a good fight because of that guy, but that's okay. That's a shame. And of course, chase sections. The chase sections have changed dramatically from Judgment to Lost Judgment. If you remember in Judgment where I was able to avoid certain QTEs and stuff, that is no longer the case. But because of that, because our health now depletes during the chases, what you can do is you can pre-jack the direction that you're supposed to go in. So despite the fact that I can't avoid like this group of people, it will still do it automatically. So it's not actually that much of a loss. Now, the chase sections are going to get very important later on. We're going to describe them in terms of laps. Like if you're doing a lap of a race course, etc. I'll explain why in about 20 minutes, when we get to the first one that actually matters. This is just the tutorial one, it doesn't matter. Also, whenever your target runs away like this, that's when they're going to throw something at you. It's a lot more, I can't think of the word right now, but you can see it a lot earlier than you could do with the original Judgment. So, that's kind of nice. Choreographs it. Choreographs it? Telegraph, that's the one. It telegraphs your lead what it's going to do a lot ahead of time. And here's the other nice thing about the chase sections. None of the QTs in this are random at all. They're exactly the same from run to run. So we don't have to worry about randomly pressing square instead of triangle for cans being thrown at us. Also, the rules that apply to the chase sections in the OG Judgment apply here. Triangle to jump over people, square to jump over cars, triangle to jump over bikes, etc. Really nice. So we're back at the Gender Law Office. We're going to run into the doorway here. You have a small modicum of movement. There we go. So we're going to find out what the Gender Law Office lot are up to. Sayori and Hoshino have gone to do a nearby case in court where a policeman has been caught groping someone on a public train. That is actually going to become very important very soon. The one and only time in Lost Judgment that we jump out the window. The only time. It is a shame. So here's hoping I have a better fight coming up here. Gonna take care of this guy and this guy while building up at EX a little bit. Hopefully everyone stays reasonably together. Let's hope to hit both of them, that's fine. Kaito took care of one of the enemies already? That's exceptionally rare, my boy. Ooh. What a lad. It's a good start. It's a very good start. Again, I'm gonna do the old equipment route. We've got a new equipment route now. I'm not fully up to date with the equipment route, so I'm just going to do the old method just in case, because it's a very, very new equipment route. But essentially it means sacrificing one of the equipment pieces that we are to pick up here. But I remember this route a lot more than the new one, so I'm just gonna do what's safe. I haven't had that much time to practice Lost Judgment, sadly, with this flu. So, unlike Judgment, in Lost Judgment, gear has returned. So you can see there is the Battle Innerwear. That shirt gives us a little bit of attack. Damn it. So, one of the downsides to doing Judgment before this is I keep holding left to skip cutscenes, even though it's up in this game. The Dragon Engine started with left as the direction to skip cutscenes, and then changed to up-down, like it is with the newer Dragon Engine games like Yakuza Like a Dragon. So when you do one after the other, I tend to get a little confused. But this is Izizaki Ejincho. This is the game's second map, the one we're going to be spending the most time in. This was a map introduced in Yakuza Like a Dragon. A fight spawn doesn't matter. I'm going to drink my tea. Ah, I was hoping it'd cool down a little bit. It has not. And we're going to go and find a case of school bullies. These bullies are harassing a local business owner, so we're going to do the correct thing and we're going to punch them. This is your third fighting style, Snake. You are never going to see it again, unfortunately. Whoops. Not too bad. I was hoping this guy would actually, like, come closer to me so I could take him out at the same time. That's a shame. Anyway, we taught those punks a lesson, and it's definitely not going to be the last time. This is where you're supposed to get your first set of gear in the wristbands, but obviously we've already bought the battle innerwear. We're going to be picking up several different bits of equipment during the run. Most of them are going to go towards, obviously, our attack. Either in our EX mode or just in general. The EX mode in this game is exceptionally overpowered. Exceptionally overpowered. They made it a lot stronger than OG Judgement. So, Tsukumo and Sugiura have set up a detective agency here in Izazaki Jincho. We're here to help them out with a case that they've got of, would you believe it, school bullying. Wow, what a shock. So the principal of the school wants us to see whether or not there is bullying going on at this school. Spoilers, somebody's killed themselves over it. Yes, there is. I went the wrong way. This is the way we go later, not now. Oops. Just keep in mind that the principal doesn't believe there's any school bullying going on. Just believe that for now. Top left. That was me being too early. Bottom left. Also, shout-outs to the option, mind if I order Peking Duck after Yakuza Like a Dragon. RGG, you know what you did. RGG, you know what you did. How dare you. Anyway, Sugiura bought one skateboard, but Amazon sent him two. Therefore, we get a free skateboard. It's time to become Tony Hawk. So this is actually a new form of transportation in Lost Judgment, where you can just get on your skateboard. Now, this is a tutorial, but the skateboard, for the few times I'm going to use it, is really good. The skateboard doesn't stop enemies from spawning, but it stops them being aggro onto you. The skateboard is absolutely phenomenal for both movement and also to not get into any fights. We're only going to get to use it a couple of times because this game has Yakuza Like a Dragon's literal fast travel anywhere system. Did not mean to hit that. If you hit things, you will fall off. You also don't want to land on the pavement. You can get hit by cars like in Yakuza Like a Dragon. Yes, it does damage as well. Look at that. You can do tricks. Anyway, this is Nasty Man. This is me with my flu right now. Kick, light, strong, EX. Got the fast one. This heat attack is the fast one. You can do two different ones when an enemy is on the ground. That's the fast one. That's the nice one. It's a little bit randomized as to which of the two that you get. If he's moving, I believe it needs him to be moving on the floor with his head facing you to do the fast one. But that's very nice. Very, very nice. This looks skippable. It is not skippable. I remember it's not skippable. You have to wait for Tsukumo to turn up. I do this every time. Okay. Disguises, you know the drill. We're only going to get a couple of disguise opportunities in the game. We only have the work clothes at first. It's the same work clothes from Judgment 1. Ignore the camera braking, don't worry about it. Get those, go to skills. We want attack level 1. We can get that, 630 is good. I have the right amount of SP for this bit. And so we're going to infiltrate the high school where we're going to plant a bunch of spy cameras. Please don't question the legality of it when Yagami is, you know, lawyer turned detective. Because he's clearly ignoring it. The cutscene trigger in this part is Kaito. So we open the door for our bud Kaito, and then we stand here ready to leave. Oh yeah.
All right.
We're supposed to follow Kaito here. No. Once again, double doors. Once again, double doors. If you know from any other Dragon Engine game, take double doors by the middle. It's quicker than the side. Fun fact, you don't have to wait for any of your NPC allies, and it's time for speed tech. Did you notice it? That was the speed tech. Going in first person, look how fast we got up the stairs. You go up the stairs much faster in first person than you do in third person. When you're in these forced walking sections, going in first person is a lot faster. It's really weird. Please ignore the fact I put a camera in the toilet. There's something very unethical about all of this. Anyway, this poor janitor is probably not being paid that much. He won't get out of the way. We haven't exactly tried talking to him. Take a look at his bottle. This is the quick way to do this. You can see he's struggling with money. We're going to bribe him to get out of the way. You can straight up just threaten him with his job. Which, poor guy. I don't think the guy wants to be a janitor in a high school for kids. Threatening him with his job is a bit, you know... He's just trying to have a cigarette break. Come on. Yagami's turned into a jackass in this game. Speaking of jackasses, bullies! These are the same bullies we just punched. Right D-pad for our introduction to Sawa Sensei to skip an entire line of dialogue. And now I can finally run around the school. So, we're going to go and meet everybody else in the gym. They've also been setting up these cameras. And we are going to get live footage of bullying! Who would have guessed that this school that had a suicide from a teacher actually had bullying? What a shock. What an actual shock. So, we're going to go down to class 2-2. Ah, I went too far. If you go too far to the side there, you roll down the stairs and you lose a bunch of time. Movement important on stairs. This is Mami Koda. The poor girl is being bullied. I can actually see her textbook. That'd be great.
Suspicious.
There's an actual proper way of, like, which ones you want to look at first. She's supposed to be looking at us, but because we're so far away, she just looks up. Poor girl. And now we go see the principal. So the minimap is going to tell us to go and use the elevator each time. No. When we're going up 1 or 2 floors like we are, or 1 floor like we are here, you don't want to use the elevator because it takes longer. Use the stairs. Get that exercise. Kaito, I'm in a speedrun. We are not slowing down, and you aren't slowing down later either. So the nice thing is the chairman's office is right above the faculty office, which we're going to be visiting a couple of times. The onlookers are the problem, because no one's saying anything or doing anything. So we've got a plan as to how to kick these students' backsides into gear. We're going to go and plant some speakers in the classroom, but Tsukumo has noticed one of the cameras has gone out. So we're going to go and check that camera. Unfortunately, one of the students noticed we were placing the cameras around the place, so they've laid this little trap to try and catch us.
Seems like you're in a bit of a pinch.
Yeah, you think?
So we got to escape the school without being spotted. Yes. Go. And as Tsukumo will say in a second, unfortunately,
don't panic, but the school just contacted security. Several guards are en route to the
yup.
location.
Oh dear.
Just what I need.
So this is the first big giant bit of RNG for Lost Judgment's run, unfortunately. We are going to have a couple of guards that we have to get by, and their pathing is, as far as we're aware, just complete RNG. Which is a giant shame. Because you can literally lose minutes here. Or you can literally lose like 30 seconds, not minutes, but you can lose the entire run to this bit, unfortunately.
Be careful here.
So, look down there. We have to get to class 2-2, which is literally right below us. But as you'll see when we get to the stairs, there's some security guards. So, we have to go the long way because the game wants to tutorialize us on these smoke bombs. These smoke bombs are going to be our speed tech for these stealth sections. We want to come out of this set piece with 1 spare smoke bomb. So, the security guards, we need all 3 of them to look away. Random. This guy's been looking away for a while. He might turn around, which would get me a game over. Don't you dare. Don't you dare. Okay. First guy, unlucky. The rest of them, very lucky. So in this bit, we're going to go grab that spare smoke bomb that we talked about right here. Throw a coin, not a smoke bomb. Don't run, because this guy will see you. Wait until you're past him. For this guard, smoke bomb him. It's important. Run to the right, grab this smoke bomb, and then run past. If you throw a coin for this guard, you have to wait until you've moved past him and until he's moved to be able to run down here. So by using that smoke bomb, we do save like 10 to 15 seconds. But we now come out of this stealth section with one spare smoke bomb. It's very important. I'm going to plant those speakers under the desks, and you get to hear a very small bit of Snakes fighting theme. It's a shame, because you won't get to see me use it.
Holy shit!
Don't let him go!
This is such a good fighting theme. This fight kind of sucks. It can go a little wrong.
Damn. I guess he's more than just your average creeper.
These are supposed to be rugby students, by the way. They've definitely just used the models from normal Yakuza.
Now, they'll label you as a sex offender. You don't want that on the news, do you?
No, can't have that.
We get to beat up the bullies again.
Only one way out then.
So, remember the good old what do you call them? Mortal wounds from the original Judgment. We're about to lose those, unfortunately. We're gonna get a different system in place. I should have just used the EX move there. This is the new system where instead of having the mortal wound, you actually get a counter instead. That counter does, as you can see, a lot of damage. So, we no longer have a system in place that's going to break our HP bar, but instead we gain access to a high-powered counter. I kind of miss the mortal wound system, even though it was, like, slightly broken in places. I actually really, love the fact that Judgment is just like, you know, hey, heck your HP bar, I'm just going to break it. But Lost Judgment, you can't have your HP bar broken in this game. Instead, this game has status debuffs. Those status debuffs won't be a problem in the main any percent. They will be a problem in Kaito Files DLC after this. Speaking of, now boy Kaito. Excuse me. Whoa. Ugh. Right, and that is the end of that chapter, because we're going to find out that the case that the Uganda law officer working on, the guy in court over the groping incident, he's going to come out in the middle of his court trial and say, hey, there's this body in Izazaki Ejincho that none of you know about. And it's been there for a couple of days. So it's time for us to ask about the person who actually was arrested, because their son went to this school and they're the one who committed suicide. This game gets quite dark. This game gets quite very dark. Anyway, look at this photograph. Every time I do, it doesn't make me laugh. It's really tragic, actually.
Suspicious.
We'll be looking at that photograph again later. So if I've done everything correctly in fights up to this point, we should have just enough SP to be able to get boost attack level 2. Now, unlike OG Judgment, there are two things that Lost Judgment funnel at you. Money and skill points. We are going to have more skill points than we know what to do with in this game. At first, at the early parts of the game, the skill point upgrades are quite tight. After this bit, they're not. Once again, beat up the bullies. So, where are we? Attack level 2. There you go, 30 extra SP. Light into strong, into EX. It's a shame I didn't want to hit Matsui in that, because Matsui survives, unfortunately. You can also see I'm doing there at the very end of that combo. I did a thing that we like to call quick step cancelling. So you can quick step at the end of your combo and cancel out of like the little bit of slowdown at the very end of it. We'll be doing that a whole bunch to be able to basically get back into our combos a lot faster and to just keep attacking. Lost Judgment changed the way that combat works in Judgment quite significantly, in that you can, so in Judgment, you can change your fighting style at the apex of your combo at any time. In Lost Judgment, they changed it so you can change your fighting style at any point. It is exceptionally overpowered, and to kind of like have a bit of a buffer against that, you can juggle enemies infinitely, but at some point they stop taking damage. So that's the way that they fixed it, was they made it so that enemies who are being juggled just stop taking damage after a certain period. Which is a bit of a shame, because you can easily infinitely juggle pretty much any enemy in this game, including the super boss Amon. Which is kind of hilarious if you think about it. So this is the student who caught us. In order to have an in at the school and to be able to stay here and investigate what's going on, we're going to join their club as their club advisor. To be able to get the trust of Amasawa here, we're going to go and join the dance club. There is this supposed person called the professor going around who's basically taking advantage of students. Make a bigger impact. Throw in some more kung fu. So Kimutaku, if you don't know, he's based, or Yagami is based off Kimutaku, who's a genuine superstar in Japan. So he used to be a member of the boy band SMAP. Now, getting him for a karaoke contract would probably cost more than this entire video game. So to be able to fix that, instead of karaoke, they put in a dancing minigame. An actual full-on dancing minigame. The school's stories here are the giant piece of side content in this game. You can't actually fail this because it automatically wins this for you, but essentially, this dancing minigame here is exactly as you would expect it to be. It is a high school drama storyline, and it's fantastic. But that's just a tutorial for it. You have to do the tutorial. You can do the dance club in full. There's multiple songs. There's even DLC that even references some of Kimutaku's SMAP moves. It's absolutely fantastic. It's everything that I wanted from the dance club and storyline. It's so good. It's so good. It's so good. It's stupid, and it's so good. Anyway, let's go fight some bullies again. Surprise, more bullies. It is so good. The dance club is really good. But there's a bunch of different clubs you can do in the game. There's the robotics club, the dance club. There's the esports club. Never guess what that's about. Listen, those kids are pretty terrible at Virtua Fighter 5, let me tell you. Alright, the quickest way to get to this, trigger is actually this way, despite the fact the minimap tells you to go the other way. And we're now going to get into the big reason as to why Tiger is even stronger in this game. So, each of your 3 fighting styles has a very special thing on it when you learn a skill. For Tiger's hidden art, if we do a charge attack, that is going to give us a white aura that increases our damage. So you see that we got this white aura? Look at the extra damage we're now doing. For some reason, RGG saw how strong Tiger was and said, what if we made it stronger? The one style I expected. By the way, there's no bullying going on at the school.
My eyes.
No bullying.
Can't see.
Now, attempted murder is not bullying, apparently.
Got you now. No, you don't.
This kid's kind of semi-important because he says he knows this group called the Liu Mang Mafia. If you've ever played Yakuza Like a Dragon, you know who they are. Surely this kid doesn't know who the actual Liu Mang Mafia are. Cough. We got some new speed tech in this bit. You can actually go a lot faster over the traversal here by just keep flicking the stick back and forth. There's like an actual timing behind it, but you actually shimmy faster by doing this. Sounds stupid, but that's the way it works. Now, every item in these bits is actually fixed, so there are some items that we want, like this book. This is the Book of the Damned. This is a skill book. or the Book of the Wounded even, this allows us to learn a skill called Verge of Death Wounded Tiger. That means that when we're at crit HP, which is red HP, we are going to get an exponential attack boost in Tiger. Yes, I just said that. Tiger's getting an even bigger attack boost. For some reason, RGG said, hey, what if we made Tiger the de facto attacking style?
Don't give me that smug look.
Says him. So, light into charge. That'll get him to his EX. We'll take care of the rest of the students. Hopefully get him before he EXs. Beautiful. Good fight. Beautiful fight. So, the bosses take on the same kind of reasoning as Judgment's bosses, in that when they go into their EX, you cannot actually take them out. They will be invulnerable. But in the case of Lost Judgment, practically 95% of boss fights have ads in them. So, so while I die from this flu, essentially what we want to do is we actually want to take care of the boss first, to their invuln point, and then just take care of all the ads. Look at this photograph. Every time I do, it's actually tragic. Picture of a kid hiding at the back here. That kid is going to be very important. His name is Ihara. You might recognize that name from what I was talking about earlier, because the guy who's on trial in Kamurocho right now for groping a lady on a train is called Ihara. Everything is connected. Everything is connected. So at this point, our investigation isn't really getting us anywhere. Sawa doesn't want to talk to us about the murdered Mikushiba, the student teacher that was found thanks to Ihara saying about where his body is. So we're going to do what any good detective is going to do. We're going to break into the crime scene. If you thought Yagami had morals before, he's kind of lost a couple of them in this video game. Oh wait, no, that's the next chapter. Sorry, that's the next chapter. We're going back to Yokohama 99. Yagami actually... Let's just say he might desecrate a crime scene or two in this video game. Yagami doesn't care. And this is the bit as to why we are doing the run in English, because this bit is your only break segment in Lost Judgment.
Right. It maps out where in Ijincho each specific post was made. So my AI...
So as you can probably guess, this bit is only attached to audio triggers rather than anything else. There's one bit of dialogue you can skip in the middle, that's why we're still going.
It's wild that you can program around such a vague concept.
Well, in its current iteration, the AI isn't
That's the bit, we have to wait for the scene to change to be able to skip the rest of it.
Still ping some false positives.
And there. So once we're back in it, we can't do anything for about a minute here, or like a minute and a half. If you do this run with Japanese audio, you lose 45 seconds right here.
In fact, this is entropy
So,
in motion.
yeah.
This won't do it all. To solve this, we narrow down the keywords.
In other words, simplify.
Hope you're all having a good evening tonight.
By manually filtering keywords, we can decrease false positives, thereby locating the right spot more accurately.
How do we do that? Does the AI do it for us?
No, not entirely. What the AI does
Yep,
is pick
this
up
bit
on
we just have to wait.
keywords
There is
and
nothing we
use
can do to
bold
speed this up anymore.
Emphasis here on the word any.
So if you want a break point, this is a good break point.
Yeah, that's still...
It's also the only break point for Lost Judgment, unfortunately. I wish it was a bit later in the run, but sadly not.
Any further, we must depend on instincts, experience, and even inspiration.
So you're saying human intuition?
Precisely. Even in this day and age, human intuition will trump AI every time. That is, until we all become cyborgs. But that's getting ahead of myself. As it stands, Yagami-shi, you've got the best intuition out of all of us.
Well, let's just start with a post that smells like trouble.
Oh dear, dear. But yeah, fun fact, when we go to Kaito Files later, we will actually be doing the run in Japanese, because Japanese is faster for Kaito Files. Unironically enough, for opposite reasons to the Japanese, the English dub in Judgment OG.
See, there's a concentration of suspicious keyword usage on this street here. as to what sort of
More boss intros, skippable in Japanese in Kaito files, unironically enough.
Shady activity isn't always the easiest to spot, so maybe think of it as a sort of treasure hunt.
A treasure hunt for trouble, huh? Does sound right up my alley.
Also, legally distinct Spider-Man right here, Arachnid Man.
There, helping people in need until it all pays off. What could await you at the end of the trail? My heart rate is already spiking.
You have to skip one line of dialogue here to be able to skip the cutscene.
Now I do.
And this is where I get the wrong taxi, because I always do it wrong. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. Yep, that's the one. I always get the wrong taxi here. I don't know why it's this taxi, but it's going to happen multiple times during this run. It's because it's like slightly different to LAD's taxi list. So this man, this is the Arachnid Man. He is currently not very spider-like. He's clearly obviously falling off this building. If I move over enough here, which I'm not sure if that is, it is good. You get pushed over just slightly there to be able to just carry on going straight up. So we're going to save the falling man here, and we're going to ask him why he's here. He's bird watching. Bird watching. Bird watching. So hopefully he behaves, because sometimes he doesn't. Good, he behaved. So that second kick can actually miss if he moves out of the way. Which he can do. He can bounce off the wall and just move. A bird watching. Yes. 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 So we've dealt with the Arachnid Man, and it's time to go and meet with Sour Sensei. So basically we're going to get a whole bunch of, if you remember OG Judgment with its like side cases, we're going to get introduced to all the detective toys in kind of like little side activities like this. The English dub has an extra dialogue box there that you have to skip to be able to skip that cutscene, whereas the Japanese dub doesn't. But again, the Japanese dub costs you 45 seconds. So. Sour Sensei. Is this up by 6? 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. Yep. It's always these taxis. Every single time. I don't know why it's these taxis. I need to remember that taxi for later. We don't run into the main road to get on the skateboard here, because we would get off as soon as we get onto this promenade. Careful of these flags on the side, because they're actually solid objects. If we go to the right here, we can get the cutscene trigger early. Remember when that kid said he knew the Lumang Mafia? Uh-oh. Uh-oh. Maybe he did. Attack level 3. And as a just in case, where are we? Rising blow! So if we get knocked down to the ground, we can get up quicker. So we're going to do the charge to get our attack up. I'm a little sad that he's alive. Then we'll do our EX, try and take care of all the enemies. That's going to be pretty bad because he's going to be over there whilst the others are all split apart. So we're going to slide into you. I missed the slide! I would like to keep as much of my EX for the next phase as possible. And by phase, I mean boss fight. Because this is where Lost Judgment starts getting real. So whilst we were dealing with the Lumang Mafia, someone came along and gave Sour Sensei a picture of Mikushiba whilst he was still alive. So we're going to check all of the points in this picture, all 4 of these. And then we're going to meet one of the most fascinating characters that RGG have ever made. This is Jin Kuwana.
Don't let me down now.
He is the local Yagami. So hopefully he doesn't mess me about here, because he can actually do a specific move there that really messes me up. Thankfully he didn't today. Here's the thing about Jin Kuwana.
Now that's fancy.
He learns.
How's this?
And fast. He's us.
Hey, what else you got?
Oh, you know, just in EX mode. Ah, you did do that. That's why you get Rising Blow, just in case. I want to push him down to his EX mode, because at that point, I'm going to do this, charge. I actually interrupted his EX, which is really good, actually. That's really good. Usually you have to wait for his EX to go through to be able to finish the fight, or to do the counter. But actually, the EX might actually have been a bit better to take there for the Mortal Wound. But essentially, Sugiura and Tsukumo know who Kuwana is, because he's basically the local handyman. Hey, remember the Extract Master from Judgment? There he is! He's just given us one of the most overpowered things in this entire game. Allow me to demonstrate. So this is the Warrior's Onslaught Extract. The game has given me one of them. Don't worry, we're going to get a second one. And if you thought that was a lot of damage, just you wait until the finale. So Your extracts in Lost Judgment, they're far better than your extracts in Judgment, but they take a lot more materials and rarer ones. These materials you're about to see here, all of those are what go into making these extracts, or this one specifically. And this is a basic-ass extract, by the way. Lost Judgment doesn't give you the chance of getting a spare one, so you can only ever have one, unfortunately. But this extract, let's just put it this way. The next time you'll see me use that extract is the final 2 bosses of the video game. They aren't going to exist. So, we get to Tsukumo, where we find out there's a big commotion going online right now, because somebody has leaked the death footage for Mikoshiba. And the person who killed Mikoshiba is Ihara, the one currently standing in trial in Kamurocho, and yet somehow was groping a lady on the train at the same time that the murder happened. So, as said, everything's going to start to tie themselves together. We're going to go and help out, obviously, the Kamurocho lot, but we need to find out some more stuff about Mikoshiba. So we're going to head to the factory room because Sawa-sensei knew who Mikoshiba was. But also don't forget that Sawa-sensei had that picture of Ihara's son in her office. What's going on there? I'm leaving, that's what's going on. We're going to go desecrate a crime scene! Let's go. Find the crime scene. So, at this point, we're not going to find anything unless we get to the crime scene and try and find some clues. It should be... Is it 6 up for this one? Yes, it is. One, two, three, four, five, six. 1, 2. So anytime that we're not with any of our NPC allies, we'll be running into the road to get our skateboard out. If we have NPC allies with us, we can't actually get on the skateboard. And now we come to the first hated bit of the speedrun for any runner of Lost Judgment, the next parkour section. This bit sucks. So, the Dragon Engine is a bit of a finicky thing, as you've seen multiple times. Ledges are a suggestion, which is a shame because we need to land on these ledges. So, we're going to get a couple of automated moments like these wall runs and wall jumps, etc. But sometimes the Dragon Engine likes to throw you off. Now, I wouldn't mind these bits so much if they gave you enough room to stand on the platforms. Unfortunately, they don't. You can fall off from this next bit right here and lose 45 seconds. I'm not holding on to the control stick. Okay, good. We got the lucky version. Sometimes Yagami will do a 360-degree spin and sometimes try to yeet himself off this rooftop. It's very stress-inducing. Very, very stress-inducing. And to kind of, like, show why this is such a problem, look at this pipe. That's as far over as you can go, and it pushes you to the left. The Dragon Engine can literally force you all the way down to the ground. Hey, this is where the body was found. Somebody set up a bunch of flares and an arrow, and hey, there's the blood. This person right here. This is Watanabe. He is a detective here in Itazaki Jincho. So he doesn't believe that we're a detective. We show him that picture of Mikoshiba whilst he was alive, and now he's like, hey, let's work together. For this dialogue set, ask about everything except for the building owner. The building owner does not matter. You want to go for the state of the body before it gets pushed up by the murder weapon. The important stuff here is they can't accurately pinpoint a time of death, and they don't have the murder weapon. So these people are spying on us. So this is where the chase sections matter. So every single chase section is going to be divided into what we like to call laps. So there are predetermined endpoints for every single chase section. One of them is actually coming up right here, but there's actually an earlier one. Every single chase section can be done in what we like to call a single lap. If you mess up any of these laps, you can lose between 15 seconds to 45 seconds. Some of these chase sections are actually really nasty and you have to get them correct. This one, we have to make sure we literally kick the ball. 0-0, folks. Great game. Why do people keep quoting that to me? I don't understand. Again, remember what I said earlier about your split paths? You always go back on the original pathway. It's the easy way to remember for these bits. You have to be very, very careful here, because if you're too far to the left, you can get soft-locked. I'm not even kidding about that. Once again, kick the ball. Yagami should be on both football teams, to be honest. Unbelievable. Don't take the healing item. You don't need it. So you'll see what I mean exactly here. Suspicious Man, aka Akaiki, is going to be on 1 HP, and he's not going to stop until we get around this corner, which is the first endpoint for this chase section. Here you go. Every single chase section is now going to have these laps. Most of them are going to be story-based, so some of them aren't going to be finish-earlyable, including the next one, whereas some of them are. So we got to be very careful with each of those, and one of them can just break if it wants to, which, great. Anyway, time for a new detective toy. Wire tapping. So we got a new thing on our listening device, so just touch my keyboard, listening device. Taxi. 1, 2, 1, 2. We're gonna go see Tsukumo. Tsukumo is trying to help out the police here, but obviously the police feel like Tsukumo is a bit of a shady character, which understandable. We're going to show them our lawyer badge to be all like, hey, no, we are actually, you know, we are actually a proper, decent person, question mark. We get to go on that skateboard for a little bit. That's cool. Not much, but we get to skateboard for a tiny bit. Just around this corner. The bug is always in the same place every single time. It is on this car right here. So remember what I said earlier? This game wasn't close enough. This game really likes funneling you money. Look at the bottom right-hand side of the screen. Keep looking at the bottom right-hand side of the screen. And there are no money walls in the story, unlike Judgment. Let's go spend that money right now. Jump over the sidewalk so I don't fall off the skateboard. I need to buy a couple of items from this shop. The Battle Boxes S, the EX Power Booster, and the Safety Belt. We'll equip those in a bit. All of those will either increase our attack or increase our attack while we're in EX mode, aka the EX Power Booster. So get a phone call from Sayori from the Genda Law Office saying, hey, you want to work together on this case tomorrow? Yes, we do. We're going to get to the bottom of it after all. It affects the both of us here in Izaki Jincho and obviously Kamurocho. So this is our first point of the game where we will be going back to Kamurocho. Except we won't be, actually. I lied. We go out of town to Ikebukuro Station. The nice thing is, any story out of town parts are always the top option. This bit kind of sucks. Remember Hoshino from Judgment 1? He doesn't exist in this game. Ignore the fact he's in front of me right now. That's not him. That's his brother Dave. You'll understand why later. Hoshino's not in this game to have his entire character from Judgment 1 assassinated. Don't worry about it. I mean that metaphorically rather than actual assassination.
What the?
God, I wish he was assassinated, though. They demolish his character in this game. It sucks. So we have to look at all the cameras here. It's a little bit finicky. There's like a couple all over the place. But there's also a gap of no cameras right here. That is important. And this one.
Suspicious.
Looks like...
There's not really a nice line through for these cameras. This is like the best you can do. Because they're, as you can see, they're all over the place.
What the?
And the last one you can see ahead of us.
Suspicious.
From this, we're going to get a new piece of evidence. We like to call this the map. The map is going to be the thing that we show off as evidence for like 90% of the end game of this video game. When in doubt, show the map. This map gets a lot of use. It is going to be Yagami's, hey, please listen, and there's actual genuine evidence on this map. Please listen. Anyway, back to school. Sawa-sensei is finally going to start talking to us about Mikushiba and Iharu's son. Thank goodness. So here's the fun fact. Mikushiba, the teacher that got murdered, was actually bullying Iharu's son. Let's going to be a very important plot point. Hey, remember that time the principal said that bullying doesn't happen in his school? Yeah. Yeah, about that. About that. Anyway, folks, it's time for everyone's favorite bit of the video game. Is it here or is it the next chapter? I think it's here, right? Should be here. Unless I'm getting my chapters confused again, but I don't think I am. I'm not. There he is! The good old detective dog! This is Rampo. He was hanging out outside of our office. He is a way you can despawn fight spawns. He's a good boy. He's a very good boy. So you can just take Rampo on a walk during the game, and you can just basically find stuff. Rampo has an EX attack, and if it wasn't the most obscure thing to set up, I would show it off during the run. But unfortunately, it's absurd to set up. 1, you need a specific item, which is dog food, and 2, you need to be under the influence of a specific status debuff. It's like 1 of 2. It's a pain in the backside to set up, so if I had a way to set it up, I would do. But the fact that I need to get some dog food as well, just it's a little too much of a hassle to be able to set up, sadly. Just follow Rampo. Wow, he actually went straight over here. Wow, that's a first.
This way.
Usually Rampo pulls you back.
Doing great. Got something?
The game keeps telling me to follow him. I am following him. Hey, look, it's some Yakuza. I'm not surprised. That sucks. I got very bad hit off that guy and this guy. Wow. Bad fight. Terrible fight. Wow. Oh, that sucked. You can actually have an even worse fight there. That little fence area next to the car, you can actually knock one of the enemies over that fence and they get stuck on the other side. That happened a couple of times. Rampo is Amasawa's dog. By law of possession, he's outside my office, therefore he's my dog now. That's how this works. That's very much how this works. He's my dog now. So now we can call on Rampo at any time we want. Now it's time for story stuff. So we go and see Tsukumo. And unfortunately, we get attacked by the Lumang Mafia, specifically this guy. The guy in the white mask. His name is Tesso, as you'll see in a little bit. Once again, play football. Now this chase sequence is actually one of the nicer ones. You can make a mistake in this part, and the mistake is basically missing one of the kickable items. But essentially, we're going to... You can't ever do this on the first lap because you can't do enough damage to Tesso. But the nice thing is we can do enough to get him done on the second lap. So I'm going to kick the bucket now just to be safe and secure. So we won't need to... That bucket's going to get reset up the next time we're around here for some reason. The endpoint is to the right there, but as you can see, we just can't do enough damage beforehand. You don't have to take the healing item if you don't want to, but it does help a little bit. So again, when he pulls forward, you know that's when he's going to throw an object at you. Again, all of these chase sections are the exact same every single time. It's really nice. We don't have to worry about, you know, any surprises like Judgement with like different QTEs or anything like that. You'd think this guy would have moved out of the way by this point, but no. But because we've hit 2 objects already towards Tesso, we can ignore this bucket, and Tesso will go straight to the right, where there is a little bit more speed tech if we can get a bit lucky. We need to have good movement during this part. It's kind of hard to do. If we can get the right angle here, you can land on Tesso and not flinch on the way down. That was good. That was very good. That's actually a really precise angle. It's surprisingly precise. Okay, so, see if we can do this correctly. So we've got a big level up here, and we're going to also equip our gear that we bought at the same time. Shout outs to Rain in the Dragon Engine. It's been a long time since we've seen you. I miss my dynamic weather in my RGG games. Good fight music. What am I getting here again? Verge of Death, EX Burst, Tiger Triple. So put our stuff on. Battle Boxers, Safety Belt, EX Power Booster. Verge of Death. EX... No, not that. EX Burst Attack. Thank you. And Tiger Triple. Light. Charge. Charge. Normal. X is the QTE. Higher the difficulty you're on, the more QTEs you get. Now, this timing is exceptionally precise. EX. Don't charge. Don't charge. Don't charge. Charge. Dodge. Nice. You have to not make any input mistakes there, otherwise you will not get that combo off. But by doing that, you get enough damage boost to be able to take out Tessa with the reversal that we got, the enhanced reversal attack thing. I'm going to hit this guy to get a bit of an attack boost, go into my EX to give me more of an attack boost, and then hit everybody with the stick. Stick good. If you hit everybody with a stick. Stick good. Run up to the top, we're going to keep this stick for the next fight. I'm actually going to go out of my EX so I can have it for the next fight. That's really good. That's my EX. I drop my stick. Pick it back up. Stick good. I was hoping to get an EX attack off, but I wasn't in time. Hey, take this stick. Thanks. Stick good. I didn't want to run up there. I wanted to attack that, but oh well. Unfortunately, I did not want to fly there. That's unfortunate. I'd like to leapfrog this guy. Wait, I don't have leapfrog. I'm thinking of Judgement. What am I doing? What am I doing right now? Actually losing my marbles. There is no leapfrog that we get in this game. We do not need leapfrog. Leapfrog is good, but we don't need it in this game. Good double hit. Very good double hit. That keeps my EX quite high for the next part. I'm gonna go to the other side of this guy to push him towards all the rest of the enemy. Good angle. Very good angle. Oh, the rest of the enemy are pretty much dead as well. Ah, that's a shame. Ah, Kuana, I really wish you had knocked into the ground. That sucks. If Kuana had knocked into the ground, we would have finished on that combo. That's a shame. That was almost very, very good. That is a shame. But, oh well, it's still pretty decent, but it could have been a lot better if Kuana hadn't been aggressive for once. You might remember I said earlier your AI isn't quite as aggressive in Lost Judgment. This is really weird. If you own Lost Judgment, put the difficulty up to hard, get one enemy down to like 1 HP left, and then watch your AI allies never finish the fight. Unlike Judgment, for some reason your AI allies refuse to finish fights. I really don't know why. I think it's because of the EXP system that's in the game, but none of us really know why. For some reason your allies just don't finish fights in this game, whereas they do aggressively finish fights in Judgment. It's Camera Roadshow, Kaito. Excuse me. Ugh. So, this is where we're going to meet the big antagonist group of the video game who go by the name of RK. So you can see there's a couple of thugs on the right-hand side. After the events of Yakuza Like a Dragon, a whole bunch of Splinter Cell gangs basically broke off, and this is the big one. I would have liked a little bit more EX to start this fight. I'm going to try and take care of Kaneda with, yeah, these attacks. Good. Because that guy can be a bit problematic. Nice. Nice. Okay, that was pretty good. That was pretty good. I'm happy with that. Usually you'll have one enemy get stuck behind this truck. That's the reason why I went after that guy at the end with just a normal attack on that triple finisher. This is why triple finisher is really, really useful. The triple finisher gives you a lot of distance, even with the base single light combo. Also, again, anytime you're with any of your NPC allies, you can't get your skateboard out, don't bother going into the street. We're just going to run with Kaito straight to, again, the law office. Is this the hotel district bit, or is that next?
Well.
Oh, we're leaving with Sayori. We're going to go see Iharo. We're finally going to go meet Iharo, who's one of the more interesting antagonists that RGG have ever done. Yes, just mash X. It's the Mikushima Alive picture. That's the one. I have to remember for a second there, because we come and see Ihara again later on. And go home. So, going to the middle here to get the skateboard out. Again, try not to go into any civilians or objects. If you're going to, jump. I didn't mean to go to Club Sega. If you jump, you actually don't fall off the skateboard. I'm going to, at some point later on, try and show you a weird bit of speed tech outside of the office. I mentioned during Judgment earlier that they really messed up the hitbox of the sofa in this game in a good way. So you can actually access the sofa from outside the office. You can do it about, I want to say 4 times during the actual run. So I'm going to try and do it at least once. The downside is you have to get Kaito's dialogue here, so you have to run towards the door to be able to taxi away. The downside is if I accidentally hit the mailbox instead and pick up the DLC, I lose 30 seconds to 40 seconds. Plus it's kind of the end of the run. That's a Nouveau Rich guy to the right. Don't like that. Those guys are a lot stronger in Lost Judgment and can literally two-shot me. I'm not even kidding about that. They made them very strong. There's Matthew who's in the game for like 5 seconds. Gets a spot in the intro, whereas Hoshino doesn't. Sayori first. Sayori's bad hitbox from Judgment continues into this video game. Groping Instant was a setup. We're starting to figure things out. The map. It's always the map. Anyway, it's not going to look like it, but pretend we jump out the window, because again, we only get to jump out once, but we're on the street instead of taxiing. Pretend we jumped out the window. We definitely do. But we are being spied on by RK goons, so we're going to go up to the hotel district, and we're going to take care of them. Which hopefully I haven't messed up my fights, because I should be able to get the next attack level up here. Oops. Yeah, I should have enough. Yeah, good. Go to the other side of them. Hopefully get these two together. It's unfortunate, but it works. Oh, everyone's below me. That's good. I'll take care of this guy until he guards. So I do this, and then I do this. Okay. A little unfortunate. That man's not having a good day. That was a little unfortunate with the guard, but it's okay other than that. I only lost like 2 seconds to it, so it's not the worst thing ever. 6 up, I believe, for this one. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. So every enemy in this bit is actually in a fixed position. So there's some enemies here that are actually in a very fixed position. We're just going to run past them quickly here so that we don't get into a fight with them. Now, there is new tech to this bit if you're on simple difficulty, and we can put the game down to simple difficulty. But I messed it up during practice, so I'm not going to try it here. I was going to play this like I normally would. Essentially, on simple difficulty, the enemy don't see you as early as they're supposed to, which is hilarious because it means you can walk past certain enemies. Okay. Oh, don't mind me. I've messed up my holding my up D-pad button. There we go. I was using the wrong finger. So we're going to go along here. You'll see some items below us. It doesn't matter. We need a disguise. RK basically wanted to meet with Kaito because RK are trying to take on some, like, you know, the best members of the Tojo clan to create this, like, all-encompassing new gang that will, you know, take over the Kamurocho, blah, blah, blah. But Kaito doesn't really want any of that, but he's come to meet with Akutsu anyway, because Akutsu used to be an old running mate in the Tojo. But we're here to save Kaito. Kaito doesn't really need saving. Alright, after you attack him, you can skip.
Sorry.
Keep forgetting about that. And with that, we get the bartender outfit. This is the only other outfit you get in terms of disguises in Lost Judgment's storyline. You can get other disguises by doing side activities, etc. Also by buying some at La Marche, I believe. Well, that might just be Kaito I'm getting confused with. Anyway, time to become a bartender. We can't actually skip this, but take the animations from Fist of the North Star, so... Time for me to have a drink as well. Yeah, Ihara and Ihara. the two different Iharas. This guy has the weakest constitution of anyone you've ever seen. Unless I just put an absolute load of alcohol in that. This man has just taken 1 drink and he's already passed out. Cool. But yeah, this bit on simple, you can actually do a lot quicker. you can avoid, I believe it's this guy up ahead, but because I'm not on simple right now, I need to throw this coin. Be very careful of this guy to the left. If he looks at us, that's going to cause a game over. This is why we need that spare smoke bomb. We're just continually chaining smoke bombs to go through these enemies faster. You just turned around, that's good. We don't have to take him down. I should have enough time to grab this and get to the hiding spot. Use the coin, not the smoke bomb. We need to keep these smoke bombs rolling continuously through these set pieces. Makes things a lot faster. And with that, that's the end of this stealth section, and we get into fights. So the first phase of this fight, I'm going to be trying to build up my EX gauge. I don't have a huge amount, to be honest. Half, yep. I'd like that to be full, if possible. So once again, Canada is back. We're going to be attacking this guy quite a bit, unfortunately. I sit on the ad as well. Gonna guard this? No, good. Again, the last hit of the combo is so good for covering distance. It's really nice. That was quite smooth. I like that. That was pretty good. The phase 2 and 3, we're going to go into our EX and hopefully demolish them as quick as possible. We also still have the attack buff from doing the charge strong attacks with Tiger Star. Thanks for not guarding that. Ah, this guy survived, that's fine. Kaito's trying to attack someone who's already been taken care of. At this point, Kaneda's going to use his EX attack, so this is the point where we have to be a bit careful. We also have a couple of enemies here that have high HP bars, so we can push everyone this direction. It's really nice. I really don't want to hit him. I want to hit the guy behind him. I'll do that just because I can get rid of him this way. Please stop moving backwards. Thank you. I'll take care of this guy while I can. Unfortunately, there's one enemy that has quite a high HP bar, so I'll focus on him. Good. That was okay. I actually... Wow, that's rare. Kaito finished that fight. That wasn't me. I broke the guard. I think it was because Kaito was mid-animation. So, I'm okay with that. That was okay. I've had far worse fights there. I've had some terrible fights there, to be honest. I'm gonna go back to Gendalore office. It's quicker just to skateboard here rather than taxi. Keep an eye on your mini-map for any fight spawns. Again, whilst on the skateboard, you can't get into a fight, but fight spawns can still spawn. Cars can attack you whilst you're on the skateboard. Mamiya's apartment. This is the poor, unfortunate lady that got groped on the train by Ihara. Emphasize with her. Then spy on every facet of her life right now. So go into this room, see her son, see her. That's all you have to take note of. Then show her footage of a grisly murder. Detective work. And Kaito's going to give us a call and say he doesn't want to do any of that detective work. I'll see you in an hour and a half, Kaito. Change your tune real fast then. So, speak to Suri. Again, with a really bad hitbox. The Ihara's accomplices posted the video. The map! I told you about the map. The dotted line. Yui Mamiya was colluding with Ihara, and someone spying on me went to that school. Told you all about the map, didn't I? I told you we would be utilizing that map a lot. Interestingly enough, I'm ahead of PB pace right now. I wasn't expecting that. Considering I've had 3 hours sleep, my alarm didn't go off, I have the flu, it's going pretty well. It's going very well. So I'm going to try and show you the little glitch with the sofa here. Probably lose some time if I mess it up, but essentially if you run against the wall here, there you go. The couch's hitbox can be hit through the wall by displacing our hitbox. It's something that we have to be careful of in Yakuza Like a Dragon. That is slightly faster than going into the actual office itself, but it's really hard to do, because what you need to do is run up against the wall, bounce off the wall to push our hitbox a bit further forward, and grab the sofa. It's really finicky and a hard angle to do it from, and not hit the DLC items from the letterbox as well, but It's so hilarious. The sofa in Judgment's hitbox is so bad, you can't hit it when you're next to it. But in this game, it's so good that you can hit it outside of the office. It's actually wonderful. Anyway, it's time for the game's second playable character. No, not Kaito, I'm afraid. That's the DLC. You'll see him in an hour and a half-ish. How are we doing? Yeah, an hour and a half-ish. We're gonna leave the school, and we're gonna give a phone call over to Sayori. Now, I've said a couple of times I have a bit of a problem with Lost Judgment riding Judgment's coattails and plot points a bit too much. This is one of them.
Hey.
I don't mind this bit, but it's the second one of these that I mind a lot. Because yes, it's gonna happen again. We play Sayori!
You don't know
So we actually get to see Sayori as well instead of being first person. Thankfully, we don't get any awkward catcalling during this bit. But we also go and see another old friend of ours who caused us to have a 10-minute tale segment in the first Judgment game. Hello, Mary. I've still not forgiven you. But thankfully, she isn't going to cause us to have a tale segment this time. Once again, you dress up Sayori. Once again, it doesn't matter. The only nice thing to say about this bit is I get like a free 10,000 skill points for walking down this road. Great. Great. As I told you earlier, this game just throws money and skill points at you. It's actually kind of nice. We are going to have more skill points than we know what to do within this run. It's kind of cool, actually. But this bit serves as an extended reintroduction to a main character from Judgment 1 that hasn't turned up yet in this game. It is, of course, Higashi. But we're basically looking for RK because we're trying to find a guy called Shinya Kawai. I want to get wild tonight. Hey look, it's Kaneda who's been attacked a couple of times by Yagami at this point. But Higashi saves the day, and we find out that this Kanai guy that we're after is already dead. So this is your time waiting, your first time waiting point for Lost Judgment. Notice how I just taxied away, and we've got our phone call immediately. The time waiting sections in Lost Judgment are not time waiting segments, they are actually distance-based markers. So unlike Judgment, where each of the time waiting segments you had to wait 3 in-game minutes, with Lost Judgment, you just have to taxi away. If that is something that I really respect about Lost Judgment, there are no money walls in the story, there are no time waiting segments. This game really respects your time and wants you to just keep playing the game. Like, one tale segment. Like, Lost Judgment learned a lot from Judgment. Like, I might prefer Judgment's story a little bit overall, and I think I prefer Judgment's run a tiny bit overall despite the length. But, like, Lost Judgment actually treats the player with a lot of respect compared to Judgment. It's really nice. This Lost Judgment just wants you to play the video game. It's really good. But yeah, this chapter has no fighting. We're actually at the end of this chapter right now. I've got to head over to Sour's apartment where the plot is about to start kicking into full gear. Once again, if you don't want spoilers for the video game, now is the time to start looking away, because as of the end of the next chapter, they are unavoidable. And the next chapter is one giant set piece. It's good fun. We call it the Akutsu Gauntlet. You'll see why. You'll never guess why. Almost good skateboarding. Almost good skateboarding. Mess it up at the end. We head to Sour's apartment. Who do we meet here other than one Jin Kuana? Unfortunately, Jin Kuana is followed by RK. Whoops. So, it's time to start what we like to call the Akutsu Gauntlet. Why? Here's Akutsu. What a surprise. So what we're going to do is, actually I don't want to take that just yet. I'm going to take the rest of Tiger Hidden. By getting Secret of the Tiger, the attack buff I get from doing a strong attack with Tiger now goes over to all of my other styles as well. I didn't want to use Snake's EX there, but it saved me from being a Akutsu, so while he is invulnerable, I'll take out Chiba. No EX, no EX. No EX! Ooh! And my boy Kuwana doing work in the background? Nice. So, RK is here, we've got to get out. We tell Sour to stay in her apartment, to stay safe. I've got actually a good bit of EX here as well. That's kind of nice. I usually don't. A little bit of a shame that that guy is over that way, and that Yagami is aiming for him instead of Chiba. That's a little unfortunate. Oh, you guarded that second hit? Oh, I'm upset about that. Also, items at the end of a fight will automatically try and go into your inventory, which is nice. Also, if you have a good jam emote, as in musical jams, dance emotes, now's the time to use it. This track is fantastic, and it unfortunately only plays here in Lost Judgment, but you'll get to hear it again in the DLC. Oh, I love doing this fight in that way. The sync. Oh, the sync, it's so good. See if I can get a good fight here as well. This one's a bit trickier to do. I'll run behind them and hope that everybody else comes forward. Not too bad. I want to build up my EX a little bit for the next fight. Good double. Very good double. Yeah, on the official soundtrack, this is the track called Fog, F-O-G. Unfortunately, that's the only time it plays during Lost Judgment. It's not the last time you hear it tonight, though. Akutsu, take care of him. Get into phase 2. When you get into phase 2, this happens.
Stay down, would you? Not happening.
Good luck, Yagami-kun.
Kuwana bails. For this part of the fight. Actually, oh, everyone's in front of me. This is really good. No EX, no EX. Beautiful. Now, hopefully we take care of everybody else. Actually, Crane would be really good right now. I let go of that a little too early, which is a shame, but I want to take care of all these enemies whilst I still have EX. Good stuff. Before this fight ends, I'm going to chug Taranas and Stamina X's. The reason being is that I want my EX as full as possible for this next fight. Because story purposes, we're going to have our phone taken away from us, which means we can't actually access our pause menu. It's a really cool feature, actually. Unfortunately, Akutsu is back for a third time and has a chainsaw. We're going to get into phase 2 immediately by just doing the usual. Always triangle, doesn't matter the difficulty. Triangle, spam the triangle button. It's all triangle all the time. Fairly certain that's not how a steel chair and a chainsaw works, but I don't know. Kutsu, please roll towards the screen. I would appreciate it. Good. Now I get to hit Kutsu. No EX. No EX? Nice. Oh, this has gone so well. Oh, this has gone so well. And by having all of my EX, I can just go completely against all of these enemies as fast as possible. Be very careful at this point of the room because there's some bags on the floor that basically stun you. Hey, Sakurai, enough of that. Hoshikawa? Ah, it's over to hit Hoshikawa that. Not enough distance, but that's fine. Oh, I'm surprised that hit. Good fight. Very good fight. Very, very good fight. Good chapter. Very good chapter. That went very well. I went very, very well. Happy with that. Very happy with that. Very smooth. Good fights. Didn't lose my EX at all as well during that last part until the end, which is good. Again, if you don't want to see big plot spoilers, now's the time to look away, because here comes a dead body. Unfortunately, whilst we were away, so was Soma. And unfortunately, poor old Sawa-sensei isn't with us anymore. So, for the second time in this video game, it's time to desecrate a crime scene. Look at the blood. This points towards the yearbook.
Suspicious.
Because we found something very interesting. A bunch of main characters in this game all went to the same school that's in this yearbook. Whoops, didn't mean to do that twice. Trying to get rid of the dialogue, but I already got rid of the dialogue. Okay. With this is going to be the last time we go to the school. Everyone's going to be sad because everybody loved Sour Sensei. At this point, as we leave the actual classroom, the bullies are going to come along and say, hey, maybe bullying was bad. You think? It took you long enough? So I'm going to head over to the chairman's office. Everybody's really sad. This is a tech skip afterwards, and you know it. Or is it start skip? No, it's tech skip. It's tech skip. Yeah, it's tech skip. I remembered. I always forget that. For some reason, I always forget with some of these cutscenes. I don't know why. So again, stick to the left-hand side so we don't jump down the stairs. Check up on class 2-2. This is the last thing that we do here at the school. All the way down. That's 2-5. That's 2-4. That's 2-3. Get there eventually. And actually, we do see the bullies doing a kind of good thing and trying to make amends with Mamikoda for everything that's happened. And as Yagami rightly says, like, it's not their place to, like, get the, like, forgiveness, and it might take some time, but at least they're doing the right thing. So, this is the last time we're in the school. You can come back here casually to do, like, the side staircases and stuff like that if you want to. We're in a speedrun, I'm not going to do that. So now that the school distractions are out of the way, we've got to go and deal with RK and the leader of RK, aka Soma. But first, we gotta go find out what's the deal with Jin Kuana. Because Jin Kuana is actually a fake name. Soma gave us his real name, Kitakawa. So we gotta figure out what's going on. We're gonna go find out where Kuana lives and forcibly enter his home. Darn it, Kaito, I don't want to speak to you. I love you, Kaito. But I need to speak to Tsukumo. So we find out where Kuana lives, and let's go break into his house. Listen, I said this before. Yagami's sense of morals in this game kind of go out the window. So this little building on top of this building wasn't there in Yakuza Like a Dragon. That's because this is Kuana's house. You could actually walk on top of that little building bit there in Like a Dragon. There's actually like an item you can get there. So, the interesting thing to note is this ashtray. Mostly because, here's the thing. Kuana vapes. So why does he have cigarettes? Because the lighter inside is actually a USB device. Hidden in plain sight. Heck the guy at the front of this fight. I dislike this man intently. I'm getting attack level 5 to deal with him. He actually is really frustrating, this guy, so I'm just going to try and take care of him if I can. Not the move I want. Why didn't he prioritize the guy on the ground? I have to have a word with you about that Dragon Engine, because that is a little off. No EX? Okay, that's fine. Losing time because of that move, unfortunately. That is a little weird. That should not have prioritized that attack. I turned off my EX there because I want to save as many bars as I can, because 2 is quite low. I would have preferred 3. It's time for you to finally see one of the antagonists of this game. It's finally time for you to see the man called Soma, who has, in my opinion, one of the best boss themes that RGG have ever put out. And it's such a shame that you won't ever get to hear the entirety of it, because every single Soma fight in this game should go very, very smoothly. So maybe this one. This one can go wrong. But if it doesn't, it can do. This is the leader RK, Soma. And I recognize his actor. I actually saw a picture of him earlier and I completely forgot what his actor's name is. If you've ever seen Way of the House Husband, the live-action version, same actor. This fight theme is a horror theme. It's phenomenal. Hey, do me a solid. Don't counter. Man, I did ask nicely. I guess I didn't ask please, but I didn't think I need to. Alright, don't worry about Kaito. He's just on the floor for a second. Hey, no counter. Oh, I'm a bit late on this. Wait, why did I... Hello? How did I combo? Alright, that's still fine. I don't know what happened to my combo there. It just stopped me in the middle of it. So Soma's fighting style, as you saw from that counter, is very much like Yagami's Snake style. You can actually get a really cool counter versus counter fight going in this fight. It's so good. So good. I love this fight. I love this fight so much. It's a shame in the speedrun we demolish him. That's the end of that chapter. Lost a bunch of time there. That sucks. Alright, so. I'm going to head to the bar district. The bar district location of the taxi list is different to LAD. I hate it. I hate it when they change up the taxi list from game to game. Can we stop doing this? The nice thing in this game, though, is Bar Survive is actually on the map. There's no loading screen. This is Jin Koana's uncle. His name is Kitakata. This conversation basically boils down to, why don't you go and watch the USB device you got from his house? That's probably a good idea. Again, a little bit of a trigger warning here because this video is quite harrowing, although we do skip it. But first, Tesso! Try and take out Tesso. Get him to the next phase of the fight. XX, I believe this is? Should be. I'm surprised if it's not. Yep. We're going to hit Tesso once just to get his HP down and then focus. Actually, no, we're not. We're going to focus on the ads because he should go to his next phase and he should be invulnerable while this happens. Ooh, don't like the positioning of all the enemies here. Ah, didn't aim for them. Okay. Okay, hit Tesso now. So I need EX to finish off Tesso. Tesso is likely doing his EX attack here unless I can get very, very lucky and interrupt it. So I'm going to try and do. Oh. Unfortunately, as you can see, he also hits you real hard. He actually breaks through your EX with his. So I did something intentional there where I delayed my attack slightly to be able to get the rest of these enemies with that EX burst. So the Lumang enemies, as you can see, they love to dodge. It's unfortunate. They dodge way more than your normal sets of enemies, which is a shame because then stuff like that happens. With the new gear route, you usually are able to stay in your EX burst a lot longer there, which enables you to just take out the rest of the enemy. Unfortunately, I'm on the older route because I have a bit more confidence with that. Okay, so this really harrowing video. This is a video of school bullying happening to a kid called Mitsuru Kusamoto, who is the son of the Vice Minister of Health. Hey, remember Ichinose in the first game who was called his job was the Vice Minister of Health? That is not a job title that you want in this universe.
This girl,
Hey, it's Yui Mamiya. Also, the first person was Shinya Kawai. Hey, look, it's Akaiki. It's almost like everything here is actually connected. And we're going to find out that actually in the yearbook, this is a substitute teacher. It's actually one of the basic NPC models that you can get. Because the original teacher of this class that bullied Mitsuru Kusamoto to attempt suicide was Jin Koana. Everything is falling into place. And I am falling asleep on this sofa. Which is the next bit back there, and then Yui Mamiya? Yeah. Always forget the order of things at this point. Right, in we go. Speak to Segura. Let's go. We're gonna go back and see Yui Mamiya, where we're basically just going to say to her, hey, that groping was orchestrated, right? And then we're going to show her footage of the bullying that she was in. Her personality takes a complete 180 degrees, and here comes some guys with baseball bats. Here's the good thing about the last fight going wrong. I have EX, which means this fight's over. That guy in front with the baseball bat with the pink shirt should look a little familiar. It's a Kaiki. Everything is connected. Everything is very connected. We now take Yui Mamiya over to the safest place that we know of, Charles. Poor Higashi. Every single time, poor Higashi. I'm so sorry. Office. The bit you're thinking of is in the next chapter, my dude. There you go. Also, actually, how long have we been doing this run for, by the way? Not just Lost Judgment, but I mean both Judgments in general. Because I have individual splits for Lost Judgment right now. Should have had a longer split on, so that I know. Because I made a bet that even with me being late, that I would still finish Underestimate. And I am fairly confident I am still on track for that. Anyway, here's Jin Kuwana. There's a very interesting conversation between Jin Kuwana and Yagami. Jin Kuwana basically confirms he's been killing bullies. He's been murdering them. He's been getting revenge on them because the judicial system has let down the parents, etc. He helped out Ihara, etc. It's a really hard the conversation to sum up in like a speedrun. It's very morally grey. His version of justice and Yagami's version of justice are very different. This chase section is one of the hardest ones. It's also one that can actually mess up. So we need to be very, very careful here. We need to make sure we don't miss any kickable objects. Not too bad. 6.5? Okay. Yep. I'm still very much underestimate. Even taking into account how late I was, I'm still very much underestimate. By about 15 minutes. This run has been going very well, actually. This Lost Judgment run has gone very well. I'm still on PB pace by 4 seconds. Which is interesting because I'm on the slower PC version than the PS5 version. This kick is actually really hard to do. If I've messed up my movement, I'm going to miss. Phew, good. Okay, with that, we don't lose 45 seconds to this bit. Kuwana will go to the right, which indicates you've done everything correctly. And here we go. Not too bad. Not too bad. Also, this is pretty nice because I've done, again, the majority of this without my notes. It's kind of nice to know that this route still sticks in my head, even though it's been slightly updated. Now, I don't think I have any EX for the start of this fight, which is a bit of a shame because I'm going to have to build a little bit up. I'm going to build it up on a Kaiki's face. Actually, I'm going to try and do the cheeky method because this is really good if it works. Shame I got knocked down. I got stunned? You actually stunned me out of that? Oh, you jackass. Baseball bat enemies can stun you if they attack you, basically. Bad fight. Bad fight. That sucks. That stun hurt. Ah, that sucks. But yeah, basically, Kuwana is essentially blackmailing his former students to help him out with dealing with the bullies. At this point, Kuwana has basically killed like 7 or 8 of them. Including, funnily enough, Shinya Kawai. And of course, Mikoshiba. Kill some time. This is the time waiting segment. I keep forgetting it's always this bit. So again, time waiting segment, go anywhere, doesn't matter where, just go straight to wherever you want to go. Actually, it does matter, because it's distance-based, so you can't go to Park Alley, because it'd be too close. After we taxi, we get to go over here. Darn. Unfortunate. Did not want to hit that lady, unfortunately. We need to show 3 pieces of evidence to Yui Mamiya. The Grizzly Murder! The falsified train stuff, and the train ticket. So, hey, remember that time we kept saying to every person in the game, please look at the map because there's a point where Ihara could have body swapped with Kuwana? Oh, we were right. The entire time, the map was correct. Who would have guessed? We were actually bang on with our actual guess of that map. See if we can hit the couch again, shall we? Actually, no, I'm not going to risk it anymore, because I don't want to hit that letterbox. Also, that's a full-on Master System in the back there, by the way. You can get a couple of Master System games in this game. Full games to play on it. This the map? No, murder footage. Murder footage. Ugh. Sour Sensei basically told Ihara here about how Mikoshiba was bullying his son, and then obviously once his son committed suicide, and obviously the court didn't help with top option. Once the court didn't help with obviously the suicide case, Ihara's taking it on himself to make a mockery of the judicial system by getting arrested for a misdemeanor like groping at the time where he actually murdered someone. And this is his big plan, is to make a basic mockery of the entire legal system. At which point, you know, Yagami being an ex-lawyer, he can't stand for that, etc. Is this the specific time waiting segment?
Wow.
No. That's the next one. This is just the anywhere one. Yep.
Hello?
So, Detective Watanabe wants to have a conversation with us. Thankfully, we get teleported all the way back to Yokohama 99, which is nice. We wait till nighttime. We get a call from Detective Watanabe, who hangs up on us. But thankfully, Tsukumo has triangulated his position from this phone call. He's over in Chinatown. Bad menuing on my part. Very bad menuing on my part. Also going to the wrong place. It's not like the biggest time loss ever. I just lose like 3 or 4 seconds, but not ideal. Definitely not ideal. Time for our next big level up. This is a giant level up, isn't it? 6 gauge extension reversal. 6 gauge extension reversal. So look at all these skill points we've got. We've got a heck of a lot at this point. We want to get EX gauge. Charge up the EX gauge faster. Extension, which decreases slower. Reversal Tiger. Now we murder Watanabe. Hey, don't fail this QTE, it's an insta-death QTE. There's only like 4 or 5 of them over the entirety of RG's games. Yagami can't swim. This one's a lot nicer than the other EX stuff from earlier. Yeah, plenty of time for that one. Plenty of time for that one. And this is the taxi I keep messing up. Smiling emoji. Nice. I got it. I got it. Nice.
Yagami.
He's winning the last game. Not that I can remember. Anyway, Komiju. Again, if you played LAD, you know what Komiju is. Kwana is hiding out in Komiju. And unfortunately, this is the next place of absolute ire that Lost Judgment runners fear and suffer from. This place sucks. I'm facing this new strats for simple mode here, where we don't have to wait on throwing a coin there for that guy. That was actually kind of close. Yikes.
Too close.
Alright, not skipple, the next one skipple. How do I keep forgetting that every time? Be a bit careful with this guy, because he can see you if you run around the corner. I usually give him like half a second before I start running.
I see
now. Excuse me. Okay. So we're going to go up the stairs and we're going to get to our next parkour section. This one can lose you a minute and a half randomly. I hate this one. I hate this one with an absolute passion. This one is the most susceptible to Dragon Engine shenanigans. Hey, remember that time save from earlier about going first person? Do it again. Go quicker up the stairs in first person. There you go. Oh, I hate this bit. Oh, I hate this bit so much. So, unlike LAD, we're going to go in a different pathway because Sugura here is an agile lad and he can jump up walls and stuff. Whereas we're Yagami, we kind of struggle with that. So we're going this way. Oh, I hate this bit. Oh, how I hate this bit so much. So, if we fall down at any point, we respawn where we're standing right here. Which, as you can see from what we're doing now, can be quite far away. I am going to be taking this slowly around this corner because if I fall off, that's going to be back to the beginning. Unfortunately, I don't get that luxury with this next part. Oh, how I hate this part. With a metric passion. This platform sometimes doesn't leave you with enough space to jump over. Also, if you touch that pipe on the way over, the Dragon Engine will force you off the roof. I hate that jump. That jump is the worst jump in the entire game. Like, without a shadow of a doubt.
Yeah.
I'm gonna run and kick this guy. Good fight. Either way, that's the last parkour it's a light. That's the last parkour section that matters. Kinda. I should not tempt the last one. Ooh. Anyway, gun enemies are here now. Great. Run behind the enemy, go to that EX, and charge through them all. Focus this guy while we still have EX. This is unfortunate. I wanted to attack before I got to him. My depth perception there was off because I thought I was further away from him than I was. Okay, cool boss fight time. Because Kuana's not actually here, by the way. He's actually back in the Lumang area. So over we go. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. That's 7 because I went the wrong way. 6 down. Yep. Every time. Please no bad fight spawn. That's a bad fight spawn. Oops. Gotta get the drone out to get rid of those fights. Otherwise, they're gonna get into a fight with us by the time we get here. Shame.
So you... Sure.
There is a dialogue skip coming up here. Left. Meiko Kusumoto. That skips an extra set of dialogue. And now time for a really cool boss fight.
Stay out of my way.
Good. Saved for the first part. Phase 2, please. Gotta go fast. I didn't get the hit off. That sucks. That really sucks. Oh, that really sucks. My timing was off. Panda can kill me in this fight, by the way, just as a warning. Hello? Combo? Bad fight. Very bad fight. That sucks. Oh, that's so unfortunate. That is so unfortunate. Anyway, we beat Kuana. There's Zhao's backside. Your cameo from Yakuza Like a Dragon. Doesn't actually have a speaking role, but you do get to see his butt. Okay. Okay, so we have to lure RK out because we want to go and see Reiko Kusamoto. So, that's not the right one, it's free. My dude, it's the same as LADs. You should know that by now. should know that by now. You'd think we would go through the building here to go faster. Actually, no. Skateboarding around the outside is quicker. You have more momentum on the skateboard than you do going through the building. Hoping I have some EX for the start of this fight, because if I do, this fight goes very fast. I have nothing. Okay. Old-fashioned way. Shame about those two. As long as I hit Wakabayashi here. Okay, that was actually well brought back. It was actually very well brought back. A little bit of a shame, but it is what it is. Okay, so usually I like commentating on like kind of like the big plot points of what's going down like in the story. This is like a 20-minute phone call that I have only like 15 seconds to discuss. Koana did it. that's the short of it all. Yeah, Reiko Kusamoto and Koana work together, blah blah blah. Public security are putting the actual like the public security are putting a lot of pressure onto Reiko Kusamoto because they know they can control her. They want Koana. She doesn't want to give up Koana because she believes Koana did what was just. I'm just gonna skate. That's my prerogative right now, is I'm just gonna skate. Try and go on the left-hand side here. If you go on the left-hand side, you can skip early into the cutscene trigger. And back to the detective agency. So this is 3 chapters before the end, or like 2 chapters before the end. So we're getting there. We are getting there. This one's not too long of a chapter, thankfully. Oops, pressed up. Keep forgetting that every time. And it should be back to Kamurocho. Once we go to the prosecutors. So, we need to convince them to reopen Ihara's trial. Here's what we're going to do. We're going to show them a piece of evidence. Would you believe? It's the map. Please listen to Yagami. There's something wrong with this map. Please. Please. I promise you this map points to the real killer. I mean, actually, it kind of does, but... Please. Anyway, here's RK. They're still watching us. We don't care. Just go inside. You don't get into a fight. Whatever. You can certainly fight them if you want to. Sayori's hitbox. Good. Skip Hoshino's text. It's too long. Left. If you do left, you don't have to redo any of Sayori's makeup. I hate this bit with an absolute vehement passion. This bit shouldn't exist in the video game. So, we need to find where RK are hiding. To do that, Sayori's going to go undercover in a host club that's owned by RK to find them. Spoilers, they're in the exact same place they were at before. But here's the worst part about this bit. This bit actually serves as character assassination for both Hoshino and Genda. Less so Genda, but more so Hoshino. Where take the entire character that Hoshino got built up to in the original Judgment and basically turn him into a whining person that just is a creep now. I hate this bit and what it does to Hoshino. I really do. Either way, I'm just gonna slow walk over to the club again. It's the same club as before. Surprise. Surprise. None of the options here actually matter. Just do any option. It really doesn't matter. But yeah, for some reason they felt the need to redo this bit after the first bit. Like, I don't understand, and none of these options are good, and it's terrible, and as you'll see in the next cutscene, we're going to exactly the exact same room. It's not even a different building, it's the exact same building. The exact same room. Why didn't we check here first? Anyway, it's time for the final part of the Akutsu Gauntlet. Akutsu's boys are taking a bit of a beating, and he's a little upset about that. I think he doesn't have a chainsaw this time. It's useful. That's very useful. This fight's cool. Alright, so this is our next big level up. Gauge extension, and don't forget the grip. So we're going to get one level of grip for our parkour sections coming up here. We're also going to get extension 3, gauge 3. There's grip 1. Where are we? We want burst dodge and burst adamantine, because that's going to unlock EX burst immortal, which is something we will get into in the next chapter. So your EX mode doesn't give you immortality in this game, unlike Judgement. Akutsu there is gonna go into phase 2, whilst I deal with some of the rest of the enemy. Taunt me all you like, please don't EX. Thank you muchly. Good start. That's not a good angle. Oh, that's a really bad angle. Not a great fight because of the enemies, unfortunately, going to the other side of the room. That's unfortunate. That is unfortunate. Unfortunately, Akutsu is now dead. A lot happens in a short space of time. But essentially, our whole stick now is that Akutsu kind of gave the game away with a certain Kazuki Soma. And he basically said that Soma was coming after him just before he dies. So it's time for... Oops, Daisy, that's not where the drone is in this game. It's time for us to go and find out what... Please stop respawning the enemies. Thank you. It's time for us to go and find out what Soma's deal is, because Soma is ex-Tojo clan, but got out before the events of Yakuza Like a Dragon. So Soma somehow knows what happened or what was going on, which leads us into a theory that Soma might actually be part of public security. Let's go find out. It's like one of the last few times you can hit the couch from the outside to save a little bit of time. It doesn't actually save you that much time. If you mess it up, then you don't save any time at all. So, who do we ask about the Tojo clan days? We do, of course, ask Higashi. Who's still running the arcade, by the way.
Yep.
This looks skippable, it's not skippable. Excuse me. So, Higashi sets us up to meet somebody from the Nikyo Consortium. I remember the Nikyo Consortium if you ever played Yakuza 0. Well, Judgement might be its own thing. It does reference the events of certain Yakuza games quite heavily, especially this game. I got some divine water. I don't want that. I don't want that at all. Please open the door! Thanks. Dragon Engine shenanigans if you're not looking at the door directly. Hey, so it's time for a next big set piece. More divine water, are you kidding me? That just fills up my inventory. Yeah, give me onions and potatoes instead. That's the good stuff. So you got onions and potatoes. I got a good curry waiting for me once I'm done here today. Try and take care of the enemies in the corner here. Thank God that didn't connect to stun me. That man just spun like a Beyblade. Nice. I don't think Nex is supposed to work like that. Ugh. Alright, much like the original Judgment, if you know a passcode ahead of time, you can input it ahead of time. So instead of going back and having to deal with like all the enemy and trying to figure out what the passcode is, we're just going to walk up to this door and do 0508. For real. We shock Kaito so much. You skip one dialogue here and then skip the rest. But this is the bit why we have an extended grip gauge. Not for this bit right here, but during this parkour section, with the extended grip gauge, we can actually do the entirety of this parkour section in one go without having to stop. It's a little tight timing-wise, but it's not too bad. This bit is fine. It's not the next bit either, it's the bit after that. Jump through the window. Jump through the window, Yagami. Thank you. And up to the roof we go. So it's weird. Sometimes, not because Yagami sometimes goes backwards like that. Sometimes Yagami doesn't want to fit through this gap here. I don't know why. Because, you know, this is the way to go. It's really weird. Hey, here's a tutorial. All this way. Pipe descent. Run up the pipe. It's pretty obvious. So this is the bit where we need all the grip for, so I have to make sure I do good movement here. So I want to make sure I'm under this pipe. And then off we go. So we need to make 0 movement mistakes here to be able to get this bit done in one go. Otherwise, we would have to take a stamina break below us. It's going to get a little scary. It's going to start beeping at us. Don't worry about it. You can see how close the actual grip gauge gets, but we are all good. These guys, thankfully, we just attack them. Thankfully, they usually get close enough together that, you know, we just do a combo, and they go down. Nice and quickly. Nice and quickly, nice and smoothly. Next conversation over at this part of the roof.
Yeah.
This looks like a skippable cutscene. It is not a skippable cutscene. He says he tries to skip the cutscene.
Okay.
Why would I do that? Kaito waves, though. Adorable Kaito. Again, we're going to get to go hands-on with Kaito in about roughly 30 minutes from now. About 30 minutes of the main any percent left, and then we have Kaito files coming up. So into the scene transitions, you can go here, and time for our last stealth section. Well, there is speed tech to this bit. So jump over the fence, go this way, jump over this bit to get over here quickly. Now be a little careful here, because this guy can be looking at us, and if he is, then we have to wait until he turns around. To get the last point here, you have to take him out, unfortunately, which is also going to be the bit coming up after this bit. I just punched myself in the nose.
Time out.
There we go. Have a little bit of patience here. You can't skip this straight away, not until the camera changes. Boom. So the downside to this next part is it's going to put us into a hiding section immediately, which means we can't actually move. Now, we also can't finish this bit until we take out both enemies. It's not just that one ahead of us, there's one to our left. Now, the coin makes this enemy to our left stop, which puts him on a really bad cycle. This is why you want to chain smoke bombs through the rest of the run. For this guy. Now you need perfect movement through this bit.
That's a good boy.
If you throw this coin at the right time, you can just go straight for this guy. Because I'm in a marathon, I'm going to slow walk it. If you run, he will notice you, but if he's staring that way, you can get him. But again, because marathon, I am going to take it very safely. I'm going to take it very, very slowly. Whilst I'm actually still on PB pace, interestingly enough. I'm not ahead, but I'm not behind by too much. I'm only behind by about 20 seconds. So actually, this is going pretty well. And this is on the slower version, so I'm kind of surprised right now. Remember the Tatami room from the prologue? We're back. So is Kosuke. In this fight, we want to hit the enemies first. Oh my goodness, goodbye hitboxes. Again, he is invulnerable until he does his EX attack, so I have to wait there, unfortunately. Yeah, Kosuke is in the room. Still hasn't learned his lesson. Just it's kind of like the original Judgment. It's like a little throwback to the prologue, but it works better in Judgment because it actually goes to the plot. In this game, it doesn't. And that is that. That's pretty much the last major thing we do in Kamurocho. We'll still be in Kamurocho for a little bit. Come back here in like the last chapter very briefly, but yeah, essentially we're finding out that Soma is part of public security and we're going to have to deal with him. This is the last time we use the couch here, though. It's the last time you can get to the couch from outside of the office. Showed you once earlier, I'm not doing it again, because, again, the time here is actually pretty good. The nice thing about this bit is it's actually going to teleport us straight to Yokohama 99. I wish the rest of the game would do that when going from Kamurocho to Izazaki Jincho. But yeah, we are doing pretty good for time right now in this run. This run has gone a lot better than I expected, and Judgment went way worse than I expected. For this bit, we actually want to go to a specific place. This is a time-waiting segment, but we're going to a very specific place afterwards. Liumang area, Restaurant Row. That's why we are taxiing here. And to go see Tesso. Tesso, voiced by Pros D. Again, go on the left-hand side to get a earlier cutscene trigger. So we need to get to Sour's apartment to meet Kuwana, but we need to do it discreetly. So this room that has a shop in Yakuza Like a Dragon is a secret way out of the Liumang in this game. I'm going to go bartender style. I'm going to do this in style. Even though we're just going through the sewers and then using an Uber. Yeah. So, we have one of Kuwana's former students going to meet us here. Is a Kaiki, the guy that we've beaten up multiple times in this game so far. Again, fights on the left doesn't matter. If you're on the skateboard, they will not aggro onto you. Skateboard good. Become Tony Hawk. And unfortunately, Soma's found us. So it's time to have a big old fight on this big old boat that I was really surprised wasn't a set piece in Yakuza Like a Dragon, actually. So I'm glad it was here. So, the problems in this fight is Kuwana and the enemy. Because Kuwana can take the enemy a really weird direction and quite far away. I'm hoping that guy will get up and come back to me. This guy is the problem enemy. Surprise, he has a HP bar. We're going to get him to halfway through the fight, at which point he's going to drop that baseball bat and instead bring out a gun. Man dies. Kill this man. No gun. No, no gun. Bad. Naughty. No guns. Gun enemy bad. No more mortal attacks. Unfortunately, Kuwana has done a very bad job on every single enemy on this side. You literally just had to kill some of the enemy. Thank God I had enough EX. Oh my goodness, Kuwana, that's terrible. I take back everything I said about you earlier. Remember that time you were useful during a set piece? Yeah, how dare you. That was golded, what the heck? Okay. I'm going into the finale. I'm only 16 seconds behind PB pace. Doable. I expected this to be like 5 minutes behind. This run's actually gone really well. This run has actually gone really, really well. I'm actually really happy with this. Put it this way, if I was actually doing this run on PS5 without those extra loading times on PC, I'd be ahead of PB pace right now. This has gone very well. It's gone very, very well. Shame about the Judgment run. Big shame about that Judgment run, eh? But hey, this one's going well. Let's get that at PB and Kaito files, shall we, after this? Let's do it. So we gotta go to Kamurocho. We're gonna go help for Ihara's trial. We kind of bait Ihara and just go like, hey, you know, You won't redo your trial, ha ha ha. There's no reason for Ihara to actually retake this trial, and if he didn't, he would get exactly what he wants, but we managed to bait him into doing this retrial. So we're going to go and have one final... Why do I keep trying to skip those? We have one final conversation with the guy.
I'm going to try... Oh.
Good for you. Oh, this is the time... Wait, all right. This is the reason why we mentioned this is distance-based. If you were to taxi straight to the first option there, you wouldn't get this phone call. That's why these are distance-based. You must make note of that, otherwise you will mess up there. I have done in the past, and I will do again in the future, but not today. So the important thing about this entire conversation... He still has the murder weapon. He's actually hidden the murder weapon in a really messed up location. You know how, like, in Japanese culture, like, most people have, like, a shrine dedicated to a loved one after they pass away? You can see where I'm going with this. Man's messed up. This man's messed up. We go one last time to Lukai Lumang, where we go and find out that old Hoshino and Kaito went to see Ihara's wife, where they lit some incense for their son. That's where the murder weapon is! Whoops. That is really messed up. RK have not exactly gone into hiding, but they're all making their way here to Itazaki Jincho. I will stay the night. So at this point, we're in the point of no return from Kamurocho, which means that Kamurocho has disappeared from our taxi list, which means the taxi list has changed. So instead of up by 3, it's up by 2 instead. That one definitely makes a mockery of most new runners, because we always, you know, at this point, the taxi list has just changed very slightly, but it's that one and it's important. Speak to Sugiura, this is the point of no return. We are now in the finale for Lost Judgment.
Let's go.
Remember Mami Koda and the bullies earlier? One of them has done a very dumb thing. One of them has done a very, very dumb thing and has kind of gone along with RK in a really stupid way. So we gotta go save Mami Koda and this really dumb bully. There's a very long fight intro that we can't skip here. This next fight, you can tell how well you're doing via what Tsukumo does in this fight. Yes, Tsukumo. Tsukumo's going to help us out here. I'm going to blow my nose real quick, because I have a chance to do so. Once again, folks, I tell you the wisest words of wisdoms that I have. Don't get the foot. It sucks. And Kaito showing off as always. But we are in the finale for this game. Once we've done the finale, we have one last little story bit left to do, which is Kaito's DLC. It lasts about an hour. So we should be doing quite good on time. So, to begin this fight, we are going to be getting our last set of level ups. We want EX Burst Immortal to survive when we're in EX mode, and we're going to get a whole bunch of stuff for Crane, including Secret of the Crane, which gives us more attack speed on any of our stuff, and Rising Cloud Vortex, in case we get knocked down in Crane. Focus the guy with a pipe, and hopefully take care of most of the enemies.
Step away from the window.
I don't know what that movement was just then, but yeah. He's not focusing me, that's why I'm going after him. Well, that's a good hit. If you can take care of these enemies before the smoke bomb from Tsukumo, you're doing really good in this fight. Good fight. Very good fight. Very good fight. Very, very good fight. Happy with that. Bit late, Tsukumo. Appreciate the effort. Anyway, here's Soma. Soma shoots us, but Soma actually has a paintball gun. He's just here to intimidate us. We kind of, at this point, know who Soma is and what his deal is. We're going back to court! If you thought the map What did I tell you about the map? What did I tell you about the map? Reason down the victim's credibility. You know of one Jin Kuwana, yes? And then we get a Deus Ex Machina phone call just like the end of Judgment. It doesn't have as much impact in this one as it does Judgment, and it feels even more of a Deus Ex plot device. This is the point where I kind of don't like this game, because it kind of, like, retreads, like, that court case just retreads all the same, like, plot points that Judgment's does. It feels wholly unnecessary, and the Deus Ex Machina phone call really is a Deus Ex Machina, whereas it actually makes sense in Judgment. Either way, time for our Izizaki Jincho set piece. I'm gonna grab that bike. Because I need to build up my EX and also take care of as many enemies as I can. Can we stop walking away? Can we please stop walking away? Okay, wave-based enemies based on how many enemies we take out in each wave. I really was hoping I would get these enemies a little earlier than this. This is not going well. I need my attack buff. I don't want to do my mortal wound reversal, so I'm just gonna ignore him. I'm just gonna ignore him. Now, this guy I do need to take out fast, so while I'm in my EX, I'm going after this guy. Enough time. Good. Good job. Good. Okay, that was okay. That was okay. Can go a bit faster than that, but that was okay. Alright, now comes the part of the finale that I have to concentrate on. 100 enemies! And they can start killing me. So, I need to get my attack boost, and then I really want to get my speed boost if I can. So if someone could attack me. Anybody, don't care who, just somebody attack me, come on. Perfect. Now watch how fast I attack. And it goes into our EX as well. Now, in this fight, ideally I can get all the enemies to one position in the room. Unfortunately, I'm going a little bit too far away. But essentially, I want to try and keep as many enemies grouped up as possible. So unfortunately, I'm going to need to get my buff back in both speed and damage. Okay, speed and damage is both gone. There's damage. Attack me, please. Thank you. There's speed. There's speed again. There's damage. There are a couple of boss-like enemies, as you can see. They're not actually that dangerous. He'll attack me quite aggressively as well, please. Most of the time! Okay, give me my attack back, please. Okay, I'm just gonna EX at this point. It's a bit earlier than I would like, because I'm not getting any hits. Need to charge, because I've lost my attack buff. Now, he's a problem. The guy that just spawned in. Hit me? You're usually way more aggressive than this. Nice. The real problem enemy is the next one to spawn in. So whilst I still have this speed boost, I want to get through as many of these enemies as possible while building my EX. So that coming. I need to get my attack buff back. The last enemy is here, and here's the problem. Kill this man! He has a gun. He can one-shot me at this HP. Look at all those enemies gathered together. That's nice. Oh, that's really nice. That was a good end, at least. I think the start of that fight was a bit bad. The middle part was okay. The ending was nice. Cool. Not too bad. So once again, we're going to get our attack buff off of these enemies. Shame you went to the ground, because then I had no chance of hitting you. Hit me. Somebody hit me. Don't care who. Thank you. Okay, that was... it was okay. It was very okay. I wouldn't say that was much more than okay. I spread the enemy out a little too much for my liking, if I'm being honest, but it is what it is.
The hell were the guys up there even doing? Come on, let's trash them!
This fight's an interesting one. There's a lot of really strong enemies in this fight. I like pushing that guy towards the rest of these enemies. Because as you can see, there's a lot of like really high HP'd enemies that just kind of need to get hit together. These look like explosive barrels, don't worry, they're not. They are used as explosive barrels in other games, but in this one, it's actually not too bad. This is actually really good, because we're pushing him right towards where we need to go. That's really good. That's really, really good. Fantastic. For speed tech here, run forward, fast, before it puts you into the slow moving section. Very nice. Look at the orange barrels specifically. Look over here. What the? Oops. There you go.
Got it.
That was very nice. So, more parkour sections. These can lose you time. I don't know why it re-gives you the intro for doing this. Move to the right here specifically, because otherwise it pushes you away from the wall. If you move to the right, it just sucks you into the wall, which is really nice. Go to the left-hand side here to try and avoid a QTE. That's a shame. So, I just did a thing. A very, very brave and stupid thing. My HP is now in red. This is crit HP. Remember what we got 2 hours ago? Extra damage in Tiger at crit HP. Oh yes, we're doing this. We're going 1 HP strats, because it should... Now that we have EX Burst Immortal, we can survive any attack whilst we're in our EX Burst. Downside, I have no EX currently. I do have a cigarette butt, apparently. Thankfully, there is a free Towner up here if I need. I'm going risky strats. The risky strats are good because I do exponentially more damage now. Good box hits, because those boxes will stop you. You have to tech skip once to be able to skip to this bit. This is the only bit that can probably kill me at this point. Other than the end bosses. Interesting. I have EX, I'm going over to this box. By doing that at that point, that actually cancels out of my EX activation and basically gives me free movement. I cancelled with Quick Step in time to be able to get another combo off with my actual EX combo. Good fight. Very good fight. Nice. Very nice. So remember when I said the parkour points don't actually matter anymore? There's one that does matter. It's coming up next. Look at the empty hole. That's where we're going. And here. These strats are very dangerous, but if we get to the final set of bosses, we should be literally safe. But with my HP at this level, you'll see the damage that we are going to do. It is disgusting. Low HP strats are fun. Scary, but fun. Alright, if I get Dragon Engined here, I'm going to get thrown down into this bit below me, where there are 2 enemies with purple HP bars. This is the only bit that shouldn't be a problem, but will be a problem if I get Dragon Engined. So, here's hoping we don't. Because if you fall down into this room, as you can probably imagine, you lose so much time. You don't actually need grip upgrade for this bit, which is nice, but having it is kind of nice. The bit that worries me is that wall run over there. That's what can glitch out. And it just happens. It doesn't matter. There's nothing you can do to stop it. If it happens, it happens. It is the end of the run if you're on a PB pace run if it happens. Because you have to climb all the way back up here and do this, this movement again. So hopefully... Good. Yep, we're good. Okay. That's the bit that worried me. We're now good. You get to the right bit here, you can just spam circle and jump straight down. Saves you a tiny bit of time. Oh, this is going well. This is going very well.
Stop. Gotta think.
Need a lift?
Ah, boy, Kaito figured out how to work a forklift.
I found this.
Gashi is driving them.
This ought to be good.
Shut it, though! Seems a little dangerous. But not for me. Couple of enemies in this fight can actually kill me. Even at full HP, they can kill me. So there's a couple of enemies that are going to have weapons in this fight. This guy is also kind of annoying.
Your asses are dead.
We're going to build up our EX against him and push him into his second phase. Scary. That's what I was worried about. I'm just going to do that and finish him. And just go after the rest of the enemies. Whilst I have my EX mode, I want to go after any of these enemies that have weapons. Because they are the problem. This guy especially. And damage, baby. Yeah. Oh, that almost hit me. I want to move away from the guy with the barrel. He actually scares me. He actually scares me. Help. Team. I don't want to use my EX yet. This guy terrifies me. He will kill me if I'm not in my EX mode. I want to stay at low HP.
What is it?
How much Tyrannus do I have? Oh, 1. Am I doing this? I am actually doing this. I can't believe I'm doing this. This is stupidity. Oh, this is actually stupid. Because I have EX, I can't die at the start of this fight. It is time for the final boss fights. Oh, this is stupid. Oh, this is stupid. I have 3 EX, which is really nice. We're going to go into our EX against Soma. Look at the damage we're about to do. Please don't counter Soma. If he doesn't counter, we should be good. Oh, this is good. Oh boy. Oh boy, oh boy, oh boy, oh boy. So that's the second time we fight Soma, and now it's time for the third.
Yagami!
I'm not healing. I don't need to. I'm in full control. Hey look, it's the front cover of the video game. That wasn't there before. You get to hear a little bit more of Soma's theme now, which is nice. Not all of it, but enough. God, I love this theme so much.
Stick around, won't you?
God, I love him. He's such a good villain.
Behind you.
So to not die, I'm going to go into my EX mode. I'm going to demolish his HP. Please no counter. That'll make this a lot smoother. No guard either, please. That's a little unfortunate. Okay, that is also unfortunate, but it's time to hopefully not die. Oh! Oh, that was lucky. That should have been me dying right there because my EX mode ran out. Oh, I'm so glad I dodged that. Oh, I should be dead. Ooh. So yeah, as I said, the Warriors Onslaught extract is kind of overpowered. This run's over at this point. This might be a PB. This is gonna be close, actually. Yeah, who likes really long, unskippable boss intros? Hi, it's me. I run Yakuza games. Oh, that was so close.
If you guys don't back off, then I will. Do you know how many people I've killed through the years?
Nah. But if you were really that kind of scum, we wouldn't have come down here. You wouldn't be the kind of person worth saving. This one is my fight, guys.
Why is the music glitched out?
The way I see this, Talk.
Where's the really cool final fight theme?
Something to consider. But between the both of you, is there...
Where's unwavering belief? I will restart this entire run if you don't give me unwavering belief right now. There's supposed to be music in this scene, I promise you. Interesting. I don't know what's going to happen when this fight starts. Is it going to explode? Is it going to come? There it is. Happened to my music. Anyway, if I just go into my EX mode, I can't be killed. And I have the Warriors Onslaught extract on. Please watch this damage. This fight and this run is over. It's going to be real close to PB pace, you know. Even if he does this attack, which can kill me. You can't do anything to me anymore. I win. I win. This is a really hilarious way to take care of the final two bosses, because, like, these fights are nothing now. Now that I literally have the Warriors Onslaught extract on, they don't do anything. It's actually genuinely a shame, but... So I'm gonna interrupt my combo, like, intentionally at the end of this part. That way he goes into second phase, and... That... Whew, wow, I just PB'd! I just PB'd! By 20 seconds! Let's go! Nice! That was actually a 2:31:31:40. Nice! Let's go! That was a good run! With the old strats as well, let's go. We have one more thing left to do, folks, and that's Kaito's DLC. So I'm gonna go and use the bathroom real quick just to freshen myself up, and we're gonna do Kaito's DLC. So I'll see you in about a minute.
She shouldn't have to keep suffering. The truth, we put too much value on it. All it does is crush us.
That's not true. It's because the truth was being hidden. That's what led to Sawa-sensei's death, isn't it? Set Kusamoto free. It's time for all this to end. I mean, you've got to already know. When justice breaks, someone's always gonna find a way to redefine it to suit themselves. And from that point of view, everything you do feels justified. That's why you're able to look past the sacrifice and the damage you cause.
Okay, we are going fast. Let me grab my notes real quick, because if I finish this in the time that I want to, we should be able to be ahead of my estimate, even though I was late. Load up Kaito files real quick so that I have a gauge on how we're doing. This should hopefully be only about an hour. If it goes the way I want it to, it should be less than an hour. There's also new stuff for Kaito in terms of speed tech, one of which I will be trying in the run, but I'm not 100% certain on most of it. So we'll be doing the old-fashioned way, which should still be pretty fast. Okay, so this is the last bit of Lost Judgment and the Judgment Marathon for tonight. This is the last bit of story. This is Kaito Files. This is Kaito's DLC. Kaito takes the stage for this one, while Yagami goes off to fight a bear. That's half a joke and half actual genuinely serious. A bear does turn up. Fun fact for Kaito Files. Japanese is the faster audio language. So we're going to Japanese. This should hopefully only take about an hour. So, let's do this. The Kaito Files, new game on easy. 3, 2, 1, Kaito. So, Kaito is a very, very different protagonist than Yagami is. We don't have any of those detective shenanigans going on. Kaito doesn't want to use those. We're going to use all of Kaito's actual senses. But the interesting thing is Kaito's fighting styles are going to look very, very familiar if you've never seen this DLC before. This guy's called Sender. We'll be seeing him a couple of times. We're about to go and send him. Once again, all of these are exactly the same each single time. I actually have a list right here next to me saying what each button is. Also, as you saw there, Kaito doesn't have that much subtlety and just runs through things. That's our boy Kaito. That's our boy Kaito, alright. That's our boy Kaito. Everybody just gets out of his way. Like, Kaito Files' DLC. Kaito Files' DLC is very fast-paced. Should be circle, square, square, circle, left triangle, X. Like, look at this. He just goes through things. There's actually a couple of cool, new speed tech things in Kaito Files. And actually, there's going to be a big difference because the stealth sections are going to be changed up in a very good way. There is going to be, however, a 10-minute long tail section, at least if we didn't have speed tech. There is a very long tail section coming up in the middle of this DLC that we actually have speed tech for. It's one of the only tail sections we have speed tech for in Lost Judgment, considering there's only one in the main any percent. It is time to do Kaito's base combat, Bruiser. This is gonna look familiar if you've played Yakuza 0. Notice how this looks very much like Kiryu's Fug style? That's because it is. You'll notice as well that I'm doing a lot of quick-step cancelling with Kaito to be able to keep attacking. It's a bit of a shame that Sender gave me a few problems there. Kaito's base style is Kiryu's Bruiser style, or the Fug style. Not Fug style, Brawler style from Yakuza 0. Down to the animations. And that's not the only thing of Kiryu's that Kaito steals either. So, Kaito is manning the office while Yagami is away on a business trip. You'll see here, Yagami at the bottom left says, a bear turns up. I'm not kidding you, Yagami goes off to fight a bear. So Kaito kind of wants to go out drinking with, you know, some of his buds. He goes through the list of who's around, and honestly, there's not that many great candidates, to be honest. So he's just going to go drinking at Bartender. Poor Kaito. We get introduced to Kaito's sense of smell. Kaito has all of the human senses. Those are his detective gadgets. We're going to be utilizing in this speedrun his sense of smell to find some stinky underwear. I'm not kidding. It's actually amazing underwear. It's like 30% or like 20% attack. It's really good. Genuinely amazing. I'm not kidding. So, we're going to drink our troubles away at Bartender, and then we're going to get into Chapter 1 proper. Chapter 1 is really quick. We get a case from this guy, Kyoya Sadamoto. We're going to call this guy Knife Daddy. Anyway, the best part of the DLC is right here. It's Takashi in apron. Oh, it looks so good. Might be wondering why he's called Knife Daddy. Come back in 45 minutes. We're going to make a quick stop over to Pink Street here. The items that you can get in... Kaito Files DLC have been changed up a little bit. So there's a couple in different places. Remember the belt we got in the any percent? Yeah, we're going to get it here as well. So as we go over to Bartender, we get a call from Higashi saying there's some kid who's claiming to be our long-lost son. Kaito's a little surprised by this as well. And this is where the game is going to introduce Kaito's second playable fighting style, called Tank, or as you might know it, Beast. This is literally Beast from Yakuza 0, and oh god, it's good, because Kaito, as you can see, doesn't throw the final weapon away on the last hit. This is an upgraded version of Beast, and it's really good. And Beast was already amazingly broken in Yakuza 0, so this version of Beast is really good. So this is Kaito's supposed son. Actually, no, flashback first, sorry. Mikiko Hotta, sister form, smell red bean. Gotcha. So, this is Mikiko. She is a very important character in this game. She is fantastic. Oops, don't sniff yet. Check this paper out. I think I have messed one. Yeah, I messed up one. There we go. And smell the floor. Red bean paste. Is it box them blouse? Box them blouse. 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 Look at Kaito's hair. You can tell this is 16 years ago. I like to say this is Kaito's Linkin Park phase because he's just got the spiky hair. This is definitely 90s Kaito. Here's a bunch of obnoxious drunks. Here's what we're gonna do. We're gonna go all beast mode on them and grab the bike. We want to hopefully hit the guy with the large HP bar with the bike heat move, because it will hopefully demolish the guy. Literally, we use Yakuza 0 beast strats in this DLC. It's really good. It's really good. Kaito is literally Kiryu 0. So everyone who says that you can't replicate Kaito's Kiryu's fighting styles from the old engine to the Dragon engine, this DLC proves you wrong. Kaito is such good fun in this DLC. Anyway, this guy's mom is Mikiko, the same Mikiko that we just saw in the cutscene before. Kaito was involved with Mikiko in a relationship before, but as you'll see during this DLC, unfortunately Kaito... Oh, if you don't like flashing white lights, by the way, or bright white lights, look away now. The screen's gonna flash white bright twice, I'll tell you when it's gone. Because, oh, I hate it as well. Oh, I really hate it. Why would you do this twice? Okay, it's gone. You can look back again now. I hate that myself. I hate it so much. But essentially, Kaito chose the Matsugane family over Mikiko. This guy we need to look at with our ears. Then we need to look at this megaphone. And then, you know, Kaito does Kaito things. What's my levels here? Attack 2 and Deadly Dance? Attack 2 and Deadly Dance. So, it's time to really make this into Beast. More attack. And then in Tank, we are going to get Deadly Dance, which increases the damage we do with any held weapon. So, unlike Beast in Yakuza 0 that has Golden Fist, we have to make do with a little bit of this thing called Deadly Dance. But trust me, Deadly Dance makes this almost into Golden Fist Beast with weapons. Kaito demolishes with tank mode in this game. It's fantastic. So, our supposed son, John, has a little bit of an issue with knives. You see where this is going yet? So, this guy has a knife, and unfortunately, John doesn't do well with this knife. Oops, onto me. You made me bleed. How dare you? So, by doing a quick step cancel... Oh, I got hit by that. I was really hoping not to. By doing a quick step cancel in the middle of my bruiser combo, I can actually quick step into another combo and keep the enemy locked. For the most part, not most bosses. Some bosses. Some bosses, not most bosses. So we get John back on his feet. We go over here to see an old friend of Mikiko's to try and see if she's been seen, because supposedly Mikiko is dead. Oops. I was supposed to level up there. It's time to go stinky. It's time to go full stinky. We're going to go into our abilities. We're going to level up our nose to EX Primal Nose. We're going to go behind Serena. Stinky Nose. Find a pair of pants and get 2,000 free skill points for it as well. Those pants give you like an extra 30% attack. It's really nice. Even though there's a fight spawn here, it doesn't matter because this is actually an area trigger. So this used to be Mikiko's favorite spot, so we're here to see if anyone's seen her. If you wonder what that glowing thing is there, it's a memory. It gets you new skills. We're going to get one in a second, actually. Oops. That was too early. You want to go up via this part? Gets you to the roof, where we're going to see a little girl who's lost her cat, Mickey. So Kaito's going to do the Yagami Detective Agency special and go get that cat. Basement. Very important, basement. Most people get a little confused here because the cat is in this room and they don't know how to get the cat down. And the game doesn't exactly tell you, but Kaito has access to Yagami's drone. Hello. There we go. That gets the cat down. We speak to this cleaning lady who actually says she did see somebody also looking for Mikiko. Not Sender, but Sender's back here. We're going to go over here. I'm going to bump my EX and I'm going to grab this sign and just start going to town. Oh, it's so good. Ah. Video game? Why am I throwing? Kaito. There you go. What the heck? That was weird. I don't know why Kaito started throwing that. I was using triangle and not circle. Okay. Not the best fight considering Kaito decided to start throwing objects around all over the place, but it is what it is. We're going to go to Sender's office because Sender has decided to kidnap John. As you do. And remember that memory we talked about earlier? We're actually going to grab one now. This is actually a bit of a slower taxi, so that's my fault. I should have gone to the other one. We're going to grab this memory right here. We don't need it before this. We're supposed to grab it afterwards. This is Memory of Brotherly Love, which unlocks a move or a skill called Gori Gori Finisher. This is a final attack to one of Kaito's base combos. Very, very good. I'll look at the moving box, because we can see that Sender's lot have decided to move recently. Call the number on the moving box. And there we go. These guys have moved into a certain building. You all remember a couple of hours ago? KJ Art? Yup. They've moved into the old Kyorei Yakuza office. It's a nice way of calling back to the original Judgement. There is an enemy in the way, that's fine. Because once again, we have the drone. So Kaito gets access to despawning enemies anywhere as well. It's really nice. Now, it's time to show you the improvements to stealth. So Kaito does stealth very differently to Yagami. Gonna throw this coin and hopefully run upstairs without knocking into these boxes so he doesn't turn around. That's kind of bad, but we managed to make it work. So yeah, second one skippable. The hitboxes for this bit are a little funky, So we're going to go to the left here. We're looking at this door first. Look at this door. Listen to this door. So, here's how Kaito does stealth. If you're wondering what happened there, you'll see what happened there in a second. You're gonna walk inside to get the area trigger, and this is how Kaito appropriately does stealth. Skip to the left to avoid the hiding spot, or the right even. Oh no, I got caught. Kaito punches people. That's our boy. Yagami, if he gets caught, is a game over. Kaito punches people. Unfortunately, there's one exception to this rule, and it's a very upsetting rule. Kaito doesn't punch the police. Shame that. Anyway, if you're wondering what Kaito did to the guy on the other side of the door earlier, this. Ouch. 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 Poor guy. About 40 minutes till the end of this run. Look at this door. Spoon. I'm supposed to look at that door, actually. Listen to this door. Listen to this door. Open this door. Now, anytime we open these doors like this, you don't want to run straight away because Kaito will do this invisible door opening animation. So wait half a second. There we go. That's the key we need, which goes out here to this gate. Enhance reversal rage. Gori Gori. Gripping power driver. And we'll get Bruiser hidden just in case. Yeah. So Bruiser hidden, this is a special thing for Kaito's Bruiser style. This allows him to punch enemies. HP's a little bit of a problem. We've got a boss coming up, it should be fine. Is this guy the triple or is this guy the 4? This guy's the 4, right? Yeah. So here's the nice thing. With... Excuse you. With the Gori Gori finisher, I now have access to a brand new launcher. This guy's called Fudo the Killer. He's actually in Lost Judgment's main game in a side story. So if I do this full combo... That's not the combo I wanted, actually. This is the combo I wanted. We can launch him. And we can change our fighting style at any point. Usually I wouldn't do this, but because he's in his EX mode, I can just burst it out of his EX mode. Haha. Kaito also has EX. The nice thing is, Kaito's EX isn't as obscenely broken as Yagami's. So we will be using it for damage and speed for our combos, but we won't be doing the actual EX stuff, which is nice. We get to go full Yakuza Zero Kiryu in Lost Judgment with Kaito. It's so nice. It's genuinely so nice. Kaito really does play like Kiryu. It's fantastic. We're gonna head over here where we're being spied on by this one guy, so we're just in literally full view of him. Just gonna put on a disguise. How does that work? I don't know. Don't ask me. Now we leave. Don't ask me. I don't know. And we run to the batting center, and this is going to be the end of Chapter 2. Or just about the end of Chapter 2. I'm going to lose a little bit of time in this chapter by the looks of things, which is a shame, because I was ahead leaving the first chapter. And Chapter 3 is where most of the speed tech for the optional stuff comes into play. Not necessarily in a good way, either. Going straight. Going to go back to the office, where Kaito's sense of smell is going to save the day once again. Because when we get back to the office, Kaito's going to sniff the front door, as you do, and Kaito's going to realize that there's a smell of smoke coming from the office that isn't one of their brand of cigarettes. Because actually, Sender is waiting on the other side of this door with a gun. So we're going to go outside, we're going to get the drone out.
No.
And we're going to bounce into this window, hopefully get the quick... Yeah, we got the quick one. Nice. And with that, the police come, we deal with them. The cleaning lady calls us back up and mentions the person who was looking for Mikiko was a doctor who gave her his business card. It's time to go and see the doctor. Oh, baby. One of the most fascinating characters. Anyway, we get another little bit of flashback. We have to do every single option here. So this was the last moment of Mikiko and Kaito's relationship. Before Kaito goes off on a raid for the Matsugane family. And he never sees her ever again. We say the cleaning lady to Shirakawa. This is Dr. Shirakawa. Oh, baby. Look to the right. Look at this bag. Look at this picture. It is clearly Mikiko. Excuse me. And you can actually tell that this is the RGG set their games in modern day because the date on here is the January 2022. What have I missed? There it is. It's the bag. I missed something on that photo. I couldn't remember what I missed. It was the bag. So, Mikiko is alive. Mikiko had amnesia. She found her way here after being chased down by some thugs, maybe some Yakuza members. And this start of this fight is actually a bit quicker in Japanese. This is Nishio. You can skip that intro in Japanese. For the Nishio fight, we're going to get ourselves attack level 3. Unfortunately, there's no good weapons in this fight, otherwise we would find a weapon to use. I'm going to launch Nishio. Keep him launched. It's very cool that you can do that. By changing our style as well, we can actually get rid of the slowdown between the cooldown at the end of our combos. So we can actually get up a little quicker. Now I'm really hoping we don't get the glitch here and we actually get the proper music that you're supposed to hear in this bit. Nice, good job. That's an okay fight. I'm really hoping you get to hear the actual music that happens here because this is Kenmochi. Ah, it glitched. This is Hamura's theme from Judgement. Hamura's theme from Judgement is placeholder. I wasn't supposed to actually go into my EX straight away, but I did. It's going to push Kenmochi into his EX phase. Ah, that failed. So, here's the interesting thing about Kaito compared to Yagami. Kaito doesn't have a way to quickly get up off the floor unless he's in his EX mode. Also, yes, if you're wondering, that is a lamppost. Kenmochi has a drinking problem. Very serious, not something to joke about. Kenmochi has a drinking problem. He turned up, very drunk, drunk some more, ripped this lamppost out of the ground, and now we're having a wrestling fight with Kenmochi. I'm being very serious about the drinking problem. He sees the ghosts of dead people. It's so cool. So goddamn cool. It doesn't matter which of the options you pick here. So we're going to go back to Kamurocho and act surprised Kamurocho's on fire. You know, it's just another day ending in Y. So we're going to head over to Tenkaichi where the building is on fire. Because guess who set a building on fire? It is indeed Mikiko. She is very much alive. She's very much alive, doesn't have amnesia anymore, and is trying to kill people. For good reason, I should point out. Hey, remember when I said you'd hear fog another time? Hell yeah, you are! Nice juggle. That's unfortunate. Whoa, I interrupted his EX! Nice! Let's go. That's your Gori Gori finisher, by the way. God, I love this track so much, it's so good! 2 then 1. 2 then 1. If you're wondering why I'm saying 2 then 1, you'll see. We're going up to floor 2. Am I going to try symbol strats next time? I think I am. And here comes gun enemies. But here's the thing, Kaito has something better than a gun. A dropkick. You get to hear this song for a lot longer in this DLC, it's so good. Usually I don't like, you know, audio tracks being reused, but reusing this track, oh yes please. Very much so. Hope I can get a good angle on this guy. We're gonna do 1, 2. No. Usually you can, if you get a good angle, you can hit that guy off of the back of the other guy, but unfortunately he went right into the corner, so had to readjust there. Bit of a shame, but it's what it is. Get used to this rooftop, by the way. You're gonna see it again in a minute. Okay, this guy kind of sucks to deal with, because I don't want him to hit this bench, but usually you push him towards the bench. Unfortunately, the bench does get in the way. Because usually you want the bench to deal with these guys. They all have guns, by the way. Use quick change to basically change my style so I can not lose time in my combos. Decent fight. See this building that's on fire? We're about to go inside of it. Like, not now, when it's not on fire, but we're gonna go inside of it. So, Mikiko is indeed here. She disappears after trying to murder a man. As you do, really. We go to the hospital with smoke inhalation. Here's Shirakawa. Here's Kyoya. Again, knife daddy. Here's where I do something really weird and interesting. I put the difficulty onto simple. I've been wondering why I'm doing that. Simple, the only differences in simple and easy are that simple has an auto combo onto your combat. Is what we fought for about 4 years with Judgement. But Lost Judgment has a little bit of extra with good old simple. Because with simple, it means I can do dumb stuff like this. Usually that cop is supposed to stop you instantly and detain you, but for some reason on simple, he doesn't. So what I can do is what we like to call the cop skips. This is cop skip number 1. Need this guy to notice me. You're wondering what guy I mean, he's going to appear in a second. I wonder if you can actually go faster because of simple difficulty. Oh, he doesn't notice me as early because of simple difficulty. Hello! So, what that's supposed to do is it's supposed to interrupt his animation and he turns around and walks away. This next cop skip is also only possible on simple difficulty. I've tried this so many times on easy. Goodbye. Unfortunately, we now have to wait here for the guy to catch up and for us to throw a coin. This part is doable on easy, but unfortunately we have to wait here anyway. Sucks. See him on the minimap, he's slowly encroaching. But the nice thing is, even on like easy and simple, you throw the coin and we can run around this corner a lot faster. This guy we do have to wait. I'm fairly certain even on simple we have to wait for this guy. This guy's a pain. this guy's a pain. Sir, check out the coin. Even on easy, you can just run straight past this guy, which is nice. Wait for him to run past you before he actually catches you first, though. I don't remember what the 413625, 413625, 413625. These aren't the numbers for the lottery. I need to hear these numbers. 413625. Need you to trust me on this one. Kenmochi's business card. 413625, 413625, 413625. So I keep forgetting about this code every time, even though it's one of the easiest codes to remember. It's a really satisfying pattern as well. With this crowbar, I go back to this drawer and I can open this drawer with this crowbar. Up. Inside is a non-busted iPad. I don't know how the heck this survived. Good job, I guess. That is 43625. On it, we find a group of members of this group called Rhizome, who, guess what? They match up with the list of victims that supposedly Mikiko's been killing. Whoa! Coincident. Not a coincidence. Tsukumo's gonna help us with the burnt hard drive. Tsukumo knows tech stuff. Tsukumo's gonna get some actual data off of it for us. Thanks, that guy on the scooter. Goodbye. And now we're going to get to Kaito's very long tail. So it's actually a slower taxi to get. I should have gone to the one at Kyushu, but I keep forgetting that every single time. We're now going to do... Oh, baby. Remember when I said to y'all that there's a 10-minute tail segment in Kaito's DLC? Well, here we are, folks. But here's the fun part. There's speed tech to this. So the 2 cop skips were actually found by me, and they're actually kind of stupid. Ryu found a better version of that cop skip on simple difficulty, which is nice. Now, King Duncan has found the Kenmochi tail skips. Oh, baby. So, unlike OG Judgment, you only need to not get noticed by your main target. The other person in this bit doesn't matter. Now, again, much like the tail segments of Judgment, Kenmochi is going to turn around at the exact points he's supposed to turn around at. We just carry on. Doesn't matter. Literally doesn't matter. It's going to turn around right here. Bet. Wait. Wait. There he is. Told you so. I really don't want to get seen by this guy. It's kind of important that I don't. Oh, PS Cala found it? Okay, fair enough. It's like an updated version of the cop skip that I found. I was trying to do that rooftop cop skip for ages, and you can't do it on easy, but you can do it on simple. So I tried so hard to get that to work on easy, and it just did not work. Do you mind? We're supposed to be stealthy here, son. Jeez. It doesn't matter where you hide here, but Kenmochi's gonna look at Sushi-Zanmai and then go all that way, so we're just gonna go here for ease of access. It's a lot nicer to go here. And the first of our tail segment skips for Kaito's DLC is gonna come up in the next part. Just gonna leave this slowly. As long as I don't make any mistakes, we're not going to get seen here. There are cats around, as you can see. You can actually find these cats and get, like, items from them in Kaito's DLC. Like our cats in Judgment. Ow. Now, the downside to this bit is Kenmochi will start turning around if you leave hiding places a bit earlier. So what we're going to do is wait for a very specific point. It's really weird. I don't quite understand how that works, but we kind of know the rules to stay ourselves a little bit safer. There's going to be an accident on the left-hand side that Kenmochi is going to look at. Whilst he does that, we're going to run. Because he's going to be busy and he's not going to see us. And this is actually an area trigger. We can just go straight to the next bit. Good combo. Shame you're alive. Massive shame you're alive. You can skip the next bits of dialogue whenever the enemy go... Bleh. Or the camera transition here. For this bit, I don't like this bit. Kenmochi actually goes to the right here, and like, if you look down there, you can't actually see him, so you have to make sure you're paying attention. It's gonna look like I'm not being stealthy, I promise you, I'm hidden right now. You can't see this. Trust me. Trust me. Perfect stealth. Perfect stealth. Completely not hidden at all. Perfect stealth. Perfect stealth. So Kenmochi's actually going to turn around when he goes around that corner, see how we went back into the hiding spot. So we're not doing that fast. There he is. Now comes the last tail segment skip. This one is kind of scary, but it's kind of cool at the same time. This is literally just a balls to the wall leg it. So with no actual percentage, we just leave. Kenmochi is going to see us, but it's fine because when we go behind this, we actually don't get as much caution because it stops for a second. And again, it's an area trigger. Perfect. Once again, in tank style, there's a big old bike here. You did this. You did this. You did this. You did this. Auto assist, you did this. Please no more auto assisting me. I am good, thanks. I needed that bike. It does more damage. You did this. Hey, bud. Actually, I want to be tank for the next fight, don't I? Nice jump. This is why you turn off battle assist when you go into simple mode. Wait for him to go, Whoops. Alright. And now the last bit. So, now we just wait for Kenmochi to go up there. We're gonna wait here because Kenmochi can turn around a couple of times here. He shouldn't do, he should only turn around the one time. As long as we wait, we should be good. And this is the end of the tail segment. He should turn around at some point. I need to move it back a little bit to position the camera a bit better. He is supposed to turn around at some point. Alright, that's my Kenmochi. There he is, he turned around. Somehow he can't see me from there. He's probably drunk right now. Actually, I think he is drunk right now. Yes. I think he is. I'm going to catch up a little bit. We don't need to go too fast because Kenmochi is going to turn around one final time. There he is. Told you so. There we go. Cool. And that is the end of the final tailing segment. So, Mikiko is supposedly in here. Sender is also in here. There he is. It's on the floor. So hopefully, we can get this plant and hit all the enemies. Because if we can, it's really good and fast. Yeah. So, go say hello to Sender. Next floor. Before you move forward, turn around. There's a hidden item. There's a 120k accessory right there. Gives us a little bit of damage. So we're going to put that on. Oops. If, you know, I don't mess up my actual stuff. I didn't put the bottoms on? What? How am I ahead of PvP so I didn't put the bottoms on? This man has a... Oh, okay, goodbye. This man has teleportation abilities, apparently. That's news to me. That is news to me. Okay, I need to remember to change to thingy. How did I not have the bottoms on? What the heck? Anyway, here's Kenmochi's actual theme. Also, he's in his boxes. Don't worry about it. Good movement. Ah, bad timing on my part. I should have been in my EX as well. What am I doing? Come on. I'm just gonna do this here. He's in a really good position in the room, actually. Usually he goes through the glass wall. See, we're both whiffing. And usually get stuck in the hot tub, which is a giant shame. Speaking of getting in the hot tub, let's do it. God, I love Kenmochi. Kenmochi's backstory is actually very tragic. And it's actually interesting to see a character with genuine alcohol addiction in an RGG game. Anyway, this is one of my favorite QTEs of any RGG series. As you do. course you do! I just love the fact that it's just those two squaring up against one another. It's so good! It's so good! Oh dear, oh dear. Alright, we've got about 15 to 20 minutes left of the run, probably about 15. Oh, excuse me. I've got about 15 minutes of my life left with this flu. There. Anyway, Mikiko's here. We have a happy reunion. Guess what? We're not John's dad. Surprise. It is Kyoya. We kind of knew that the entire time. So we leave Mikiko to rest, and hey, guess what? She jumps out the window. God damn it. She's off to go kill Kyoya. So let's go punch Sender and Igarashi instead. Oops, didn't mean to break that. I really wanted to hit Sender with that. Also, I was kind of hoping Igarashi would be in phase 2 by now, but he wasn't, so. Whilst he powers up and I can't hit him, I'm just gonna hit Sender. I really should be in my EX for these fights. I don't know why I'm not. Sender. Ooh, whoops, didn't mean to use that, but hey, it works. Hey, what other furniture can I use in here? Yeah, let's go! Zone. Hey, Igarashi. So, this is the pile driver. The pile driver is exceptionally strong in this video game. The final boss can be infinited by it. You'll see. Hopefully. Please, please, final boss, you better behave. I swear. Anyway, back on we go. Oops, that's the wrong way in my menu. Yikes. Okay, so we're heading back to the office. We're going to go pick up not son, and we're going to go and stop his mother from committing gruesome acts of murder. But there is a real mastermind behind this, because apparently Mikiko hasn't killed anybody. So who's been going around killing members of the old Rhizome group? Well, we're about to figure it out. I mean, you should have figured it out already at this point, but you're about to figure it out. Shirakawa asks if we were able to find Mikiko, and he's like, hey, we should have a conversation. You can go and speak to him, but no. Also, we get contacted by Yagami. He's stopped fighting that bear. Instead, he went on a nice boat trip. Yagami's coming back in the morning, so this is Kaito's last act as leader of the Yagami Detective Agency. So here's Sender. Is it right D-pad for this bit? Yes, it is. I was right. I knew I was right. So, at this point, we're supposed to piece together every bit of the puzzle and figure out what's going on. The fire from Mikiko, or not Mikiko, was to destroy evidence with the burnt hard drive. But who is the mastermind? It's Knife Daddy. Who is Kyoya Sadamoto? He's actually one of the old members of Rhizome, and the one who actually started the arson that killed her family. It's time to go get revenge! And stop Mikiko getting revenge. We're now in Izaki Jincho. You only come to Izaki Jincho with Kaito at the very end. It's the big hotel that hasn't been a set piece before. I don't know if this is faster to put on the disguise, but essentially there's one person we have to look at in here, and sometimes putting on the disguise actually makes their hitbox be a bit hittable quicker. Unfortunately, I hit Camel off instead. Excuse me. Thank you. Now we need to get an actual disguise. So what we're going to do is going to go to the toilet. Trust me. There's a new worker working here at this hotel. Here's a key. That's why we went to the toilet. Said worker is somebody you may recognize from about 4 or 5 hours ago. Someone whose clothes we've already stolen, and by gosh darn it, we're gonna do it again. Everyone's a bit scared of this new guy. He's really intimidating, apparently. Key opened the door. It is, of course, poor Tashiro. Gonna juggle him for a little bit. Nice. So the repel gives you a bit more attack speed, as you can see. Shame he's using his EX, but Oh, well. That's why getting repel is kind of nice, because if you can actually repel an attack, you get an attack speed buff that's, like, massive. It's really nice. It's actually kind of helpful in certain places and not in others. Poor Tashiro is once again naked. Sorry, Tashiro. He'll get a break one day. Poor guy. Now, I'm not going to forget to go to the party this time, because every time I come back to this run, I keep forgetting to go to this party. Where we speak to... I can't remember her name in this one, and then we speak to friend of lady. Poor girl. At which point, we go to the bathroom because somebody's in a spot of bother. Whereas this person seen Mikiko, and speaking of Nishio, no one asked for him, but he's back anyway. Oh, by the way, guess what's back? The music. The good music. I did that way too early, but at least I managed to keep this combo going somehow. Better. You're alive! Stomp! I should have just done the EX move. I don't know why I didn't there. That would have been really good for the EX. I should have just EX moved. Why didn't I EX move? Now I'm upset. Oh, that just went so badly. Anyway, Nishio's up for another round. I don't know why. You should probably stay on the floor, friend. We can take out Toda. He also has an EX move, so hopefully we take him out before he uses it. Not too bad. Spin. Spin to win. Not a good fight, but it's fine. It's acceptable. Alright, upstairs we go. Got a fight here against these two. Start with the guy on the right, because he has an actual HP bar. Early again? My timing is terrible. Really? I'm upset about that. He's... Oh, he cancelled out, really? Oh my goodness. Sander, you do me a solid and take care of him. Thanks. I'm struggling. I'm struggling a lot. Alright, big fight time. One guy in here has a gun. Thankfully, he doesn't have a gun anymore because he's dead. Oh, this is bad on my part. Game? I'm not quite sure what happened there. My game just decided to say no. That was weird. My game just decided to lag randomly. How did I miss that? Okay, sure. Okay, sure. God, I love hearing Fog again. I'm so glad they reused it. Like, again, I'm not one for reusing, like, background themes for new stuff, but, oh, this track only gets utilized, like, for a minute in Lost Judgment, so it's kind of nice to hear it again. Wait for the scene to change. Time for more stealth, folks! You know what that means! Stealth, 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 stealth. Stealth! Stealth, 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 stealth. More stealth. More stealth, more stealth. Stealth! I actually was wondering if I could make it past that guy there. I failed. Oh no. How did I press the wrong button there? How did I press the wrong button there? More stealth. More stealth needed. I need more stealth. I think the tiredness is finally catching up to me. More stealth. More stealth. That was for the HP heal. That was me manipulating my HP. Honest. Now I don't have to heal after this stealth section. Health. Cough? Yeah, I did it right this time. Okay, this next fight is actually kind of scary. No lie. This next fight is genuinely actually kind of scary. I might actually take a heal here, because this bit can kill you quite quickly and easily. Man has gun. So for this room, usually these chairs are really terrible in most Yakuza runs. Not in this game. You don't have to take care of the guy with a gun, but boy, it helps. Yeah, I hate you too, buddy. As we take out enemies, we're going to get more waves of enemies. They're all going to come in the sides of the room, and we're just going to keep hitting them with chairs and tables. Ow! I'm upset. Gun enemies, eh? I don't remember if Kaito has immortality in this game in EX. I should not test it. I want to say he doesn't. The chairs are actually a little better than the tables in some ways. Both good though. Aren't also good. Every single weapon in here is like a good two-handed weapon. Not good. I don't think I'm gonna risk Knife Daddy with no HP. Yeah, I'm not gonna risk Knife Daddy with no HP. I'm healing, please. Thanks. Yeah, I'm not risking Knife Daddy with 0 HP. I do have my zone. All right, time to set up for our big final boss. Off. Hey, persuade Kenmochi. Kenmochi, good guy. That's Aston was no accident. Kenmochi's still seeing ghosts of the dead. Then Kyoya decides to kill everybody. It just kind of happens. Let's see. Who would have guessed Knife Daddy's evil? The guy that fought using a knife on his son's arm as a form of corrective punishment when he was a kid. Wow. Who would have guessed? Certainly not anybody. Also, he has Oda's voice actor from Yakuza 0. Okay. By the way, just ahead of time, I'll tell you when it's time. No reason. Here's our final boss fight. Now, unfortunately, his knives are coated in poison. Uh-oh. Alright, time to bounce Knife Daddy in the air. Knife Daddy is actually a really frustrating fight, because this can go very, very, very easily wrong. Knife Daddy has a couple of tricks up his sleeve, which are really annoying. Is this X triangle, I think? Just gonna make sure. I think it's X triangle. I actually can't remember. I think it's X triangle. We're just gonna double check. XX, okay. Print out EX. This phase sucks. Knife Daddy has the ability to hit us with a couple of different status debuffs. If he does, we'll never hit him again in this fight. You behave, Knife Daddy. You are not behaving right now. That was actually an okay fight. Somehow. Usually he's a lot worse than that. I'll take that. Anyway, Knife Daddy's dealt with. We've done it. We've won the video game. Right? Unfortunately, we've kind of had to deal with John's father, so he now doesn't have a father figure. But here's the thing. Why is that the point of no return? We're going back to Shirakaba's, because Shirakaba wants to marry Mikiko. But we also realize we're in love with Mikiko. This is the final boss. This fight theme as well is phenomenal. Now, here's the thing about Shirakawa. He's really weak to the pile driver. To the point where he gets infinited by it. Once again, I'll tell you when time is. No reason. Okay, he's gonna do the thing where I can't actually hit him if I go for the pile driver. Sometimes he does that and you have to react. I'm just gonna throw him. Bonk! Hey! Shirakawa's actually trying to kill me. It's not good. If you drop him from your combo, he actually gets really problematic. A nice 1 HP. What's he doing? Phase 2! He fully heals! All of the damage! He's a doctor after all! Yeah, get in that corner. That's a good corner to be in. Because you ain't getting away from this power driver. His final fight theme and this final boss is just out of nowhere. It's so good! Final 4 QTEs. Time will be on the 4th one. Unless I messed one of them up, which I haven't so far. They should be the same each time. Don't mess them up. If you mess up even a single one, you fail this entire bit. Final QTE. And that is... time. So the Shirakawa is literally a doctor out here in essentially the country. And when Mikiko turned up, he fell in love with Mikiko so much that he wanted to protect her. So he got jacked. I was late and I still finished this ahead of time. Haha. Ever punctually on time. Oh dear, oh dear. I can't believe my alarm didn't go off. I'm so mad. This ending doesn't take too long. It's a good ending. This ending only takes like 30 seconds. It's such a good ending. This whole ending is like unlike anything that